Section 1 of The Sin of Monsieur Antoine, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rita Boutros. Chapter 24. Monsieur Galuchet. But after sleeping 12 hours, Galuchet had only a very confused remembrance of the events of the preceding day, and when Monsieur Cardenay sent for him, he retained only a vague feeling of resentment against the carpenter. Moreover, he was little inclined to boast of having cut such an absurd figure at the outset of his diplomatic career, and he attributed his late rising and his sluggish manner to a violent sick headache. "I did nothing but feel the ground," he replied to his master's questions. "I was feeling so miserable that I could not watch very closely. I can only assure you that they have very vulgar manners in that house, that they live on a footing of equality with peasants, and that the table is very poorly served." "That is no news to me," said Monsieur Cardenay. "It is impossible that you can have passed the whole day at Chateaubrun without noticing something more definite. At what hour did my son arrive? At what time did he leave?" "I can't tell you just what time it was. Their old clock is so far out of the way." "That's not an answer. How many hours did he stay there? Come, I don't ask you to be exact to a minute." "It must have been 5 or 6 hours, monsieur. I was horribly bored. Monsieur Emile seemed far from glad to see me, and as for the girl, she's a downright prude. It was fearfully hot on that mountain, and I couldn't say 2 words without being interrupted by that peasant." "I can imagine it, for you don't say 2 words in succession this morning, Galuchet. What peasant do you mean?" "That carpenter Japelou, a miserable fellow, an animal, who presumes to be familiar with everybody, and who speaks of Monsieur as Père Cardenay, as if he was speaking of his equal." "That doesn't trouble me, but what did my son say to him?" "Monsieur Emile laughed at his nonsense, and Mademoiselle Gilbert thinks he is charming." "Did you notice any asides between her and my son?" "No, monsieur, not exactly. The old woman, who is certainly her mother, for she calls her my girl, hardly ever leaves her, and it can't be very easy to pay court to her, especially as she is very high and mighty, and puts on the airs of a princess. That's very becoming in her, on my word, with the dress she wears, and not a sou. If they should offer her to me, I wouldn't have her." "No matter, Galuchet, you must pay court to her." "To laugh at her when the time comes, I agree to that." "And also to earn a reward, which you will not get unless you bring me a clearer and more circumstantial report next time, for you are all astray today." Galuchet bent his head over his books and fought all day against the discomfort that follows overindulgence. Emile passed the whole week head over ears in hydrostatics. He indulged in no other distraction than to seek out Jean Japelou in the evening and chat with him, and as he always tried to bring the conversation around to Gilbert, the carpenter finally said to him, "Look you, Monsieur Emile, you never get tired of that subject, that's clear enough. Do you know that Mère Genil thinks you are in love with her child?" "What an idea!" rejoined the young man, confused by this sudden apostrophe. "It's a sensible idea enough. Why shouldn't you be in love with her?" "True, why shouldn't I be in love with her?" echoed Emile, more and more embarrassed. "But can it be that you would speak jestingly of such a possibility, friend Jean?" "I should say that you were the one, my boy, for you answer me as if we were in jest. Come, why not tell me the truth? Out with it, or I'll not talk to you any more." Jean, if I were really in love with a person for whom I have as much respect as for my own mother, my best friend should know nothing of it. I know very well that I am not your best friend, and yet I should like to have you tell me. Explain yourself, Jean. Explain yourself, rather. I am waiting. You will wait a long time, for I have no answer to make to such a question, despite all my esteem and affection for you. If that is so, you will have to say adieu forever one of these days to the people at Chateaubrun, for Mamie Janille is not the woman to sleep long when danger is brewing. That word offends me. I do not think that I can be accused of bringing danger upon a person whose reputation and dignity are as sacred to me as to her kindred and dearest friends. That sounds very well, but it isn't a straight answer to all my questions. Do you want me to tell you something? Early last week I went to Chateaubrun to borrow of Antoine a tool that I needed. I found Mamie Janille there. She was all alone, expecting you. You didn't come, and she told me all. And now, my boy, if she didn't frown on you Sunday, and if she allows you to call from time to time to see her girl, you are indebted to me for it. How so, my good Jean? Because I have more confidence in you than you have in me. I told Mamie Janille that if you loved Gilbert, you would marry her, and that I would answer for you on the salvation of my soul. And you were right, Jean, cried Emile, grasping the carpenter's hand. You never told a greater truth. Very good, but the question still remains whether you are in love, and that is what you won't tell me. It is what I can tell you alone, since you question me so closely. Yes, Jean, I love her. I love her more than my life, and I mean to marry her. I give my consent, replied Jean in a tone of enthusiastic satisfaction. And so far as I am concerned, I join your hands. One moment, provided that Gilbert gives her consent too. And if she should ask your advice, my good Jean, who are her friend and second father, I should tell her that she can make no better choice, that you suit me, and that I am willing to be your surety. Good. Now, my friend, we only have to obtain the consent of the parents. Oh, I'll answer for Antoine, if I take hold of the affair. He has some pride, and he will be afraid that your father may hesitate, but I know what to say to him on that subject. What will you say to him, pray? Something that you don't know, something that nobody knows but me. I don't need to speak yet, for the time has not come, and you can't think of marrying for a year or two. Jean, confide this secret to me, as I confided mine to you. I see but one obstacle to our marriage, my father's obstinacy. I have resolved to overcome it, but I do not conceal from myself that it is very serious. Well, as you have been so trustful and frank with old John will be the same with you. Listen, my boy. Before long your father will be ruined, and will have no further excuse for putting on airs with the Chateaubrun family. If what you say should turn out to be true, I should bless your strange prophecy, notwithstanding my father's inevitable grief and disappointment, for I have many reasons for dreading this great wealth. I know it, I know your heart, and I see that you would like to enrich others before enriching yourself. Everything will turn out as you wish, I am sure. I have dreamed of it more than 10 times. If you have done nothing more than dream, my dear Jean. Wait. What is that book you always carry under your arm, and that you seem to be studying? I have already told you, a scientific treatise on the power and weight of water, and the laws of equilibrium. I remember, you have told me before. But I tell you that your book lies, or else you have read it wrong. Otherwise you would know what I know. What is that? that your factory is impossible, and that your father, if he persists in fighting against a stream that snaps its fingers at him, will lose his outlay, and will discover his folly too late. That is why I have been so cheerful for some time past. I was depressed and out of temper as long as I thought that your undertaking might succeed. But I had one hope that kept coming to my mind again and again, and I determined to satisfy myself about it. So I walked and worked, and used my eyes and studied. Oh, yes, studied. And I didn't read your books and your maps and your figuring. I saw and understood everything. Monsieur Emile, I am only a poor peasant, and your Galuchet would spit on me if he dared. But I can tell you of one thing that you hardly suspect, and that is that your father has no idea of what he is doing, that he has taken bad advice, and that you don't know enough about it to set him right. The coming winter will carry away your works, and every winter will carry off whatever there is, until Monsieur Cardenay has thrown his last 3-franc piece into the water. Remember what I tell you, and don't try to persuade your father. It would be one more reason for him to persist in ruining himself, and we don't need that to induce him to do it. But you will be ruined, my son, and if not altogether here, you will be somewhere else, for I hold your papa's brain in the hollow of my hand. It is a powerful brain, I admit, but it is a madman's brain. He is a man who works himself into a frenzy for his schemes to such an extent that he considers them infallible, and when a man is built that way, he never succeeds in anything. I thought at first that he had played his hand out, but now I see that the game is becoming serious, for he is beginning to rebuild all that the last freshet destroyed. He had had too good luck until then. Still another reason. Good luck makes a man overbearing and presumptuous. That is the history of Napoleon, whom I saw rise and fall, like a carpenter who climbs to the roof of a house without looking to see if the foundations are solid. However good a carpenter may be, however fine a building he may build, if the wall totters, good-bye to the whole work. Jean spoke with such conviction, and his black eyes gleamed so bright beneath his grisly, bushy eyebrows, that Emile could not help being moved. He begged him to give his reasons for talking as he did, and the carpenter refused for a long time. At last, conquered by his persistence, and a little irritated by his doubts, he made an appointment with him for the following Sunday. "You can go to Chateaubrun Saturday or Monday instead," he said, "and on Sunday we will start at daybreak, and go up the stream to certain places that I will point out to you. Take all your books and all your instruments if you choose. If they don't confirm me, it's of little consequence. It will be science that lies. But don't expect to make this trip on horseback or in a carriage. And if you haven't good legs, don't expect to make it at all." On the following Saturday, Emile went to Chateaubrun, beginning as usual with Bois Guilbault, as he dared not appear too early at Gilbert's. As he approached the ruins, he saw a black speck at the foot of the mountain, and that speck soon became Constant Galuchet, in a black coat, black trousers and gloves, black satin cravat and waistcoat. That was his costume in the country, winter and summer alike. And no matter how great the heat or the fatigue which he was about to undergo, he never left the village except in that ceremonious attire. He would have been afraid of resembling a peasant if, like Emile, he had donned a blouse and broad-brimmed gray hat. If it be true that the bourgeois costume of our generation is the most depressing, the most inconvenient, and the most unbecoming that fashion ever invented, It is equally true that all its inconveniences and deformities are most striking in the open country. In the outskirts of the large cities one's eyes are less offended, because everything there is arranged, aligned, planked, built, and walled in symmetrically, so that all the informality and charm of nature are destroyed. We may sometimes admire the beauty and symmetry of those estates which have been subjected to all the refinements of civilization, but it is very hard to imagine oneself loving such a region. The real country is not there, but in the heart of the fields, neglected and untilled to some extent, where agriculture has no thought of paltry embellishments and strict limits, where estates run together, and where boundaries are indicated only by a stone or bush, put in place in full reliance upon rustic good faith. There the roads, intended only for foot passengers, equestrians, or heavy carts, present innumerable picturesque irregularities. The hedges, abandoned to their natural vigor, hang in garlands from leafy arbors, and deck themselves out with the wild climbing plants, which are carefully removed in more pretentious regions. Emile remembered that he had walked about within several leagues of Paris without the pleasure of seeing a nettle, and he felt keenly the charm of that rural scenery, amid which he now found himself. Poverty did not hide in shame and degradation beneath the feet of wealth. On the contrary, it made itself manifest, light-hearted and free, on a soil which proudly bore its emblems, wild flowers and vagabond plants, the humble moss and the wood strawberry, the watercress on the brink of a stream with no well-defined bed, and the ivy clinging to a rock that had obstructed the path for centuries without attracting the attention of the police. He loved the branches which overhung the road and were respected by passers-by, the bog holes in which the frog croaked softly, as if to warn the traveler, a more vigilant sentinel than he who guards a king's palace. The old crumbling walls around the enclosure, which no one thought of rebuilding, the powerful roots which pushed up the ground and dug holes at the foot of the venerable trees, all that lack of art which makes nature ingenuous and which harmonizes so well with the severe type and grave and simple costume of the peasant. But let that parasitic insect, that monsieur with the black coat, cleanly shaven chin, gloved hands, and shambling legs, appear in the midst of that austere and impressive scene, which carries the imagination back to the epoch of primitive poesy, and that king of society becomes simply a ridiculous blotch, an annoying imperfection in the picture. What business have your funereal garments in this bright sunlight, where their creases seem to laugh scornfully as at a victim? Your offensive, misplaced costume inspires more pity than the poor man's rags. We feel that you are out of place in the fresh air, and that your livery crushes you. Never had these reflections presented themselves so vividly to Emile's mind as when Galuchet appeared before him, hat in hand, climbing the hill with a painful exertion which caused his coat-tails to flutter in laughable fashion, and pausing to brush away with his handkerchief the traces of frequent falls. Emile was strongly inclined to laugh at first, and then he asked himself angrily why the parasite was buzzing around the sacred hive. He urged his horse to a gallop, passed Galuchet without seeming to recognize him, arrived first at Chateaubrun, and announced the other's coming to Gilbert as an unavoidable calamity. "Oh, father," said she, "don't receive that ill-bred, disagreeable man, I entreat you. Let us not spoil our Chateaubrun, our home, our pleasant, unceremonious life, by the presence of this stranger, who never can and never will be in sympathy with us." "What do you expect me to do with him, for heaven's sake?" said Monsieur de Chateaubrun, sorely embarrassed. "I invited him to come whenever he chose. I could not foresee that you, who are usually so long suffering and generous, would take such a dislike to a poor devil because of his bad manners and his unattractive face. For my part, I pity such people. I see that everyone spurns them, and that life is a bore to them." "Don't believe that," said Emile. "On the contrary, they are very well satisfied, and imagine that everybody likes them." "In that case, why rob them of a delusion without which they would probably die of grief? I haven't courage to do it, and I don't believe that my dear Gilbert would advise me to have it." "My too kind-hearted father," rejoined Gilbert with a sigh. "I wish that I were as kind-hearted too. Indeed, I believe I am, generally speaking, but that conceited, self-satisfied creature, who seems to me to insult me when he looks at me, and who called me by my Christian name the first day he ever spoke to me. No, I can't endure him, and I feel that he has a bad effect on me, because the sight of him makes me disdainful and sarcastic, contrary to my instincts and my character. It is certain that Monsieur Galuchet will become very familiar with Mademoiselle," said Emile to Monsieur Antoine, "and that you will be compelled more than once to remind him of the respect he owes her. If it happens that he forces you to turn him out of the house, you will regret having received him with too much confidence. Wouldn't it be better to give him to understand, by a somewhat chilly welcome, that you have not forgotten the ungentlemanly way he behaved on his first visit?" "The best way that I can think of to arrange matters," said Monsieur de Chateaubrun, "is for you two to go out in the orchard with Jeanille. I will take Galuchet out fishing, and you will be rid of him." This suggestion was not particularly agreeable to Emile. When he was under Monsieur de Chateaubrun's eye, he could almost believe that he was tête-à-tête with Gilbert, whereas Jeanille was an exceedingly active and keen-eyed third. Moreover, Gilbert thought that it would be selfish to compel her father to bear alone the burden of such a visitor. "No," she said, kissing him, "we will stay here to keep you in bad temper, for if we turn our backs on you, you will be so sweet and good-natured that Monsieur will believe that he is welcome, once for all. Oh, I know you, father, you wouldn't be able to refrain from telling him so, and from keeping him at the table. And then he will drink again. It will be very wise for me to stay here and force him to keep watch on himself." "Oh, I'll look out for that," said Jeanille, who had listened thus far without giving her opinion, and who hated Galuchet ever since the day he had haggled over a 10-sou piece, for which she asked him after showing him the ruins. "I like to have Monsieur drink his wine with his friends and the people he likes, but I don't approve of wasting it on parasites, and I propose to give Monsieur Galuchet's wine a good baptizing. But you don't like water, Monsieur, and that will make you cut short your stay at the table." "Why, Jeanille, this is downright tyranny," said Monsieur Antoine. "You say you are going to put me on a water diet? Do you want me to die, pray?" "No, Monsieur, your skin will be all the brighter for it, and if yonder little fellow makes a wry face at it, so much the worse for him." Jeanille kept her word, but Galuchet was too disturbed in mind to notice it. He felt more and more ill at ease in the presence of Emile, whose eyes and smile seemed to be always questioning him sternly, and when he tried to pluck up courage and play the agreeable with Gilbert, he was so coldly received that he knew not what to do. He had determined to be very careful in the matter of the Chateaubrun wine, and he was well pleased when his host, after the first glass, neglected to invite him to take a second. Monsieur Antoine, when he led the way with the first bumper, as his duty as host required, stifled a sigh and glanced at Jeanille, as if to reproach her for the liberality with which she had measured the admixture of water. Sharrasane, who was in the old woman's confidence, roared with laughter, and was sternly reprimanded by his master, who sentenced him to drink the rest of the harmless beverage with his supper. When Galuchet was convinced that he was intolerable to Gilbert and Emile, he determined to advance his interests with Monsieur Cardanet by venturing upon the proposal of marriage. He led Monsieur Antoine aside, and, feeling sure of being refused, opened his heart, his hand, and his 20,000 francs for his daughter. Monsieur Galuchet did not consider that he risked anything by doubling the fictitious capital of his marriage portion. This little fortune, in addition to a place which was worth about 1,200 francs a year, surprised Monsieur Antoine extremely. It was a very good match for Gilbert. Indeed, she could aspire to nothing better in the matter of wealth, for it was impossible for the excellent country gentleman to provide her with any dowry whatever, even if he should strip himself entirely. No one on earth was ever more unselfish than that worthy man. He had given proofs enough of it during his life. But he could not, without some bitterness, reflect that his darling daughter, failing to meet a man who would love her for her own sake, would probably be condemned to live single for many years, perhaps forever. "What an unfortunate thing," he said to himself, "that this fellow isn't more attractive, for he is certainly honest and generous. My daughter takes his fancy, and he doesn't ask how much money she has. Doubtless he knows that she has nothing, and means to give her all he possesses. He is a well-intentioned suitor, whom I must refuse respectfully, pleasantly, and with friendly words." And not knowing how to go about it, not daring to expose Gilbert to the suspicion of being vain of her name, or to the resentment of a heart wounded by her manifest aversion, he could think of no better way than to avoid giving a definite answer, and to ask for time to reflect and take counsel. Galuchet also asked leave to come again, not precisely to pay his court to Gilbert, but to learn his fate, and leave was given him to do so, although poor Antoine trembled as he gave it. He took him to the bank of the stream to fish, although Galuchet had brought nothing for that purpose, and was very desirous to remain at the chateau. However, Antoine walked him along the bank of the Creuse, to show him the best places, and on the way he had the weakness and good nature to ask his pardon for Jean's teasing and mockery. Galuchet took it exceedingly well, and attributed all the blame to himself, saying, however, to put himself in a somewhat better light, that he had been surprised into drinking too much, and that, if he was not capable of carrying much wine, it was because he was habitually very abstemious. "That's all right," said Antoine. "Jeanille was afraid that you might be a little intemperate, but what happened to you proves the contrary." They talked for a considerable time, and as Galuchet obstinately declined to go, although his host's uneasiness made it plain that he would have preferred not to take him back to the chateau, they returned thither, and Galuchet at once took Jeanille aside, to confide his intentions to her, and give Antoine time to inform Gilbert. He reckoned on the displeasure which the news would cause the latter, for on this occasion, not being drunk, he plainly detected Emile's air of annoyance, and Gilbert's feelings for the protector she had chosen. "This time," he said to himself, "Monsieur Cardanet will not reproach me with having wasted my time. My pretty lovers will be furiously angry with me, and Monsieur Emile will not be able to hold back from picking a quarrel with me." Galuchet was not a coward, and although he did not deem Emile capable of a duel with fists, He said to himself with much satisfaction that he was strong enough to hold his own against him. As for a genuine duel, that would have been less to his liking, because he had had no experience of duelist's weapons. But he could safely rely upon Monsieur Cardanet to preserve him from that danger. While he was talking with Jeanille, Monsieur de Chateaubrun remained in the orchard with his daughter and Emile, and told them what had taken place between him and Galuchet, albeit with some oratorical precautions. "Oh," said he, "you call him an impertinent fool, but you will regret your harsh judgment of him, for he is really a very worthy fellow, and I have proof of that. I can tell this before Emile, who is our friend, and if Gilbert would look at the matter without prejudice, she might ask him some questions concerning this young man. Tell me, Emile, on your heart and conscience, is he an honest man?" "Beyond any question," Emile replied. "My father has employed him for 3 years, and would be very sorry to lose him." "Is his character good?" "Although he can hardly be said to have proved it here the other day, I must say that he is very peaceable, and ordinarily quite harmless." "He isn't in the habit of getting drunk?" "Not so far as I know." "Well, then, what have you against him?" "If he had not taken the fancy to become our guest, I should consider him an accomplished man," said Gilbert. "Is he so very disagreeable to you?" said Monsieur Antoine, standing still to look her in the face. "Why, no, father," she replied, surprised by the solemnity of his manner. "Do not take my dislike so seriously. I hate nobody. And if this young man's company is at all agreeable to you, if he has given you good reason to esteem him particularly, God forbid that I should deprive you of any pleasure by a mere caprice. I will make an effort, and perhaps I shall succeed in sharing the good opinion that my excellent father has of him." "Spoken like a good sensible girl, and I recognize my Gilbert. Let me tell you then, little one, that you are the last one who should despise this young man's character, and that even though you do not feel attracted to him, you ought at least to treat him politely and dismiss him kindly. Come, do you understand me?" "Not the least in the world, father." "I am afraid that I understand," said Emile, his cheeks flushing scarlet. "Well," continued Monsieur Antoine, "I will suppose that a young man, quite wealthy compared to us, notices a beautiful, virtuous girl who is very poor, and that, falling in love at first sight, he lays at her feet the most honorable proposals you can imagine. Should he be dismissed roughly, turned out of doors with a 'Monsieur, you are too ugly'?" Gilbert blushed as hotly as Emile, and strive as she would to be humble, she felt so insulted by Galuchet's proposals that she could make no reply, while her eyes filled with tears. "The miserable fellow has lied shamefully to you," cried Emile, "and you can safely turn him away with contempt. He has no fortune, and my father rescued him from absolute destitution. Now he has only been in his employ 3 years, and unless he has suddenly received some mysterious legacy—" "No, Emile, no, he has told no lie. I am not so weak and credulous as you think. I questioned him, and I know that the source of his little fortune is pure and unquestionable. Your father has promised him 20,000 francs in order to attach him permanently to his service by affection and gratitude, in case he marries in the province." "But," said Emile in a trembling voice, "my father certainly cannot know that he has presumed to raise his eyes to Mademoiselle de Chateaubrun, for he would not have encouraged him in such a hope." "On the contrary," rejoined Monsieur Antoine, to whom the affair seemed perfectly natural, "he has confided to your father his liking for Gilbert, and your father authorized him to use his name in support of his offer of marriage." Gilbert turned deathly pale and looked at Emile, who lowered his eyes, stupefied, humiliated and wounded to his heart's core. End of section 1. Section 2 of The Sin of Monsieur Antoine, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rita Boutros. The Sin of Monsieur Antoine, Volume 2, by George Sand. Translation by George Burnham Ives. Chapter 25. The Explosion. "Well, well, what's the matter?" said Genil, joining them under a rustic arbor near the orchard, where they were sitting all three. "Why is Gilbert so woebegone, and why do you all keep quiet when I come near, as if you were plotting some conspiracy?" Gilbert threw herself in her nurse's arms and burst into tears. "Well, well," continued the good little woman, "here's something else. My little girl is unhappy, and I don't know what the matter is. Will you speak, Monsieur Antoine?" "Has that young man gone?" said Monsieur Antoine, looking about him uneasily. "To be sure he has, for he took leave of me, and I went with him as far as the gate," said Genil. "I had some difficulty in getting rid of him. He's a little dull about explaining himself. He would have liked to stay, I saw that well enough, but I gave him to understand that such affairs couldn't be settled so fast, that I must consult with you, and that we would write to him if we wanted to see him again for any reason. But before I say anything more, what's the matter with my girl? Who has hurt her feelings?" "Ah, but Mamie Genil is here to protect her and comfort her." "Oh, yes, you will understand me," cried Gilbert, "and you will help me to repel the insult, for I feel insulted, and I need you to help me make my father understand it. Why, he almost acts as Monsieur Galuchet's advocate." "Ah, so you already know what is going on, do you? In that case, it's a family affair. I have something to tell you, too, but all this will bore Monsieur Emile." "I understand you, my dear Mademoiselle Genil," the young man replied, "and I know that the proprieties, as ordinarily understood, would require me to withdraw. But I am too deeply interested in what is going on here to consider myself bound by common customs. You can safely speak before me, as I know everything now." "Very well, monsieur. If you know what is in the wind, and if Monsieur Antoine has thought best to state his views before you, which, between ourselves, was hardly worth while, I will speak as if you were not here. And in the first place, Gilbert, you mustn't cry. What is it that makes you feel so bad, my girl? Because a poor fool considers himself worthy of you? Oh, bless my soul! It isn't the last time that you will have the pleasure, married or not, of seeing self-sufficient people make themselves ridiculous. For you must laugh at them, my child, and not be angry. This fellow thinks that he does you honor, and gives you proof of esteem. Receive it as such. And tell him, or have somebody else tell him in all seriousness, that you thank him, but that you will have none of him. I can't see at all why you are so disturbed. Do you happen to think that I am disposed to encourage him? Ah, he might have 100,000 francs, or 100,000,000, and I shouldn't think he was the man for my girl. The villain, with his big eyes and his air of satisfaction at being in the world, let him look farther. We have no girl here to give him. Oh, Mamie Genil knows what she is talking about. She knows that they don't put the thistle beside the rose in the same bouquet." "That is well said, dear Genil," cried Emile, "and you are worthy to be called her mother." "What concern is it of yours, pray, monsieur?" retorted Genil, warmed up and exalted by her own eloquence. "What have you to do with our little affairs? Do you know anything wrong about this suitor? If you do, it's of no use to tell us, for we don't need you to help us to get rid of him." "Stop, Genil, don't scold him," said Gilbert, kissing her old friend. "It does me good to hear it said that that man's proposals are insulting to me, for it humiliates me to think of them. It makes me cold and sick. And yet father doesn't understand it. He considers himself honored by his offer, and will not say anything to keep him out of my sight." "Ha ha!" laughed Genil. "He is the one who is at fault, as usual, the bad man. It is he who makes his daughter cry. Look you, monsieur, do you propose to play the tyrant here? I should like to know. Don't look forward to that, for Mamie Genil isn't dead, and has no desire to die." "That's right," said Monsieur Antoine. "Of course I am a despot, an unnatural father." All right, all right. Fall to on me if it relieves you. After that, perhaps my daughter will be kind enough to tell me what the matter is, and what I have done that's so criminal." "Dear father," said Gilbert, throwing herself into his arms, "let us stop this melancholy jesting, and do you make haste to dismiss Monsieur Galuchet forever, so that I can breathe freely again, and forget this bad dream." "Ah, there's the rub," said Monsieur Antoine. "The trouble is to know what I am to write to him, and that is something it will be well to consult about." "Do you know, mother," said Gilbert to Genil, "he doesn't know what answer to give him. Apparently he wasn't able to say no to him." "Well, my child, your father didn't do very wrong," replied Genil, "for I listened to your fine suitor's offer without getting excited, and I didn't say yes or no to him. There, there, don't be angry. That's the right way to do, and then consult calmly. You can't say to the fellow, 'I don't like you.' People don't say that sort of thing. You can't say to him either, 'We belong to a good family, and your name is Galuchet,' for that would be unkind and mortifying." "And it wouldn't be any reason," said Gilbert. "What does nobility matter to us now? True nobility is in the heart, and not in empty titles. It isn't the name of Galuchet that disgusts me, but the manners and feelings of the man who bears it." "My daughter is right. Name, profession, and fortune are nothing," said Monsieur Antoine. "So those are not the means for us to use, nor can we blame a man for his physical defects. The best thing for us to say is that Gilbert doesn't want to marry." "Allow me, monsieur, one moment," said Genil. "I don't propose to have you say that, for if this young man should go about repeating it, as he wouldn't fail to do, no one else would come forward, and I am not in favor of my girl turning nun." "But we must give some reason," said Monsieur Antoine. "Suppose we say that she doesn't want to marry yet, and that we think she's too young." "Yes, yes, that's it, father. You have hit upon the best reason, and it's the true one. I do not want to marry yet. I am too young." "That is not true," cried Genil. "You are old enough, and I believe that before long you will find a good husband whom you like, and whom we all like." "Don't think of that, mother," said Gilbert warmly. "I will take my oath before God that my father told the truth. I do not want to marry yet, and I want everybody to know it, so that all suitors may keep away. Oh dear, if I am to be surrounded by such importunate creatures, you will take away all the happiness I have in my home, and make my youth sad and gloomy. And you will make me unhappy to no purpose, for I shall not change my resolution, and I will die rather than part from you." "Who says anything about parting?" rejoined Genil. The man who loves you won't want to make you unhappy, and more than that, you don't know what you will think when you love someone. Ah, my dear child, then it will be our turn to weep, perhaps, for it is written that the woman shall leave her father and mother to follow her husband, and he who said that knew a woman's heart. Oh, that is a law of obedience, not a law of love, cried Emile. The man who truly loves Gilbert will truly love her parents and her friends as his own, and will no more desire to separate her from them than he will desire to live apart from them himself. At that moment Jeanille encountered the passionate glances of the two lovers seeking each other, and all her prudence returned. "Pardieu, monsieur," she said dryly, "you interfere in matters that hardly concern you, and it is my opinion that all my ideas would be better left unsaid before you. But since you persist in hearing them, and Monsieur Antoine considers it very wise, I will tell you that I forbid you to repeat, or even to believe, what my girl just said in a burst of anger against your Galuchet. For all men are not cut on that pattern, thank God! And we don't need to have the world condemn her to remain single, just because she prefers a more agreeable husband. We will find one for her easily enough, never fear. And don't you imagine that, because she isn't rich like you, she will go begging." "Come, come, Jeanille," said Monsieur Antoine, taking Emile's hand. "You are the one who says things that shouldn't be said. It would seem that you wanted to wound our young friend. You shake your head too much. I tell you that he is our best friend next to Jean, who has the right of priority. And I declare that no one, during the 20 years that, on account of my poverty, I have been in a way to appreciate disinterested sentiments, has shown me and inspired in me so much affection as Emile. That is why I say he will never be an embarrassment in our family secrets. By his common sense, his education, and the loftiness of his ideas, he is far ahead of his own age and ours. That is why we could find no better adviser. I look upon him as Gilbert's brother, and I will answer for it that, if a suitable husband for her should present himself, he would enlighten us concerning his character, and would exert himself to bring about a marriage that would make her happy, and to prevent one likely to do the contrary. So your sharp words have no common sense, Jeanille. When I took him into my confidence, I knew what I was about. You treat me altogether too much like a child." "Ah, indeed, monsieur. So you choose to pick a quarrel with me in your turn, do you?" said Jeanille with great animation. "Very good. This is the day for truth-telling, and I will speak, since you drive me to the wall. I tell you, and I tell Monsieur Emile to his face, that he is much too young for this role of friend of the family, and that this friendship had better cool down a little, or you will feel the inconveniences of it. Why, here's an instance of it this very day, and you will find it out. A young man comes and offers to marry Gilbert. We won't have him. That's all right and fully understood. But what will prevent this discarded suitor from believing and saying, if for no other reason than to be revenged, that it is because of Monsieur Emile, and of the family ambition to make a rich marriage, that we will listen to nobody else? I don't say that Monsieur Emile is capable of having such thoughts. I am sure he is not. He knows us well enough to know what sort of people we are. But fools will believe it, and the consequence will be that we shall be thought fools. What, we turn Monsieur Galuchet away because our girl is thought to be too young, and Monsieur Cardenay, the younger, will come here every week, as if he were the only one excepted from the rule. That can never be, Monsieur Antoine. and it's of no use for you to look at me with your soft eyes, Monsieur Emile, and to kneel by me and take my hands as if you were going to make me a declaration. I love you, yes, I admit it, and I shall regret you much, but I shall do my duty all the same, as I am the only one in this house with any head and foresight and decision. Yes, my boy, you must go too, for Mamie Janille isn't in her dotage yet." Gilbert had become pale as a lily again, and Monsieur Antoine was angry, probably for the first time in his life. He thought Janille unreasonable, and, as he dared not rise in revolt, he pulled Sacripant's ear, who, seeing that he was out of temper, overwhelmed him with caresses, and submitted to be tortured by his unconscious hand. Emile was on his knees between Janille and Gilbert. His heart overflowed, and he could not keep silent. "My dear Janille," he cried at last, with impetuous emotion, "and you, noble and generous Antoine, listen to me and learn my secret at last. I love your daughter. I have loved her passionately since the first day that I saw her. And if she deigns to share my feelings, I ask her in marriage, not for Monsieur Galuchet, not for any protégé of my father, nor for any of my friends, but for myself, who cannot live away from her, and who will not rise except with her consent and yours." "Come to my heart," cried Monsieur Antoine, in a transport of joy and enthusiasm, "for you are a noble fellow, and I knew that nothing could be truer and more loyal than your heart." He pressed the slender youth in his arms as if he would have suffocated him. Janille, deeply moved, put her handkerchief to her eyes, but in an instant she forced back her tears and said, "This is madness, Monsieur Antoine, genuine madness. Keep watch on yourself, and don't let your heart go so fast. Certainly he is a fine fellow, and if we were rich, or if he were poor, we could never make a better choice. But we must not forget that what he proposes is impossible, that his family will never consent to it, and that he has been building a romance in his little brain. If I didn't love you so much, Emile, I would scold you for inflaming Monsieur Antoine's imagination so, for it is younger still than yours, and is capable of taking your dreams seriously. Luckily, his daughter is more sensible than he and I are. She is not at all disturbed by your soft words. She is grateful to you for them, and thanks you for your kind intentions. But she is perfectly well aware that you don't belong to yourself, and can't dispense with your father's consent, and that, even if you were old enough to summon him into court to make him consent, she is too well born to care to enter by force a family that spurned her." "That is true," said Monsieur Antoine, as if waking from a dream. "We are going astray, my poor children. Monsieur Cardanet will never have anything to do with us, for we have nothing to offer him but a name, which he would treat as a chimera, which indeed we hold too cheap ourselves, and which throws open no road to fortune. Emile, Emile, let us say no more about it, for it would become a source of regret. Let us be friends, friends forever. Be my child's brother, her protector and defender if occasion offers. But let us say nothing about marriage or love, for in these times we live in, love is a dream, and marriage a business affair." "You do not know me," cried Emile, "if you think that I accept, or will ever accept, the laws of society, and the scheming of self-interest. I will not deceive you. I would answer for my mother if she were free. But my father will not be favorably disposed to this marriage. And yet my father loves me, and when he has tested the force and endurance of my will, he will realize that his own will cannot carry the day in this matter." There is one means that he can try to compel me to submit. He can deprive me for a time of the enjoyments of his wealth. But in that case, how joyfully I will work in order to deserve Gilbert's hand, to raise myself to her level, to deserve the esteem which is not accorded to lazy men, but which they merit who have passed through honorable tests, as you have, Monsieur Antoine. My father will yield some day, I have no doubt. I can take my oath to it before God and before you, because I feel within me all the strength of an invincible love. And when he has come to appreciate the power of a passion like mine, he, who is so sovereignly wise and intelligent, and who loves me more than all the world, certainly more than ambition and wealth, will open his arms and his heart unreservedly to my bride. For I know my father well enough to know that when he yields to the power of destiny, he does it without a backward look to the past, without base rancor, without cowardly regret. Therefore believe in my love, O my friends, and rely as I do on God's help. There is nothing humiliating to you in the prejudices I shall have to combat, and the love of my mother, who lives only for me and in me, will make up to Gilbert in secret for my father's temporary prejudice. Oh, do not doubt it, do not doubt it, I implore you. Faith can do anything, and if you help me in this fight, I shall be the luckiest mortal who ever fought for the holiest of all causes, for a noble love, and for a woman worthy of my whole life's devotion. Ta ta ta! Exclaimed Genil, bewildered by his eloquence. Here he is talking like a book, and trying to excite my girl's brain. Will you be kind enough to keep quiet, golden tongue? We do not want to listen to you, and we refuse to believe you. I forbid you, Monsieur Antoine. You don't realize all the misfortunes this may bring on us, and the least would be to prevent Gilbert's making a possible, reasonable marriage. Poor Antoine no longer knew which way to turn. When Emile spoke, he glowed with the memory of his youthful years, and remembered that he too had loved. Nothing seemed to be nobler and holier than to defend the cause of love, and to encourage such a noble enterprise. But when Genil threw water on the fire, he recognized his mentor's wisdom and prudence. Thus, sometimes he took part with her against Emile, sometimes with Emile against her. "We have had enough of this," said Genil, vexed because she saw no apparent end to their irresolution. "All this ought not to be discussed before my child. What would be the result if she were a weak or frivolous creature? Luckily she does not bite at your fairy tales, and as she cares very little for your money, she will have too keen a sense of dignity to wait until you are at liberty to dispose of your heart. She will dispose of hers as she thinks best, and while she continues to give you her esteem and friendship, she will beg you not to compromise her by your visits. Come, Gilbert, say a sensible, brave word to put an end to all this foolish talk." Thus far Gilbert had said nothing. Deeply moved as she was, she gazed pensively in turn at her father, Genil, and most frequently of all at Emile, whose ardor and tone of conviction stirred her to the depths of her soul. Suddenly she rose and knelt before her father and her governess, whose hands she affectionately kissed. "It is too late to call upon me for cold prudence, and to remind me of the exigencies of self-interest," she said. "I love Emile, I love him as dearly as he loves me. And before it had occurred to me that I could ever belong to him, I had sworn in my heart never to belong to another. Receive my confession, my father and mother, before God. For 2 months I have not been frank with you, and for 2 weeks I have been hiding from you a secret that weighs upon my conscience, and that will be the last, as it is the first in my whole life. I have given my heart to Emile. I have promised to be his wife on the day that my parents and his consent. Until then, I have promised to love him bravely and calmly. I promise it now anew, and I call upon God and you to witness my promise. I have promised, and I promise again, that if his father's will is inflexible, we will love each other as brother and sister, although it will be impossible for me ever to love another, and that I will never give way to any impulse of madness and despair. Have confidence in me. See, I am strong, and I am happier than ever, since I have placed Emile between you two, and with you two in my heart. Do not fear complaints or melancholy, or low spirits or sickness from me. 10 years hence I shall be just as you see me today, finding all-powerful consolation in your love, and in my own a courage proof against every trial. God's mercy! cried Genil in desperation. We are all accursed. We only lack this. This girl of mine actually loves him, and has told him so, and tells him so again before us. Oh, it was a wretched day for us that this young man entered our house. Antoine, utterly overwhelmed, could do nothing but burst into tears, pressing his daughter to his heart. But Emile, inspired by Gilbert's courage, found so much to say that he succeeded in taking possession of that mind, incapable as it was of defending itself. Even Genil herself was shaken, and they ended by adopting the plan which the lovers themselves had formed at Crozant, namely, to wait, a plan which did not decide much to Genil's satisfaction, and not to meet too often, which, at all events, reassured her to some slight extent as to the danger from without. They left the orchard, and a few moments later Galuchet also left it, but stealthily, and without being seen, plunged into the bushes to make his way, under cover, to the Gargalesse road. Emile remained to dinner, for neither Antoine nor Genil had the courage to shorten a visit which was not to be repeated until the following week. The worthy country gentleman's affectionate and ingenuous heart was unable to resist the caresses and loving speeches of the two children, and when Genil's back was turned, he allowed himself to be prevailed upon to share their hopes and to bless their love. Genil tried to hold out against them, and her depression was genuine and profound. But no one can arrange a plan of seduction so cunningly as two lovers who desire to win over a friend to their cause. They were both so kind, so attentive, so affectionate, so ingenious in their cajoling flatteries, and above all so beautiful, with their eyes and foreheads illumined by the glow of enthusiasm, that a tiger could not have resisted. Genil wept, at first with vexation, then with grief, then with affection. And when the evening came, and they went and sat by the stream in the soft moonlight, those four, united by invincible affection, formed but a single group, with arms intertwined and hearts beating in unison. Gilbert especially was radiant. Her heart was lighter and purer than the fragrance which exhaled from the plants when the stars rise, and ascends to them. Intoxicated with bliss, as Emile was, he could not entirely forget the difficulties of the duties he had to perform in order to reconcile the religion of his love with filial respect. But Gilbert believed that they could wait forever, and that so long as she loved, the miracle would occur of itself, and no one would be obliged to act. When Emile, having ventured to kiss her hand under the eyes of her parents, had taken his leave, Genil said to her with a sigh, "Well, now you will be in the dumps for a week. I shall see you with your eyes all red, as they often were before that infernal trip to Crozant. There will be no more peace or happiness here." If I am sad, darling mother, said Gilbert, I give you leave to prevent his coming again. And if my eyes are red, I will tear them out, so that I can't see him. But what will you say if I am more cheerful and happier than ever? Don't you feel how calm my heart is? See, put your hand there, while we can still hear his horse's footsteps as he rides away. Am I excited? Light the lamp and examine me closely. Am I not still Gilbert, your daughter, who breathes only for you and my father, and who can never be bored and listless for an instant with you? Ah, when I suffered, when I cried, was when I had a secret from you, and when I was dying to be able to tell it to you. Now that I can speak and think aloud, I breathe again, and I feel nothing but the joy of living for you and with you. And didn't you see this evening how happy we all were to be able to love one another without fear or shame? Do you think that it will ever be different, and that Emile and I would be happy together if you were not with us always and every minute? Alas, thought Genil with a sigh, we are only at the very beginning of this fine arrangement. End of section 2. Section 3 of The Sin of Monsieur Antoine, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rita Boutros. The Sin of Monsieur Antoine, Volume 2, by George Sand. Translation by George Burnham Ives. Chapter 26. The Snare. Emile determined to delay no longer to speak seriously to his father, and to make, not a formal and too hasty avowal of his love, but a sort of preliminary discourse, which would lead little by little to more decisive explanations. But the carpenter had made an appointment with him for the following morning, and he thought, justly enough, that if that man proved what he had asserted, he would have an excellent pretext for broaching the subject, and for demonstrating to Monsieur Cardanet the uncertainty and vanity of his plans for making a fortune. Not that Emile placed blind faith in Jean Japelou's competence to form an opinion in such matters, but he knew that the observation of a natural logician may materially assist scientific investigation, and he set out before dawn to join his companion at a certain point where they had agreed to meet. He had informed Monsieur Cardanet the night before of his purpose to examine the course of the stream that ran the factory, but without telling him whom he had chosen for his guide. It was a difficult but interesting excursion, and on his return Emile requested a private interview with his father. He found him with a tranquil air of triumph, which seemed to him not to be of very good augury. However, as he deemed it his duty to inform him of what he had seen, he entered upon the subject without hesitation. "You urge me, father," he began, "to espouse your projects, and to take hold of them with the same ardor that you yourself display. I have done my best, for some time past, to place at your service all the application of which my brain is capable. I owe it, therefore, to the confidence you have placed in me, to tell you that we are building on sand, and that instead of doubling your fortune, you are rapidly throwing it into a bottomless pit." "What do you mean, Emile?" replied Monsieur Cardanet with a smile. "This is a very alarming exordium, and I suppose that science would have led you to the same result that practice shows, namely, that nothing is impossible to enlightened determination. It seems that you have deduced from your meditations a contrary solution. Let us see. You have made a long trip, and doubtless a very thorough examination? I too explored last year the stream which it is our business to subdue, and I am certain of success. What do you say to that, boy?" "I say that you will fail, father, because it will require an outlay beyond the means of a private individual, and which is not likely to be retrieved by proportionate profit." With that, Emile, with much lucidity, entered upon explanations which we will spare the reader, but which tended to prove that the course of the Gargulesse presented natural obstacles impossible to overcome, without an outlay 10 times as great as Monsieur Cardanet anticipated. It would be necessary for him to become the owner of a considerable part of the bed of the stream, in order to divert its course in one place, widen it in another, and in another blast out ledges that interfered with the regularity of its flow. And finally, if he could not do away with the accumulation and sudden and violent overflow of the water in the upper reservoirs, he would have to build dikes around the factory, 100 times more extensive than those already begun, which dikes would then throw the water back in such quantities as to ruin the surrounding land. And in order to do that, he would have to buy half of the commune, or wield an oppressive power impossible to obtain in France. The works already constructed by Monsieur Cardanet were a serious detriment to the millers thereabout. The water, being arrested in its course for his use, made their mills walk backward, as they said in the province, producing a contrary current against their wheels, which stopped them entirely at certain hours. Not without compensating them in another way, and at great expense, had he succeeded hitherto in pacifying these small manufacturers, pending the time when he would ruin them or ruin himself, for the compensation offered could be temporary only, and was to cease with the completion of his works. He had bought at a high price, from one his services for 6 months as a carter, from others the use of their horses to draw his barges. He had soothed a goodly number with illusory promises, and the simple-minded people, dazzled by a temporary profit, had closed their eyes to the future, as always happens with those whose present circumstances are straitened. Emile passed hurriedly over these details, which were of a nature to irritate Monsieur Cardanet rather than to convince him, and he strove to arouse his apprehensions, especially as he was thoroughly convinced and certain that he had exaggerated nothing. Monsieur Cardanet listened to the lad with much attention, and when he had finished, said to him, passing his hand over his head with a fatherly caressing touch, but with a calm smile of conscious power, "I am well pleased with you, Emile. I see that you are busy, that you are working in earnest, and that you are no longer wasting your time running about from chateau to chateau. You have been talking very clearly, like a conscientious young lawyer who has studied his case carefully. I thank you for the excellent direction your ideas are taking. And do you know what affords me the most pleasure? That you apply yourself to your work as I had hoped that you would, as a result of hard study. Here you are, already eager for success. You feel its potent excitement. You are passing through the inevitable stages of alarm, doubt, and even momentary discouragement, which accompany the development of every important plan in the genius of the manufacturer. Yes, Emile, that is what I call conceiving and giving birth. This mystery of the will is not begotten without pain. It is with the man's brain as with the woman's womb. But set your mind at rest now, my boy. The danger that you fancy that you have discovered exists only upon a superficial examination of things, and you cannot grasp the whole subject in a simple walk. I passed a week exploring this stream before I laid the first stone on its banks, and I took counsel of a man more experienced than you. See, here is a plan of the whole locality, with the levels, measurements, and depths of water. Let us look it over together." Emile examined the plan with care and discovered several actual mistakes. They had considered it impossible that the water should reach a certain elevation even in extraordinary freshets, and that certain barriers could hold it in check beyond a certain number of hours. They had figured on contingencies and the commonest experience. The testimony of any witness of what had happened theretofore would have sufficed to destroy the theory, if they had been willing to listen to that evidence. But that was something that Cardonnet's proud and distrustful nature could not do. He had placed himself at the mercy of the elements, with his eyes closed, like Napoleon in the Russian campaign, and in his superb obstinacy he would willingly have undertaken, like Xerxes, to whip the rebellious Neptune into submission. His adviser, although a very clever man, had thought of nothing but encouraging his ambition, or had allowed himself to be swayed and influenced by that ardent will. "Father," said Emile, "this is not simply a matter of hydrographic calculations, and you will allow me to say that your absolute confidence in the work of a specialist has led you astray. You laughed at me when, at the beginning of my general studies, I said to you that all branches of human knowledge seemed to me to be interrelated, and that one must needs know almost everything to be infallible on any given point. In a word, that no special work could dispense with synthesis, and that before learning the mechanism of a watch, it would be well to learn the mechanism of creation. You laughed at me, you laugh at me still, and you took me away from the stars to send me back to Mills. Very well. If with your hydrographer you had consulted a geologist, a botanist, and a physicist, they would have demonstrated to you something that I feel safe in asserting after one view of the locality, subject to the confirmation of more competent judges than myself. It is, that taking into consideration the slope of the ridge of the mountain over which your stream flows, taking into consideration the direction of the winds that accompany it, taking into consideration the plateaus from which it takes its source and their relative elevation, which attracts all the clouds, where indeed all the storms take rise, floods of water must constantly pour down into this ravine and sweep away unavailing obstacles, unless, as I have said, it be controlled by works which you cannot undertake to erect, because the necessary expense exceeds the resources of any single capitalist. That is what the physicist would have told you on the authority of atmospheric laws. He would have appealed to the incessant effects of the lightning upon the rocks which attract it. The geologist would have appealed to the nature of the soil, whether loamy, chalky, or granitic, which retains, absorbs, and discharges the water in turn. "And the botanist," said Monsieur Cardonet, smiling, "do you forget him?" "He," replied Emile with an answering smile, "would have noticed on the steep barren cliff, where the geologist could not have detected with absolute assurance the former passage of the water, a few blades of grass which would not have enlightened his fellow scientists. This little plant," he would have said to them, "did not grow there all alone. It is not the kind of spot that it loves. And you see what a melancholy look it has, awaiting the time when the flood that brought it here shall carry it away again, or bring some of its friends for company." "Bravo, Emile! Nothing could be more ingenious." "And nothing more certain, father." "Where did you learn all this, pray? Are you hydrographer, mechanician, astronomer, geologist, physicist, and botanist all at once? No, Father, you compelled me to pick up on the wing the elements of those sciences which have a common foundation. But there are some privileged natures in which observation and logic take the place of learning. You are not modest. I am not speaking of myself, Father, but of a peasant, a true genius, who doesn't know how to read, who doesn't know the names of the fluids, gases, minerals, or plants, but who understands causes and effects, whose keen eye and infallible memory detect differences and characteristics; of a man, in short, who, while speaking the language of a child, showed me all these things and made them clear to me. Who is this unknown genius whom you met on your walk, I pray to know? A man whom you do not like, Father, whom you take for a madman, and whose name I hardly dare mention to you. Ah, I understand. It is your friend Japalou, the carpenter, Monsieur de Boisgibaud's vagabond, the village sorcerer, who cures sprains with words, and puts out fires by cutting a cross on a beam with his axe. Monsieur Cardonet, who had thus far listened to his son with interest, albeit without being persuaded, laughed scornfully, and was thenceforth inclined to treat the subject with sarcasm and contempt. "And this is the way madmen come together and agree," he said. "Really, my poor Emile, Nature made you an unfortunate gift when she gave you a large supply of intellect and imagination, for she withheld the guiding spirits, coolness and common sense. Here you are astray, and because a miracle-working peasant has posed before you as the hero of a romance, you devote all your petty knowledge and your ingenious reasoning powers to attempt to confirm his wonderful decisions. You have put all the sciences at work, and astronomy, geology, hydrography, physics, and even poor little botany, which hardly expected the honor, come in a body to sign the patent of infallibility awarded to Master Japalou. Write poetry, Emile, write novels. You are good for nothing else, I am very much afraid." "So you despise experience and observation, Father?" rejoined Emile, restraining his anger. "You do not deign even to consider those commonplace bases of the work of the mind? And yet you make sport of most theories. What am I to believe, according to your opinion, if you will not allow me to consult either theory or practice?" "On the contrary, Emile," replied Monsieur Cardonet, "I respect both one and the other, but on condition that they inhabit healthy brains, for their advantages change to poison or smoke in foolish brains. Unfortunately, some alleged scientists are of this number, and that is why I would have liked to preserve you from their chimeras. Who is more absurdly credulous and more easily deceived than a pedant with preconceived ideas? I remember an antiquarian who came here last year. He was in search of Druidical stones, and he saw them everywhere. To satisfy him, I showed him an old stone the peasants had hollowed out by pounding the grain of which they made their porridge, and I persuaded him that it was the urn in which the sacrificial priests among the Gauls shed human blood. He absolutely insisted on carrying it off for the departmental museum. He took all the granite drinking troughs for ancient sarcophagi. And that is how the most absurd errors spread. It rested entirely with me whether a trough or a mortar should pass for venerable monuments. And yet that gentleman had passed 50 years of his life reading and meditating. Look out for yourself, Emile. A day may come when you will take bladders for lanterns." "I have done my duty," said Emile. "I was bound to urge you to make a further examination of the spots I have visited, and it seems to me that the experience of your recent disaster might suggest the same advice. But as you answer me with "Yes," I have nothing more to say. "Let us see, Emile," said Monsieur Cardanet, after a few moments' reflection, "what your conclusion is from all this, and what there is at the bottom of your cheerful predictions. I understand very well that Master Jean Japelou, who has set himself up as an inveterate foe of my undertaking, and who passes his life declaiming against Pere Cardanet, even in your presence, and you could tell me many things about him, would like to persuade you to induce me to leave this country, where, it appears, my presence is a thorn in his side. But whither do you seek to lead me, O my philosopher and scientist? Where do you wish to found a colony? Into what American desert do you propose to carry the advantages of your socialism and my industrial talent?" "We might carry them not so far away," replied Emile, "and if you were seriously inclined to work at the civilization of savages, you would find plenty under your hand. But I know only too well, father, that it is no part of your purpose to return to a subject that has been exhausted between us. I have forbidden myself to contradict you in that regard, and I do not think that since I have been here I have once departed from the respectful silence you imposed upon me." "Come, come, my boy, don't adopt this tone, for your somewhat cunning reserve is just what annoys me most. Let us drop the discussion of socialism. I agree to that. We will resume it next year, and perhaps we shall both have made some progress then that will help us to understand each other better. Let us think of the present. The vacation will not last forever. What do you wish to do when it ends for your instruction and employment?" "I aspire to nothing except to remain with you, father." "I know it," said Monsieur Cardanet with a malicious smile. "I know that you enjoy yourself hugely in this neighborhood, but that doesn't lead to anything." "If it leads me to the frame of mind in which I should be in order to reach a perfect understanding with my father, I shall not look upon it as time wasted." "That is very prettily said, and you are very kind, but I don't think it puts us ahead much, unless you are prepared to devote yourself entirely to my enterprise. Come, shall we write for more experienced advisers, and examine the whole locality again?" "I agree with all my heart, and I persist in believing that it is my duty to urge you to do it." "Very good, Emile. I see that you are afraid I shall use up your fortune, and I am not displeased to see it." "You fail to understand the feeling on that subject which I have in the bottom of my heart," Emile replied with warmth. "And yet," he added, making an effort to be prudent, "I desire you to interpret what I say in whatever sense is most agreeable to you." "You are a great diplomatist, I must agree. But you shall not escape me. Come, Emile, you must make up your mind. If after the renewed and thorough examination we propose to make, science and observation decide that Master Japelou and you are not infallible, that the factory can be finished and have a prosperous existence, that my fortune and yours are planted here, and that they must germinate and fructify here, will you agree to embrace my projects body and soul, to second me in every way, with arms and brain, with heart and head? Swear to me that you will belong to me, that you will have no other thought than that of helping me to make you rich. Place all your faculties at my disposal without argument, and in return I swear to you that I will give your heart and your passions all the gratification which it lies in my power to do, and which the laws of morality do not forbid. I believe that I make myself clear?" "Oh, father," cried Emile, rising impetuously, "have you weighed your words?" "They are carefully weighed, and I wish you to weigh your reply." "I hardly understand you," said Emile, falling back upon his chair. A cloud of flame had passed before his eyes. He felt as if he were about to faint. "Emile, do you wish to marry?" rejoined Monsieur Cardanet, eager to make the most of his emotion. "Yes, father, I do," Emile replied, leaning over the table that stood between them, and putting out his hands imploringly. "Oh, do not play with me now, for you would kill me." "Do you doubt my word?" "I cannot, if your word is given seriously." "It is the most serious promise I have ever given in my life, as you can judge for yourself. You have a noble heart and an eminent mind. I know it, and I have proofs of it. But with equal sincerity and equal certainty, I can tell you that your brain is both too weak and too active, and that 20 years hence, perhaps, always perhaps, Emile, you will not be competent to take care of yourself. You will be constantly attacked by vertigo. You will never act coolly. You will take sides passionately, for or against men and things, without precaution and without discernment, without the voice of the indispensable instinct of self-preservation to appeal to you and warn you from the depths of your conscience. You have a poetic nature. It would be useless for me to try to deceive myself in that respect, for everything leads me to the painful certainty that you need a guide and a master. Bless God, therefore, who has given you for your guide and master a father, your best friend. I love you as you are, although you are just the opposite of what I should have liked, could I have chosen my son. I love you as I would love my daughter, if nature had not made a mistake in your sex. That is enough to tell you that I love you passionately. So do not complain of your fate, and never let my reproaches humiliate you. In our present position with regard to each other, which is clearly defined now to my mind, I will make immense sacrifices to your happiness and your future. I will overcome my repugnance, which is very great, I confess, and I will allow you to marry the illegitimate daughter of a nobleman and his servant. I will satisfy your heart and your passions, as I have said, but only on the condition that your mind is to belong to me absolutely thenceforth, and that I am to dispose of you as freely as of myself." "Oh, my God, is it possible?" exclaimed Emile, dazzled and terrified at the same time. "But what do you intend by this renunciation of self, father? What meaning do you give to it?" "Didn't I just tell you? Don't pretend that you can't understand me. Look you, Emile, I know the whole of your Chateaubrun romance, and I could repeat it to you word for word, from your arrival one stormy night down to the Crozant expedition, and from Crozant down to your conversation last Saturday in Monsieur Antoine's orchard. I know all the characters now as well as you do yourself, for I chose to see with my own eyes, and yesterday, while you were exploring the banks of the stream, I went to Chateaubrun on the pretext of supporting Constant Galuchet's offer of marriage, and I talked a long while with Mademoiselle Gilbert." "With her, father? Isn't it perfectly natural that I should want to know the young woman you have chosen without consulting me, and who may perhaps be my daughter some day?" "Oh, father, father!" "I found her charming, lovely, modest, humble, and proud at once, able to express herself well, lacking neither deportment, good manners, nor education, and common sense less than all. She refused with much propriety the suitor I proposed to her. Yes, with gentleness, modesty, and dignity combined. I was very well pleased with her. What struck me most was her prudence, her reserve, and the perfect control she has over herself. For I confess that I tried to sting her a little, and even to offend her, to get a sight at the underside of her character. Her father was away, but the mother, that sly little old woman whose son-in-law you aspire to be, was so irritated by my reflections on her small fortune and the perfect suitability of a marriage with Galuchet, that she treated me with contempt. She called me bourgeois. And as I persisted, for the express purpose of pushing her to extremities, she said to me, with her arms akimbo, that her daughter was of too good a family to marry a manufacturer's servant, and that, if the manufacturer's son in person should offer himself, they would look at him twice before accepting such a misalliance. She amused me immensely. But Gilbert smoothed everything over by her calm and decided manner. I assure you that she keeps to the letter the promise she gave you, to be patient, to wait, and to suffer everything for love of you. Oh, did you make her suffer terribly? Cried Emile, beside himself. Yes, a little, coolly replied Monsieur Cardanet, and I am very glad I did. Now I know that she has some character, and I should be very glad to have such a person about me. Such a woman can be very useful in a household, and nothing can be worse than to have a wife who is passive and pig-headed at the same time, who can do nothing but sigh and keep silent, like many women I know. It would be a pleasure to me to dispute sometimes with my daughter-in-law, and to discover at once that her views are just, that her will is strong, and that she is well fitted to give you sound advice. Come, Emile, he added, offering his son his hand. You see, I trust, that I am neither blind nor unjust, and that I wish to make the best of the position in which you have put me. Oh, mon Dieu! If you consent to my happiness, father, I will give you a lease of myself. I will become your man of business, your overseer, your workman during as many years as you consider me incapable of taking care of myself. I will submit to all your wishes, and I will work every hour in the day, never complaining, never resisting your most trivial orders. And never asking for a salary, laughed Monsieur Cardanet. Nonsense, Emile, that is not what I mean, and that role of menial would outrage nature. No, no, this is no time to throw dust in my eyes, and I am not the man to make any mistake as to your real intentions. I am not yet so nearly ruined that I can't afford to hire an overseer, and I do not think that I could select one less fitted than you to manage workmen. I want you to be another myself, to help me in the work of planning, to learn for me, to give me your ideas, subject to my right to combat and modify them. In a word, to seek out and invent methods of money-making, which I will carry out when they suit me. In this way, your constant studies and your fertile imagination can assist me in multiplying your fortune by 10. But to obtain this result, Emile, there must be no working with indifference and absence of interest, as you have been doing for a fortnight past. I am not deceived by this temporary submission, concerted with Gilbert, to extort my consent. I require submission for your whole life. I wish you to be ready to undertake journeys, with your wife, if you please, to examine the progress of the manufacturing industry. In a word, I want you to sign, not on paper before a notary, but on my head and with your heart's blood, and before God, a contract which will wipe out your whole past of dreams and chimeras, and which will pledge your convictions, your will, your faith, your devotion, your religion, your whole future to the success of my work. And suppose I do not believe in your work, said Emile, turning pale. You must believe in it, or if it is impracticable, let me be the first to cease to believe in it. But do not think to escape me by that detour. If we are forced to strike our tent here, I shall pitch it somewhere else, and I shall not stop until I die. Wherever I may be, whatever I may do, you must follow me, second me, and sacrifice all your theories, all your dreams to me." "What? Even my very thoughts, my belief in the future?" cried Emile in dismay. "Oh, father, you are trying to dishonor me in my own eyes." "Do you draw back? Ah, you are not even in love, my poor Emile. But let us stop here. This is enough excitement for your poor head. Take time to reflect. I don't wish you to reply until I question you again. Consult the intensity of your passion, and go and consult your mistress. Go to Chateaubrun. Go there every day, every hour in the day. You won't meet Galuchet there again. Inform Gilbert and her parents of the result of this conference. Tell them everything. Tell them that I give my consent to your marriage a year hence, on condition that you take now the oath that I demand. Your mistress must know this just as it is. I insist upon it, and if you don't tell her, I will take it upon myself to do it, for I know the way to Chateaubrun now." "I understand, father," said Emile, deeply wounded and distressed. "You wish her to hate me if I abandon her, or to despise me if I obtain her at the price of my degradation and apostasy. I thank you for the alternative you offer me, and I admire the inventive genius of your paternal affection." "Not another word, Emile," replied Monsieur Cardanet coldly. "I see that the socialistic craze still exists, and that love will have some difficulty in overcoming it. I trust that Gilbert de Chateaubrun will perform that miracle, so that you may not have to reproach me for refusing to consent to your happiness." End of Section 3. Section 4 of The Sin of Monsieur Antoine, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rita Boutros. The Sin of Monsieur Antoine, Volume 2, by George Sand. Translation by George Burnham Ives. Chapter 27. Sorrows and Joys of Love. Emile locked himself in his room and passed 2 hours there, a prey to the most violent agitation. The thought of possessing Gilbert without a struggle, without resistance, without the terrible distress of breaking his father's heart, which he had hitherto anticipated with dismay and horror, intoxicated him completely. But suddenly the thought of degrading himself in his own eyes by an unholy oath plunged him into bitter despair, and between these alternatives of joy and anguish he could make up his mind to nothing. Should he dare to go and throw himself at Gilbert's feet, and confess everything to her? He could count upon her courage and grandeur of soul, but should he fulfill the duties imposed upon him by his love, if, instead of concealing from her the terrible sacrifice that he might make without a word, he should compel her to bear half of his remorse and his suffering? Had he not said to her 100 times at Crozant that for her, and to obtain her hand, he would submit to anything and would recoil at nothing? But he had not then foreseen that his father's infernal genius would appeal to the very force of his love to corrupt and ruin his soul. And he found that he had received an unforeseen blow which had disarmed and bewildered him. 20 times he was on the point of returning to Monsieur Cardanet, to ask him to give him his word that he would do nothing, that he would conceal from the family at Chateaubrun the intentions he had revealed to him, until he himself had made up his mind what to do. But an invincible pride held him back. After the contempt his father had manifested for him by assuming that he was weak enough to apostatize in that way, should he exhibit his irresolution to him, and lay bare the depths of his heart, rent by passion as it was. But who would be the most unjustly punished victim, Gilbert or he, in case honor should carry the day over love? He was blameworthy toward her, for he had destroyed her repose by a fatal passion, and had led her on to share his illusions. What had poor Gilbert, the sweet, noble-hearted child, done that she should be snatched from her pure and tranquil existence, and sacrificed at once to the law of inflexible duty? Was it not too late to take cognizance of the reef against which he had steered her? Must he not rather allow himself to be dashed to pieces upon it to save her? And had his conscience the right to recoil from the supreme sacrifice when it was irrevocably pledged to Gilbert? And then, if Gilbert should refuse to accept so tremendous a sacrifice, would Emile be any less dishonored in her parents' eyes? Would Monsieur Antoine, who loved and practiced equality by instinct at the dictates of his heart, and also as a necessity of his position, understand how Emile, young as he was, could have made it a religious duty? How an idea could prevail over a sentiment, a pledged oath? And what would Jeanille think of the slightest hesitation on his part? Jeanille, who, in her humble position, cherished such strange aristocratic prejudices, and took advantage, in her relations with her masters, of the privileges, without giving a thought to the universal right of equality. She would take him for a miserable fool, or rather she would think that he seized upon that pretext to break his word, and she would banish him from Chateaubrun with anger. Who could say that she would not in time work upon Gilbert's mind so successfully that Gilbert would share her scorn and indignation? Feeling that he lacked strength to face so cruel a test, Emile tried to write to Gilbert. He began and destroyed 20 letters, and at last, being utterly unable to solve the problem of his situation, he resolved to go and open his heart to his old friend, Monsieur de Boisguibault, and ask his advice. Meanwhile, Monsieur Cardanet, acting with all the energy and freedom of his cruel inspiration, wrote Gilbert a letter thus conceived: Mademoiselle, you must have found me very troublesome and far from polite yesterday. I write to ask your pardon, and to confess to a little faint, for which you will forgive me, I am sure, when you know my intentions. My son loves you, mademoiselle, I know, and I also know that you deign to reciprocate his sentiments. I am happy and proud that it is so, now that I know you. Does it not seem natural to you that, before forming a decision of the utmost importance, I desire to see with my own eyes, and in a certain measure to test the character of the young woman who has in her hands my son's heart and the future of my family? And so, mademoiselle, I write today to apologize at your feet, and to say to you that one so lovely and amiable as you can dispense with many things, even with fortune, when it is a question of entering a rich and honorable family. I ask your permission, therefore, to call upon you once more, in order to lay before your father in due form my petition for your hand, in my son's behalf, as soon as my son shall have fully authorized me to do so. This last sentence demands an explanation, and that explanation should properly find a place in this letter. I make my consent to my son's happiness dependent upon a single condition, and that condition tends only to make his happiness more complete and to assure its continuance indefinitely. I demand that he abandon those eccentric opinions which would impair our good understanding, and would endanger his fortune and consideration in the future. I am sure that you are too sensible and too intelligent to understand the socialistic, leveling doctrines, with the aid of which my dear Emile and his young friends expect to overturn the world in a short time. that the stock phrases of the brotherhood of mankind, equal participation in privileges and enjoyments, and many other technical terms of the young communistic school are absolutely unintelligible to you. I fancy that Emile has never bored you to death with his philosophical declamations, and I find it hard to believe that he could have obtained the happiness of winning your affection by that nonsense. I have no doubt that he will consent to abstain from it forever, and to renounce his folly. At that price, provided that he gives me the promise, freely but solemnly, I will consent with all my heart to ratify the fortunate choice that he has made of a perfect creature like yourself. Be kind enough, mademoiselle, to convey to monsieur your father my deep regret at not seeing him, and to inform him of the contents of this letter. Pray accept the sentiments of esteem and of paternal affection with which I place my son's cause and my own in your hands. Victor Cardenay. While a servant in gold lace, mounted on a fine horse, carried this letter to Chateaubrun, Emile, overburdened with anxious care, betook himself on foot to the park of Bois-Guilbault. "Well," said the Marquis, squeezing his hand hard, "I did not expect you until next Sunday. I thought that you forgot me yesterday, so this is a pleasant surprise. I thank you, Emile. The days are very long since you have been working so faithfully for your father. I can only approve your submission, although I ask myself with some little alarm if it will not take you farther along with him and his principles than you think. But what's the matter, Emile? You are pale, distressed. You haven't had a fall from your horse, have you?" "I came on foot, but I have had a worse fall," replied Emile, "and I believe that I have come to die here. Listen to me, my friend. I have come to ask you either for the strength to die, or the secret of life. An insane joy and a ghastly sorrow are fighting together in my poor heart, in my tortured brain. I have had, ever since I knew you, a secret which I could not, dared not tell you, but which I cannot keep to myself today. I do not know whether you will understand it, whether there is within you any chord that will sympathize with my suffering. But I know that you love me, that you are wise and enlightened, and that you adore justice. It is impossible that you should not give me salutary advice." Thereupon the young man confided to the old man his whole story, abstaining carefully from mentioning any name, place, or incident which could possibly lead him to suspect that he was referring to Gilbert and her family. He dreaded the effect of the Marquis's personal prejudices, and desiring that his judgment should not be influenced in any way, he so expressed himself as to allow him to think that the object of his love was an entire stranger in the neighborhood, and probably lived at Poitiers or Paris. His reserve in not mentioning his mistress's name did not fail to strike Monsieur de Bois-Guilbault as being in the best of taste. When Emile had finished, he was greatly surprised not to find his grave confidant armed with the stoical courage which he had anticipated and dreaded. The Marquis sighed, hung his head, then looked up at the sky. "The truth is eternal," he said. But in another moment he let his head fall again upon his breast, saying, "And yet I know what love is." "You do, my friend?" said Emile. "Then you understand me, and I rely upon you to save me." "No, Emile, it is impossible for me to keep you from draining the cup of bitterness. Whichever course you choose, you must drain it to the dregs, and the only question is, in what direction honor lies, for, as for happiness, do not reckon on it, you have lost it forever." "Ah, I feel it already," said Emile, "and I have passed from a day of bright sunshine and intoxicating bliss into the shadow of death. but the profound and irreparable calamity that forces itself upon my mind, whatever sacrifice I may resolve upon, is this, that my heart has become as ice toward my father, and that for several hours past it has seemed to me that I no longer love him, that I no longer dread to wound him, that I no longer feel either respect or esteem for him. O my God, preserve me from this suffering beyond my strength. Hitherto, as you know, despite all the pain and terror he has caused me, I still cherished him, and I put forth all the strength of my heart to believe in him. I felt in the very depths of my being that I was still his son and his friend, and today it seems to me that the bond of blood is broken forever, and that I am struggling against a strange master who oppresses me, who weighs on my heart like an enemy, like a ghost. Ah, I remember a dream I had the first night I passed in this neighborhood. I dreamed that my father came and sat on me to suffocate me. It was horrible, and now that ghastly vision is being realized. My father has placed his knees, his elbows, his feet on my breast. He is trying to tear out my conscience or my heart. He is poking about in my entrails to see what weak spot will give way to him. Oh, it is a devilish invention, a murderous project which leads him astray. Is it possible that love of gold and worship of success can inspire such thoughts in a father's mind against his child? If you had seen the smile of triumph with which he displayed the sudden inspiration of his peculiar generosity! He was not a protector and adviser, but an adversary, who has set a trap and seizes his foe with a fiendish laugh. Choose, he seemed to say, and if you die, what does it matter? I shall have triumphed. Oh, my God, it is horrible, horrible, to condemn and to hate one's father. And poor Emile, crushed by grief, laid his face on the grass on which he was lying, and watered it with burning tears. Emile, said Monsieur de Boisgibaud, you can neither hate your father, nor be false to your mistress. Tell me, do you set much store by the truth? Can you lie? The Marquis had touched the right spot. Emile sprang to his feet impetuously. No, monsieur, no, he said. You know that I cannot lie. And of what use is falsehood to cowards? What happiness, what repose can it assure them? If I swear to my father that I have changed my religion, that I believe in ignorance, error, injustice, folly, that I hate God in man, and that I despise man in myself, will some monstrous miracle take place in me? Shall I be convinced? Shall I find myself suddenly transformed into a placid and supercilious egotist? Perhaps so, Emile. In evil it is only the first step that costs, and whoever has deceived other men reaches the point where he is able to deceive himself. That has happened often enough to be credible. In that case, falsehood to the winds, for I feel that I am a man, and I cannot transform myself into a brute of my own free will. My father, with all his craft and all his strength, is blind in this. He believes what he tries to make me believe, and if he should be urged to make my belief his own, he could not do it. No interest, no passion could force him to do it. And yet he fancies that he would not despise me on the day that I debased myself so far as to do a dastardly thing of which he knows that he is himself incapable. Does he feel that he must despise me and ruin me in order to confirm himself in his inhuman theories? Do not accuse him of such perversity. He is the man of his epoch. What do I say? He is the man of all epochs. Fanaticism does not reason, and your father is a fanatic. He still burns and tortures heretics, believing that he is doing honor to the truth. Is the priest who comes to us at our last hour and says, "Believe or you will be damned," much wiser or more humane? Does not the powerful man who says to the poor clerk, or the unfortunate artist, "Serve me and I will make your fortune," believe that he is doing him a favor, conferring a benefit on him? "But that is corruption!" cried Emile. "Very good," rejoined the Marquis. "By what means is the world governed today, pray tell me? Upon what does the social structure rest? One must needs be very strong, Emile, to protest against it, for when you do, you must make up your mind to be sacrificed." "Ah, if I were the only victim of my sacrifice," said the young man sorrowfully. "But she, poor saint-like creature, must she be sacrificed too? Tell me, Emile, if she should advise you to lie, would you still love her?" "I don't know. I think so. Can I imagine a state of things in which I should not love her, since I love her now?" "You really love her, I see. Alas, I too have loved." "Tell me, then, if you would have sacrificed honor." "Perhaps so, if I had been loved." "Oh, feeble creatures that we are!" cried Emile. "God help me! Shall I not find a counselor, a guide, a help in my distress? Will no one give me strength? Strength, oh my God! I implore it on my knees, and never have I prayed with greater faith and ardor. I beseech thee, give me strength." The Marquis went to Emile and pressed him to his heart. Tears were rolling down his cheeks, but he held his peace and did not help him. Emile wept a long time on his breast, and felt that he loved that man, whom each succeeding test revealed to him as an extremely sensitive rather than really strong man. He loved him the more for it, but he grieved that he did not find in him the energetic and powerful adviser upon whom he had counted in his weakness. He left him at nightfall, and the Marquis said nothing more to him than, "Come again tomorrow. I must know what you decide upon. I shall not sleep until I see you in a calmer frame of mind." Emile took the longest road to return to Gargales. He made a detour by means of which he passed within a short distance of Chateaubrun, by shaded paths which hid him from sight, and when he was quite near the ruins, he stopped, fairly distracted at the thought of what Gilbert must have suffered since his father's heartless visit, and not daring to carry her better news, lest he should lose all his courage and virtue. He had been standing there several minutes, unable to come to any decision, when he heard his name called in an undertone, with an accent that sent a thrill through him, and looking toward a small clump of oaks at the right-hand side of the road, he saw in the shadow a dress gliding behind the bushes. He darted in that direction, and when he was far enough among the trees to be in no danger of being seen, Gilbert turned and called him again. "Come, Emile," she said, when he was at her side. "We haven't an instant to lose. My father is in the field close by. I saw you and recognized you just as you started down this road, and I left him without saying anything while he was talking with the mowers. I have a letter to show you, a letter from Monsieur Cardanet. But it is too dark for you to read it, so I will repeat it to you almost word for word. I know it by heart." When she had repeated the substance of the letter, she continued, "Now tell me what this means. I think that I understand it, but I must know surely from you." "Oh, Gilbert!" cried Emile, "I hadn't the courage to come and tell you, but it was God's will that I should meet you, and that my fate should be decided by you. Tell me, my Gilbert, my first and last love, do you know why I love you?" "Apparently," replied Gilbert, abandoning her hand to him, which he pressed against his lips, "it was because you divined in me a heart created to assist you." "Very good. And can you tell me, my only love, my only treasure on this earth, why your heart gave itself to me?" "Yes, I can tell you, my dear, because you seemed to me from the very first day noble, generous, simple-hearted, humane, in a single word, good, which to my mind is the noblest quality a man can have." But there is a passive goodness which in some sort excludes nobility and generosity of sentiment, a yielding weakness, which may be a charming characteristic, but which, under difficult circumstances, compromises with duty and betrays the interests of mankind generally to spare itself and one or two others a little suffering. I understand that, but I do not call weakness and fear goodness. To my mind, there is no true goodness without courage, dignity, and, above all, devotion to duty. If I esteem you to the point of saying to you, without suspicion and without shame, that I love you, Emile, it is because I know that you are great in heart and mind. It is because you pity the unfortunate and think only of assisting them, because you despise nobody, because you suffer when others suffer, because you would gladly give everything that belongs to you, even your blood, to relieve the poor and the abandoned. That is what I understood about you as soon as you talked before me and with me, and that is why I said to myself, "This heart answers mine. These noble thoughts exalt my soul, and confirm me in all that I have thought. I detect in this mind, which impresses me and charms me, a light which I am compelled to follow, and which guides me toward God Himself. That is why, Emile, I felt neither terror nor remorse in yielding to the inclination to love you. It seemed to me that I was performing a duty, and I have not changed my opinion after reading your father's mocking words concerning you. Dear Gilbert, you know my heart and my thought, but your adorable goodness, your divine affection ascribe to me as a great merit sentiments which seem to me so natural and so forced upon men by the instinct God has implanted in them, that I should blush not to have them. And yet these sentiments, which must appear in the same light to you, since you yourself entertain them with such innocence and simplicity, are spurned by many people, and derided as dangerous errors. There are some who hate and despise them because they haven't them. There are others who, by a strange anomaly, have them to a certain extent, but cannot tolerate the logical deduction from them and their inevitable consequences. Heaven help me, I fear that I cannot explain myself clearly. Yes, yes, I understand you. Genil is good, like God Himself, and, through ignorance or prejudice, that perfect friend rejects my ideas of equality, and tries to convince me that I can love and pity and help the unfortunate without ceasing to think that they are naturally inferior to me. Well, my noble-hearted Gilbert, my father has the same prejudices as Genil from another point of view. While she believes that birth creates a claim to power, he is persuaded that skill, strength, and energy create a claim to wealth, and that it is the duty of acquired wealth to go on adding to itself forever, at any cost, and to pursue its way into the future, never allowing the weak to be happy and free. "Why, that is horrible!" cried Gilbert ingenuously. "It is prejudice, Gilbert, and the terrible power of custom. I cannot condemn my father, but tell me, when he asks me to swear that I will espouse his errors, that I will share his passionate ambition and his arrogant intolerance, ought I to obey him? And if your hand is to be had only at that price, if I hesitate an instant, if a profound terror takes possession of me, if I fear that I may become unworthy of you by denying my belief in the future of mankind, do I not deserve some pity from you, some encouragement, or some consolation?" "Oh, mon Dieu!" said Gilbert, clasping her hands. "You do not understand what is happening to us, Emile. Your father does not wish us ever to be married, and his conduct is full of cunning and shrewdness. He knows well enough that you cannot change your heart and brain as one changes his coat or his horse, and be sure that he would despise you himself, that he would be in despair if he should obtain what he asks. No, no, he knows you too well to believe it, Emile, and he has but little fear of it. But he attains his end all the same. He separates you from me. He tries to make trouble between us. He puts himself in the right and you in the wrong. But he will not succeed, Emile. No, I swear it. Your resistance to his demands will increase my affection for you. Ah, yes, I understand it all. But I am above such a paltry stratagem, and nothing shall ever part us. Oh, my Gilbert! Oh, my blessed angel! cried Emile. Tell me what I shall do. I belong to you absolutely. If you bid me, I will bend my neck under the yoke. I will commit all manner of iniquities, all manner of crimes for you. I hope not, rejoined Gilbert, mildly yet proudly, for I should no longer love you if you cease to be yourself, and I will have no husband whom I cannot respect. Tell your father, Emile, that I will never give you my hand on such conditions, and that, notwithstanding all the contempt he may entertain for me in the bottom of his heart, I will wait until he has opened his eyes to justice, and his heart to a more honorable feeling for us two. I will not be the reward of an act of treachery. Oh, noble girl! cried Emile, throwing himself at her knees and ardently embracing them. I adore you as my God and bless you as my Providence, but I have not your courage. What is going to become of us? Alas, said Gilbert, we must cease to meet for some time. We must do it. My father and Genil were present when your father's letter arrived. My poor father was dumb with joy, and understood nothing of the conditions at the end. He has expected you all day, and he will continue to expect you every day until I tell him that you are not coming. And then I trust that I shall be able to justify your conduct and your absence. But Genil will not excuse you for long. She is already beginning to be surprised and disturbed and irritated because your father seems to await your sanction to come and make a formal request for my hand. If you should tell her now what I insist upon your doing, she would curse you and banish you from my presence forever. Oh, my God, cried Emile, to see you no more! No, that is impossible. Why, my dear, what change will there be in our relations? Will you cease to love me because you do not see me for a few weeks, a few months, perhaps? Are we proposing to bid each other adieu forever? Do you no longer believe in me? Did we not anticipate obstacles, suffering, a period of separation? No, no, said Emile, I anticipated nothing. I could not believe that this would happen. I cannot believe it yet. Oh, my dear Emile, do not be weak when I need all my strength. You have sworn to overcome your father's opposition, and you will do it. Here is one of his most tremendous efforts, which we have defeated already. He was very sure beforehand that you would not accept dishonor, and he thinks that you will be discouraged so easily. He doesn't know you. You will persist in loving me and in telling him so, and in proving it to him every day. Come, the hardest part of it is over, since he knows all, and instead of being indignant and grieved, he accepts the battle with a smile, like a game of cards, in which he believes himself the more skillful. So have courage. I will have plenty of it. Do not forget that our union is the work of several years of perseverance and faithful toil. Adieu, Emile. I hear my father's voice coming nearer, and I must fly. Stay here, and do not go on until we are well out of the way. To see you no more, murmured Emile, to hear your voice no more, and still have courage. If you lack courage, Emile, it will be because you do not love me as much as I love you, and because our union does not promise happiness enough to induce you to fight hard and long. Oh, I will have courage, cried Emile, conquered by the noble-hearted girl's energy. I will force myself to suffer and to wait. You will see, Gilbert, whether the happiness the future promises does not enable me to endure everything in the present. But can we not meet sometimes by chance, as we met today, for instance?" "Who knows?" said Gilbert. "Let us rely on Providence." "But one can sometimes assist Providence. Can we not invent some means of communication, of sending word to each other? By writing, for instance?" "Yes, but then we must deceive those whom we love." "Oh, Gilbert, what can we do?" "I will think about it. Let me go." "Go without promising me anything at all?" "You have my pledge and my heart. Are they nothing to you?" "Go, then," said Emile, making a violent effort to unclasp his arms, which obstinately detained Gilbert's slender form. "I am happy, Gilbert, even as I let you go. See if I love you, if I believe in you and in myself." "Believe in God," said Gilbert. "He will protect us." And she disappeared among the trees. Emile remained a long while on the spot she had just left. He kissed the grass that her feet had barely touched, and the tree she had grazed with her dress, and after lying a long while in that thicket, the silent witness of his last joy, he tore himself away with difficulty. Gilbert ran after her father, who had started to return to the ruins and was walking fast in front of her. Suddenly he turned and retraced his steps. "Ah, my dear child, I was coming back to look for you," he said innocently. "That is to say, father, you had forgotten me," replied Gilbert, forcing herself to smile. "No, no, don't say that. Jeanille would call it absent-mindedness. I was thinking of you all the time. That letter from Monsieur Cardanet is running in my brain. Perhaps Emile is waiting for us at the house. Who knows? Probably he couldn't have come sooner. His father must have detained him. Let us hurry back. I'll wager that he's there." And the good man confidently quickened his pace. Jeanille was in a savage humor. She could not understand Emile's moderation, and was beginning to be seriously disturbed. Gilbert tried to divert her thoughts, and during supper was calm and almost cheerful. But she was no sooner alone in her room than she fell on her knees and buried her face in the bed, to stifle the sobs which shook her frame. End of section 4.
Section 5 of The Sin of Monsieur Antoine, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Melissa Marie. The Sin of Monsieur Antoine, Volume 2 by George Sand. Translated by George Burnham Ives. Chapter 28. Consolation. Gilbert was resigned, albeit in despair. Emile was perhaps less desperate, because in the bottom of his heart he was not yet resigned. Every moment his uncertainty returned, and the greater and more worthy of his love Gilbert appeared to him in the light of their conversation. The more intensely did that love make its invincible power felt. As he was entering the village, he turned abruptly and retraced his steps, trying to fancy that he was going to Chateaubrun. And when he had walked a few minutes, he sat down on a rock, covered his face with his hands, and felt weaker, more in love, more human than ever. If Monsieur de Boisgobau had seen her and heard her, he said to himself, he would understand that I cannot hesitate between her and myself, and that I must have her, even at the price of a falsehood. Oh, my God, inspire me. It was thou who didst plant this love in my heart, and having given me the strength to conceive it, thou wouldst not give me the strength to crush it. "Well, Monsieur Emile, what are you doing here?" queried Jean Japaloup, whose approach he had not observed, and who had seated himself by his side. "I was looking for you, for I had fallen into the habit of talking with you in the evening, and when I don't see you after my day's work, I miss you. What is the trouble? Have you got a headache that you hold your head in your hands as if you were afraid of losing it?" "It is too late, my friend," replied Emile. my head is lost forever." "Why, are you so very much in love? Tell us when the wedding is to be." "Soon, Jean, whenever we choose," cried Emile, wild at the thought. "My father consents, and I am going to marry her. Yes, I am going to marry her. Do you hear? For if I don't, I shall die. Tell me, mustn't I marry her?" "The devil, I should think so. How can you hesitate a minute? I would never be the one to justify you if you should throw her over, and upon my word, my boy, I believe I would force you to marry her even if I had to fight you." "Yes, it's my duty, isn't it?" "Damnation! One would say that you doubt it. You have a sort of daft way of saying that." "Yes, I am daft, it is true. But no matter. I know my duty now, and you confirm me in my best resolution. Let us go to Chateaubrun together." "Are you going there? All right, but let's walk fast, for it is late. You can tell me on the way how your father, whom I believed to be a madman, suddenly made up his mind to be sensible." "My father is mad, in very truth," said Emile, taking the carpenter's arm and walking excitedly beside him. "Altogether mad, for he gives his consent on condition that I tell him a lie which he will not believe. But it is a triumph to him, a genuine delight to induce me to lie." "Look here," said Jappeloup, "you've not been drinking? No, you never drink too much, and yet you are crazy. They say that love makes one as drunk as wine. It must be true, for you say things without rhyme or reason." "My father, who is mad," continued Emile, beside himself with excitement, "wants to make me mad, too. And he is succeeding finely, as you see. He wants me to tell him that 2 and 2 make 5, and to take my oath to it before him. I consent, you see. What harm does it do to flatter his mania so long as I marry Gilbert?" "I don't like all this business, Emile," said the carpenter. "I don't understand it, and it annoys me. If you are mad, I don't propose that Gilbert shall marry you. Let us stop here and try to collect our wits a little. I've no desire to take you to Chateaubrun if you are going to ramble in this way, my son." "Jean, I feel very ill," said Emile, sitting down again. "I am dizzy. Try to understand me, to calm me, to help me to understand myself. You know that I don't think as my father does. Well, my father insists that I shall think as he does. That's the whole story. That is impossible. But so long as I say the same things that he does, what difference does it make?" "Say what? Deuce take it!" cried Jean, who had, as we know, very little patience. "Oh, 1,000 foolish things," replied Emile, who felt an icy chill alternating at intervals with a burning flush. "For instance, that it is exceedingly fortunate for the poor that there are rich men." "That is false," said Jean with a shrug. "That the more rich and poor there are, the better the world will get on." "I deny it." "That the battle between the rich and poor is ordained by God, and that the rich should go forth to it with the keenest joy." "On the contrary, God forbids it." "Lastly, that men of intellect are happier than the poor in intellect, because such is the order of Providence."
10,000 devils, he lies," cried Jean, smiting the rock with his stick. "Don't repeat any more of that drivel, for I can't listen to it. The good Lord himself has said just the opposite of it all, and he came to the earth, disguised as a carpenter, for nothing else than to prove it."
"Much God and the gospel have to do with it," rejoined Emile. "This is a question of Gilbert and me. I shall never persuade my father that he is wrong. I must say what he does, Jean, and then I shall be free to marry Gilbert. He will go himself tomorrow and ask her father to give her to me."
"Really? Why, he must be mad indeed to believe that you will echo his nonsense in good faith. Ah, yes, I see that his brain is really awry, Emile, and that is what makes you feel so badly. For I see also that you are sad to the bottom of your heart, my poor boy."
Emile shed tears, which relieved him, and, recovering his self-possession, he explained more clearly to the carpenter what had taken place between his father and himself. Jean listened with his eyes on the ground. Then, after reflecting for a long time, he took the young man's hand, saying, "Emile, you mustn't tell these lies. They are unworthy of a man. I see that your father is more crafty than crazy, and that he won't be satisfied with 2 or 3 vague words, such as we sometimes say to soothe a man who has drunk too much and whom we treat like a child. Your father, when you have lied to him or made promises that you can't keep, won't let you breathe. And if you try to become a man again, he will say, 'Remember that you're nobody now.' He is proud and hard. I know it well. He won't give you 1 day a week to think in your own way, and more than that, he will make your wife unhappy. I can see it all. He will make you blush before her, and he will play his cards so well that she will finally blush for you. To the devil with all lies and words you don't mean. None of that, Emile. I forbid it." "But Gilberte?" "Gilberte will say as I do, and so will Antoine and Janille. Mamie, Janille can say what she pleases. For my part, I don't propose that you shall lie. There's no Gilberte who could make me lie." "Then I must give her up? Not see her any more?" "That is a misfortune," said Jean firmly. "But when misfortune is upon us, we must bear it. Go and see Monsieur de Boisgobau. He will say the same as I do, for according to all you have told me of him, he is a man who takes a just view of things and whose ideas are good." "Well, Jean, I have seen Monsieur de Boisgobau, and he realizes that the sacrifice is beyond my strength."
"Does he know that you love Gilberte? Ho, did you tell him?"
"He knows that I am in love, but I didn't mention her name."
"And he advised you to lie?"
"He gave me no advice at all."
"For heaven's sake, has he lost his wits too? Come, Emile, you will listen to me because I am right. I am neither rich nor learned. I don't know whether that deprives me of the right to eat my fill and sleep in a bed, but I know well that God never said to me when I prayed to him, 'Get you gone,' and that when I have asked him what is true or false, bad or good, he has always told me without answering, 'Go to school.' Just reflect a little. There are many of us poor people on earth, and a small lot of rich men. For if everybody had a large slice, the earth would be too small. We are a good deal in the way of one another, and we can't love one another, try as we will. That is proved by our having to have police and prisons to keep us on good terms. How could it be otherwise? I have no idea. You say some very pretty things on that subject, and when you're on it, I could pass days and nights listening to you. It pleases me so to see how you arrange it all in your head. That is what makes me love you. But I have never said, my boy, that I had any hope of seeing it come true. It seems to me to be a long way off, if it is possible at all, and I, who am accustomed to hard work, ask the good Lord for nothing more than to leave us as we are, and not allow the rich and great to make our lot any worse. I know that if everybody was like you and me and Antoine and Gilberte, we should all eat the same soup at the same table. But I also see that most other people wouldn't care to hear of such an arrangement, and that it would take too much time and talk to bring them to it. I am proud myself, and I can get along very well without people who look down on me. That's my wisdom. I bother my head very little about politics. I don't understand it, but I don't want to be eaten, and I detest the people who say, 'Let us devour everything.' Your father is one of those devourers, and if you were like him, I would split your head open with my axe rather than let you think of Gilberte. God chose that you should be a good man, and that the truth should seem to you worth sticking to. Stick to it, therefore, for it is the only thing the wicked cannot take from this earth. Let your father say, 'It's this way, it suits me so, and I choose to have it so.' Let him talk. He is powerful because he is rich, and neither you nor I can hold him back. But if he is obstinate and angry enough to try to make you say that it is so, and that God is satisfied to have it so, stop there. It is contrary to religion to say that God loves evil, and we are Christians, I believe. Have you been baptized? So have I, and I deny Satan. At all events, my sponsors renounced him for me, and I have renounced him for others when I have been a sponsor. For that reason, we must take no false oaths, nor blaspheme, nor say that all men are not equal when they come into the world, and do not all deserve happiness, for that is equivalent to saying that some are condemned to hell before they are born. I am done, Emile. You won't lie, and you will make your father abandon that cunning condition. Ah, my friend, if I could see Gilberte once a week, if I were not dishonored in her father's eyes and banished from his house, I should not lose hope or courage. Dishonored in Antoine's eyes? Pray tell me, what do you take him for? Do you think he would have a renegade and backslider for a son-in-law? Oh, if he only looked at things as you do, Jean. But he will not understand my conduct. Antoine didn't invent gunpowder, I agree. He has never been able to get the square of the hypotenuse into his head, whereas I learned it in a few minutes, simply by watching a schoolmate do it. But you consider him much simpler than he is. In the matter of honor and worthy sentiments, that old fellow knows all that anyone ought to know. Pray, do you think that a man must be very sly and very learned to understand that 2 and 2 make 4 and not 5? For my part, I say that, to know that, one needn't have read a roomful of big books like old Boisgebau, and that every unhappy man on this earth knows very well that his lot is unjust when he has not deserved it. Very good. Hasn't friend Antoine suffered and endured? I should like to know. Did not the rich turn their backs on him when he became poor? Is there anyone who can say that they were justified in treating him so? A man who never had a crust of bread that he didn't give 3/4 and sometimes the whole of it to others. And if you were not a sensible man, would you ever have been attracted to him? Would you be in love with his daughter to the point of wanting to marry her if you had your father's ideas? No, you wouldn't have looked at her, or else you'd have seduced her. But you would reflect that she has no dowry, and you would abandon her like a villain. Courage, Emile, my boy. Honest men will always esteem you, and I will answer for Antoine. I will take charge of him. If Janelle cries out, I will cry out too, and we will see whether she or I has the loudest voice and the best oiled tongue. As for Gilberte, be sure that she will have a kindly feeling for you all her life, and that she will think well of you for your straightforwardness. She will never love any other man. I promise you. I know her. She's a girl who has only one word. But the time will come when your father will change his tune. That will be when he is unhappy in his turn, and I have already prophesied that time would come. He doesn't believe you. Have you told him what I think about his factory? I was bound to. You did wrong, but it's done now, and what must be will be. Come, Emile, let us go back to the village and to bed, for I see that you are shivering, and I feel that you are feverish. Come, my boy, don't let your blood boil like this, and rely a little on the good Lord. I will go to Châteaubrun tomorrow morning. I will say what I have to say, and they will have to listen to me. I will answer for it that you won't have any falling out with them at all events for doing your duty. Good Jean, you do me a deal of good. You give me strength, and I feel better since you have been talking to me. Because I go straight to the point, you see, and don't embarrass myself with useless things. And you will go to Châteaubrun tomorrow? Tomorrow, although it's a working day? Tomorrow, to be sure, as I work for nothing. I can begin my day at any time I please. Whom do you suppose I am going to work for tomorrow? Let's see you guess, Emile. There's something to divert your thoughts. I can't guess. For Monsieur Antoine? No, Antoine hasn't much work to be done, poor fellow, and he can do it alone. But he has a neighbor who has plenty of it, and who doesn't haggle over the time of his workmen. Who is it? Has Monsieur de Boisgobau become reconciled to your features? Not so far as I know, but he never forbade his farmers giving me work. He is not the man to try to injure me, and almost nobody outside of his house knows that he has a grudge against me, if indeed he has. The devil only knows what's at the bottom of it all. However, as I say, I work for him without his knowing anything about it, for you know that he inspects his property once a year at the most. It's a little far from our village, but thanks to your father, workmen are so rare that they sent for me, and I didn't wait to be asked twice, although I had some urgent work elsewhere. It's a pleasure to me to work for that old fellow, but as you can imagine, I will never take any pay. I owe him enough after what he has done for me. He won't allow you to work for him for nothing. He must allow it, for he will know nothing of it. Does he know what is done on his farms? He settles his accounts at the end of the year and pays little heed to details. But suppose the farmers charge him for the days you work as if they had paid you. To do that, they must be rascals. And on the contrary, they are honest men. You see, a man is what other men make him. Old Boisgobau is never robbed, although nothing in the world would be easier. But as he neither worries nor pushes anyone, no one has any occasion to deceive him or to take any more than belongs to him. He isn't like your father. He reckons and disputes and watches everyone closely, and consequently his people steal from him, and always will. That's the kind of business he will do all his life. Jean succeeded in diverting Emile's thoughts and almost in consoling him. That upright, bold, decided character had an excellent influence over him, and he went to bed with a more tranquil mind, after receiving his promise that he would let him know on the following evening how Gilbert's people felt toward him. Jean was confident of his ability to open their eyes concerning his conduct and Monsieur Cardinet's. Sorrow makes us weak and trustful, and when our courage fails us, we can find nothing better to do than place our fate in the hands of an energetic and resolute person. If he does not solve the embarrassing problems of our position so easily as he flatters himself that he can do, at all events, the contact with him strengthens and revivifies us. His confidence insensibly passes into us and makes us capable of assisting ourselves. This peasant whom my father despises, thought Emile as he fell asleep, this poor, ignorant, simple-hearted man has done me more good than Monsieur de Boisgobau did, and when I asked God for an adviser, a support, a savior, he sent the poorest and humblest of his servants to mark out my duty in 2 words. Oh, what force the truth has in the mouths of those men whose instincts are upright and pure, and how profitless is all our knowledge compared with that of the heart. Father, Father, more than ever I feel that you are blinded, and the lesson I have received from this peasant condemns you more than all the rest. Although mentally more tranquil, Emile had a sharp attack of fever in the night. Amid the violent upheavals of the mind, we forget to care for and preserve the body. We allow ourselves to be exhausted by hunger, surprised by cold and dampness, when we are reeking with perspiration or burning with fever. We do not feel the approach of physical disease, and when it has fastened itself upon us, there is a sort of relief from the change from mental suffering. At such times, we flatter ourselves that we cannot be unhappy long without dying of it, and there is some comfort in believing oneself too weak to endure never-ending sorrow. Monsieur de Boisgobau expected his young friend all the following day, and he became exceedingly anxious at night when he did not appear. The Marquis had become deeply attached to Emile. While he did not express himself nearly so strongly as he felt, he could no longer do without his society. He was immensely grateful to the noble-hearted boy whom his cold and melancholy nature had never repelled, and who, after obstinately persisting in reading his heart, had religiously kept the promise he had made of being a devoted son to him. This dismal old man, who was reputed to be such a terrible bore, and who, through discouragement, exaggerated in his own mind his involuntary faults, had found a friend when he made up his mind that there was nothing left for him to do but to die alone and unregretted. Emile had almost reconciled him to life, and sometimes he abandoned himself to a sweet illusion of paternity when he saw that young man make himself at home in his house, share his dismal amusements, arrange his library, turn the leaves of his books, ride his horses, and sometimes even attend to matters of business for him, in order to relieve him of a particularly tedious duty. In short, take his ease under his roof and in his company, as if nature and the habit of a whole lifetime had neutralized the difference in their ages and their tastes. The old man had continued for a long time to have occasional fits of distrust, and he had tried to make Emile fit in with his curious misanthropic theories, but he had not succeeded. After he had passed 3 days trying to persuade himself that idleness or curiosity had brought him this new guest, with the thirst for serious conversation and philosophical discussion, when he saw that amiable face, expansive and ingenuous in its fearless expression, appear in his solitude, he felt that hope appeared with it, and he surprised himself in the very act of loving, at the risk of being more unhappy than ever when doubt returned. In a word, after passing his whole life, especially the last 20 years, in guarding against emotions which he deemed himself incapable of sharing, he fell under their dominion, and could not endure the thought of being deprived of them. He wandered in feverish agitation through all the avenues of his park, waited at all the gates, sighing with every step, starting at the slightest sound, and at last, depressed beyond measure by that silence and that solitude, heartbroken at the thought that Emile was contending with a sorrow which he could not lighten, he went out into the road and turned in the direction of Garhilles, still hoping to see a black horse coming toward him. It very rarely happened that Monsieur de Boisgobau ventured to make such a rash sortie from the park, and he could not make up his mind to follow the beaten roads lest he should fall in with some face with which he was not familiar. So he walked as the crow flies through the fields, without, however, losing sight of the road on which Emile was likely to be. He walked slowly, at a pace which might have been characterized as uncertain, but which the prudence and circumspection which marked his most trivial movements made firmer than it appeared. As he approached an arm of the stream which, after leaving his park, followed a winding course through the valley, he heard an axe, and the sound of several voices attracted his attention. It was his custom always to turn away from any sound which indicated the presence of man, and to make a detour to avoid meeting anybody. But he had something on his mind which led him at this time to adopt the contrary course. He had a passion for trees, if we may so express it, and did not allow his tenants to cut any down unless they were entirely dead. Therefore, the sound of an axe made him prick up his ears, and he could not resist the desire to go and see with his own eyes if his orders were disobeyed. So he walked resolutely into the field where the men were at work, and saw, with a feeling of childlike grief, some 30 or more superb trees, all covered with foliage, lying at full length on the ground and already partly cut up. A farmer, assisted by his men, was at work loading several huge logs on an ox cart. The axe, which was being plied so energetically, awakening all the echoes of the valley, was in the diligent hands of Jean Japaloup. Monsieur de Boisgobau had not exaggerated when he previously told Emile in glacial tones that he was very irascible. That was another of the anomalous features of his character. At sight of the carpenter, whose face, or whose name even, always affected him painfully, he turned pale, Then, as he saw him cutting in pieces his fine trees, still young and perfectly sound, he trembled with anger, flushed scarlet, stammered some incoherent words, and rushed at him with an impetuosity of which no one would have deemed him capable who had seen him a moment before. Walking with measured steps, leaning on his stout cane with its well-turned head. End of section 5.
Section 6 of The Sin of Monsieur Antoine, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Sin of Monsieur Antoine, Volume 2, by George Sand. Translated by George Burnham Ives. Chapter 29. An Adventure. The felling which offended Monsieur de Boisguibault so deeply had been done on the bank of the little stream, and the slender poplars, the old willows, and the majestic elms, falling in confusion, had formed a sort of bridge of verdure over the narrow current. While the oxen were dragging some of the trees with ropes to the carts that were to haul them away, the sturdy carpenter, running about on the trunks that blocked the stream, busied himself cutting away the tangled branches whose resistance neutralized the efforts of the cattle. Intent upon his task and zealous in the work of destruction of which his trade reaps the benefit, he exerted his skill and daring with a sort of frenzy. The river was deep and swift at that point, and Jean's post was so dangerous that no one else dared to share it with him. Running with a young man's lightness of foot and self-possession to the flexible extremities of the trees that lay across the stream, he turned sometimes to cut the very branch on which he was balancing himself, and when a loud cracking told him that his support was on the point of giving way under his feet, he would jump nimbly to a branch near by, electrified by the danger and the amazement of his comrades. His gleaming axe whirled in lightning flashes round his head, and his resonant voice stimulated the other workmen, surprised to find how simple was a task which the intelligence and energy of a single man directed, simplified, and performed as by a miracle. If Monsieur de Boisguibault had not been excited, he would have admired with the rest, and would have felt a certain respect for the man who imported the power of genius into the accomplishment of that commonplace task. But the sight of a noble tree, full of sap and life, cut down by the axe in the midst of its development, angered him and tore his heart as if he had witnessed a murder, and when that tree belonged to him, he defended it as if it were a member of his family. "What are you doing there, you stupid fools?" he cried, brandishing his cane, and in a high tone which anger made as shrill and ear-piercing as the note of a fife. "And you, villain," he shouted to Jean Japeloux, "have you taken an oath to wound me and outrage my feelings all the time?" The peasant has a dull ear, especially the berry peasant. The ox drivers, excited by their unaccustomed interest in their work, did not hear the master's voice, especially as the straining of the ropes, the groaning of the yokes, and the carpenter's powerful shouts, rising above everything, drowned those shrill tones. The weather was threatening. The horizon was a mass of dark purple clouds which were rapidly overspreading the sky. Jean, dripping with perspiration, had kept everybody at work, swearing that the job must be finished before the rain, which would swell the stream and might carry away the trees they had felled. A sort of frenzy had taken possession of him, and despite the true piety which reigned in his heart, he swore like a heathen, as if he thought that he could in that way increase his strength tenfold. The blood hummed in his ears. Exclamations of excitement and satisfaction escaped him at every exploit of his muscular arm, and mingled with the rumbling of the thunder. Violent gusts of wind enveloped him in leaves and kept his coarse silvery locks flying about his forehead. With his pale face, his flashing eyes, his leathern apron, his tall thin figure, his bare arms brandishing the axe, he had the aspect of a cyclops on the sides of Mount Etna, gathering wood to keep alight the fire of his infernal forge. While the Marquis exhausted his strength in unavailing cries, the carpenter, having cleared away the last obstacle, darted back to the round trunk of a young maple, with an address that would have done credit to a professional acrobat, leaped to the bank and, seizing the draft rope, was reinforcing the tired oxen with his exuberant muscular strength, when he felt upon his loins, covered with a coarse shirt only, the sting of Monsieur de Boisguibault's flexible bamboo. The carpenter thought that a branch had swung back against him, as often happened in such battles with verdure-clad boughs. He uttered a terrible oath, turned quickly, and cut the Marquis's cane in two with his axe, exclaiming, "I guess that won't strike another man." He had no sooner pronounced this apostrophe of extermination than his eyes, veiled by the excitement of toil, suddenly shone clear, and by the glare of a vivid flash of lightning he saw his benefactor standing before him, pale as a ghost. The Marquis still held in his hand, which trembled with rage, the stump of his cane and its gold head. The stump was so short that it was plain that Jean had narrowly missed striking off the hand that was rashly raised against him. "By the 500,000 names of the devil, Monsieur de Boisguibault," he cried, throwing away his axe, "if this is your ghost come here to torment me, I will have mass said for you. But if it's yourself in flesh and blood, speak to me, for I'm not patient with people from the other world. What are you doing here? Why are you cutting down my trees, you stupid beast?" replied Monsieur de Boisguibault, in no wise tranquilized by the danger which he had escaped as by a miracle. "Excuse me," retorted Jean in utter amazement, "you don't seem pleased. So it was you who struck me, was it? You're no baby when you're angry, and you don't warn a fellow. Look you, don't do it again, for if you hadn't done me such a great service, I would have cut you in two like a reed before this." Master, pardon," said the farmer, who had hurriedly left his cattle to place himself between the carpenter and the Marquis. "I was the one who asked Jean to cut down our trees. No one understands it like him, and he does 10 men's work all by himself. See if he's wasted his time. Since noon he's cut down these 30 trees, chopped 'em up as you see, and helped us haul 'em out of the water. Don't be angry with him, master, he's a fine workman, and he wouldn't work so well for his own benefit." "But why does he cut down my trees? Who gave him leave to cut them down?" "They are trees that the freshet uprooted, master, and they were beginning to turn yellow. One more freshet and the water would have carried them off. See if I'm wrong." The Marquis thereupon calmed down sufficiently to look about him and to see that the June freshet had partially uprooted the trees. The disturbed condition of the ground and the exposed roots attested the truth of what the farmer said. But unwilling as yet to believe the testimony of his eyes, he said, "Why didn't you await my orders to take them away? Haven't I forbidden you 100 times to put the axe to a single tree without consulting me? Why, master, don't you remember my coming to tell you of this damage the very day after the freshet? And you said, in that case you must take them away, and set out more. This is the best time to set 'em out, and I was hurrying up to make room, especially as these trees are fine to make long ladders, and I wouldn't have liked to have you lose 'em. If you'll just walk as far as our farmyard, you'll see a dozen of 'em under the shed, and tomorrow we will take the rest there." "Very well," replied Monsieur de Boisguibault, ashamed of his precipitation. "I remember now that I gave you leave to do it. I'd forgotten. I ought to have come sooner and looked at it." "Dame, you go out so little, master," said the honest peasant. "The other day I met Monsieur Emile as he was going to see you, and I pointed out the damage to him and asked him to remind you of it. Did he forget?" "Apparently," replied Monsieur de Boisguibault. "But no matter. You had better go home, for it is dark and the storm is coming." "But you'll get wet, master. You must come to the house and wait till the rain's over." "No," said the Marquis. "It may last a long while, and I'm not so far from home that I can't return in time." "You won't have time, master. Here it is beginning now, and it's going to rain hard." All right, I thank you. I will take care of myself," said the Marquis, and he turned his back and walked away while his farmers and their cattle started for the farm. "This won't do an old man like him any good," said the farmer to his son, looking after the Marquis, who walked more slowly than ever, not having the support of his cane. "If he'd been willing to wait," replied the young peasant, "we might have gone and got his carriage. Come, Gaillard, Chauvert, he shouted to his oxen. Courage, my boys. Guy, steady, boy. And the father and the son, thinking no more of aught save guiding their horned team across the wet fields, disappeared behind the bushes, followed by all their people without further anxiety concerning the old master. Such is the peasant's natural heedlessness. Monsieur de Bois-Guilbault had reached the end of the field across which he had come, and was just about to pass through the hedge when he turned and saw Jean Japelou, who was sitting on a stump among the felled trees, like a conqueror, meditating sorrowfully on the battlefield. All of the powerful workman's gaiety and ardor had suddenly vanished. He sat perfectly still, indifferent to the rain which was beginning to mingle with the sweat of toil on his brow, and he seemed absorbed in profound melancholy. "It is my destiny to insult that man, and not to meet him without suffering on both sides," said Monsieur de Bois-Guilbault to himself, and he hesitated a long while between an ingenious repentance and a violent feeling of repugnance. He decided to motion to him to join him, but Jean did not seem to see the motion, although there was still a little daylight. Then he called him in a voice of which the pitch was no longer raised by anger, but Jean did not seem to hear him. "Well," said Monsieur de Bois-Guilbault to himself, "you are to blame. You must punish yourself." And he walked straight to the carpenter. "Why do you stay here?" he said, touching him on the shoulder. Jean started, and said in a sharp, irritated tone, as if awakened from a dream, "What? What do you want of me, I pray you? Have you come back to strike me again? See, here's the rest of your cane. I intended to bring it to you tomorrow, to remind you of what happened to you this evening." "I was wrong," faltered Monsieur de Bois-Guilbault. "It's very easy to say I was wrong," retorted the carpenter, "and with that, when you're old and rich and a marquis, you think that you've made everything right. What reparation do you demand of me? You know very well that I can demand nothing of you. I could break you in two with a mere tap, and besides that I'm your debtor. But I shall bear you a grudge all my life for making gratitude a humiliating and heavy burden for me to bear. I wouldn't have believed that could ever happen to me, for my heart is no more ungrateful than any other man's, and I submitted to the vexation of being unable to thank you. But mind you, I had rather go to prison or resume my vagabond life than put up with blows. Go away and leave me in peace. I was arguing myself into a calmer state of mind, and you come and make me angry again. I have to keep telling myself that you are a little mad to avoid saying something worse to you." "Well, Jean, it is true. I am a little mad," rejoined the Marquis sadly, "and this isn't the first time that I've lost control of my reason about a trifle. That is why I live alone, why I never go out, and show myself as little as possible. Am I not punished enough?" Jean made no reply. That distressing confession caused his anger to give place to compassion. "Now, tell me what I can do to repair the injury I did you," continued Monsieur de Bois-Guilbault in a trembling voice. "Nothing," said the carpenter. "I forgive you." "I thank you, Jean. Will you come and work at my house?" "What's the use, as I'm working for you here? My face disturbs you, and it depended entirely on yourself to avoid seeing it. I didn't seek you out, and then you would want to pay me for my work, and when I work for your farmers you can't compel me to take their money." "But your work is of benefit to me, since its results add to the value of my property." "Jean, I cannot agree to that." "Ah, you can't agree to it. I don't care whether you can or not. You can't prevent me from paying my debt to you in that way, and since you've beaten me and insulted me, I will pay it, mordieu, just to make you furious. That humiliates you, doesn't it? Very good. That is my revenge." "Take your revenge some other way." "How then, pray? Shall I strike you? That wouldn't make us square. I should still be your debtor, and I prefer not to owe you anything." "Very well. Pay your debt if you choose, as you are so proud and obstinate," said the Marquis, losing patience. "You're blind and cruel, as you don't see how I suffer. You would be sufficiently revenged if you understood, but you desire a brutal, cruel revenge. You insist upon reducing yourself to destitution, and upon wearing yourself out with fatigue in order to make me blush and weep all the days of my life." "If you take it that way," said Jean, half conquered. "No, I'm not a bad man, and I can forgive you for a young man's folly. The devil! Your head is still hot, and your hand quick. What did it mean? However, let us say no more about it. Once more, I forgive you. You consent to work for me? At half price. Let us arrange it that way to settle the question. There's no comparison between my position and yours. There would be still less between your work and your wages. Be generous. That is the noblest and most perfect revenge. Come and work for me as you work for other people. Forget that I did you a service which my purse never so much as discovered, and thus force me to be your debtor, since you will accept, in satisfaction of an irreparable outrage, the most paltry of reparations, money. I can't understand a word when you twist it about that way. However, we will see if we can get along together. But suppose I go to your house and my face makes you angry. Come, can't you tell what you have had against me all these years? You surely owe me that. It must be that, without knowing it, I resemble somebody who's injured you. It can't be hereabout, for I don't know of anybody except the curé of Cousion's old horse that I look anything like. Ask me no questions. It is impossible for me to answer. Admit that I am subject to these outbreaks of madness, and love me through pity, as I cannot be loved otherwise. Monsieur de Boisguibault, said the carpenter warmly, you mustn't talk like that. You don't do yourself justice. You have faults, it is true, crotchets, fits of temper that are a little violent, but you know well that everybody is obliged to respect you in his heart, because you are a just man, because you love to do good and have never made anyone about you unhappy. And then you have ideas which you haven't got from books simply, ideas that rich men don't often have, and that would make the world happy, if the world chose to think the same as you do. To have these ideas, it isn't enough to be well educated and sensible, but one must love everybody in the world and not have a stone in place of a heart. That's why it's necessary that God should have a hand in it. So don't talk about loving you through pity. You would have only to put out your hand to be loved, and you wouldn't have to change much to succeed. What must I do, in your opinion? The principal thing would be not to try to prevent people who are inclined to love you from doing so. When did I ever do that? Many a time, and I don't speak of myself alone, as there are others whose names you surely do not want me to mention. Speak of yourself, Jean, said Monsieur de Boisguibault, with painful eagerness. Or rather, come and take supper and sleep at my house tonight. I propose that we shall be entirely reconciled from this day, but on certain conditions which I will tell you tonight perhaps, and which have nothing whatever to do with the cause of our quarrel. The rain is increasing, and these branches no longer shelter us. No, I will not go to your house tonight, said the carpenter, but I will go with you to your gate, for yonder's a wicked-looking cloud, and in a few minutes it won't be pleasant walking. Here, Monsieur de Boisguibault, take my advice and put this leather apron of mine over your shoulders. It isn't handsome, but it never touches anything but wood. My trade is a clean one. That is what I have always liked about it, and it isn't afraid of the water. On the contrary, I insist on your putting it on your own back. You are drenched with perspiration, and although you choose to treat me as an old man, you are no longer young yourself, my friend. Come, no ceremony. I'm warmly clad. Don't take cold on my account. Remember that I struck you tonight. You're as sly as the devil. Well, let us be off. It is true I'm no longer young, although I don't feel my years much as yet. But do you know that I'm hardly 10 years younger than you? Do you remember the time I built the wooden house in your park, your chalet as you call it? Well, it was 19 years ago, last St. Jean's Day, that I raised the frame. Yes, that is true. Only 19 years. It seems longer to me. By the way, the little house is very well built, and there are very few repairs to make. Will you look after them? If there's anything to be done, I don't say no. It's a job that gave me a lot of trouble in its time. How often I had to look at your devilish pictures to try to make it look like them. It is your masterpiece, and you enjoyed it. Yes, there were days when I enjoyed it too much. It made me sick. But when you would come and say, Jean, that isn't right. You're making a mistake. Damn, how angry you made me. You lost your temper and almost told me to be off. And you used to let me talk in those days. I would never have believed that after being so patient with me for so many years, you would suddenly fly out at me without telling me why. By the way, what is there to be done to the wooden house? There's a devil of a door that doesn't shut. The wood has warped, I suppose. When shall I come? Tomorrow. That's why you must come and sleep at my house. The weather's too bad for you to go back to Gargilles. It is black enough to break one's neck, that's a fact. Look out where you step, you're almost in the ditch. But if it rained scythe blades, I would go home to sleep tonight. Have you important business on hand? Yes, I want to see young Émile Cardonnet, to whom I have something to say. Émile, have you seen him today? No, I started very early to attend to his matters. If you weren't so peculiar, I would tell you about it, as you know the bulk of his story. I don't think he has any secrets for me. However, if he has confided something more to you than to me, I have no desire to know it. Never fear, I have no desire to tell it to you either. And you cannot even give me any news of him? I'm anxious about him. I had hoped to see him today. Indeed, I came away from home to meet him. Ah, in that case I understand how it happens that you, who never leave your park, have strayed so far. But you're wrong to follow the fields like that. They're all cut up with brooks that are of no mean size, and I don't know where we are. 10 million devils, how it comes down! This is just the kind of night that Émile arrived in this region. I met him under a big rock where he'd gone for shelter, and I had no idea that when I crept in there I put my hand on a friend, a true manly heart, a treasure. You're very much attached to him, aren't you? He's tried very often to talk to me about you. And you would never let him? I suspected as much. He's a man like you, no prouder in the depths of his heart and as ready to give his life as his purse for the unfortunate. But he doesn't lose his temper for nothing, and when he says a pleasant word to you, you aren't afraid that he's going to hit you with a club. Oh, I know that he's a much better and very much more amiable man than I am. If you see him tonight or tomorrow morning, tell me how he is. Tell him to come and see me, for I'm overwhelmed by his sorrow. And so am I, but I have more hope than you and he. However, if I were rich like you, what would you do? I don't know, but money makes everything smooth with people of Père Cardonnet's cut. Suppose you should set him up in some business and sacrifice a few 100,000 francs, you who have 3 or 4 millions and no children. He isn't so rich as he seems to be. Perhaps he may have more income than you, but his capital is smaller, I fancy. So you would approve of buying his son's liberty? There are some people who never give anything away, and who sell what they ought to give away. Why, the blood of the devil, here we are in the pond. Stop, stop, that isn't land, it's water. We've gone too far to the right, but our brains are not fuddled by wine. How are we to get out of this? I have no idea. We've been walking a long while, and we ought to be at Bois-Guilbault. Wait, I know where I am, said the carpenter. There's a little clearing behind us with one big tree. Wait for the flash and look sharp. There it comes. Yes, I know. There's Mère Marlot's house. The devil! There are sick children there. 2 have typhoid fever, they say. Never mind. She's a good woman, and at all events you're sure of being well received anywhere on your estates. Yes, this woman is a tenant of mine, if I'm not mistaken, who doesn't pay you very much or very often, I fancy. Come, give me your hand. I didn't know that her children were sick, said the Marquis as they entered the yard in front of the hovel. That's natural enough. You seldom go out, and never so far as this. But other people have looked after her. See, there's a horse and wagon that I know. They may be of use to us. Who is that lady? Said the Marquis, looking in at the window. Why, don't you know her? Said the carpenter, with suppressed excitement. I don't remember that I ever saw her, replied Monsieur de Bois-Guilbault, scrutinizing the interior more closely. Some charitable person, I presume, who attends to the duties towards the unfortunate, which I neglect. It is the curé of Cousion's sister, replied Jean Jablou. She's a kind-hearted soul, a young widow, and very charitable, as you say. Wait until I give her a warning of your arrival, for I know her, and she is a little timid. He hastened into the hovel, whispered a few hurried words to the old woman and Gilberte, whom by a sudden inspiration he had metamorphosed into a curé's sister, then returned to Monsieur de Boisguibault and led him in, saying, "Come, Monsieur le Marquis, come. You won't frighten anybody. The sick children are better, and there's a brisk little fire to dry your clothes." End of section 6, read by Sandra near Montreal, 2023.
Section 7 of The Sin of Monsieur Antoine, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Jake Folsom. The Sin of Monsieur Antoine, Volume 2, by Georges Sand. Translated by George Burnham Ives. Chapter 30. The Impromptu Supper. The weather must needs have been very bad, or the Marquis have unconsciously undergone some mysterious influence, for he actually made up his mind to risk a meeting with an entire stranger. He entered, and saluting the pretended widow with timid courtesy, drew near the fire, on which the old woman was hastily tossing fresh branches, deploring the condition of her old master's clothes. "Oh, good people, is it possible? What a state you're in, Monsieur le Marquis. Really, I wouldn't have known you if Jean hadn't told me. Warm yourself, monsieur, for there's a chance of catching your death at your age." And, thinking that she showed great zeal and interest by her sinister predictions, the good woman, completely bewildered by the arrival of such a visitor, came near setting fire to her mantelpiece. "No, my good woman," said the Marquis, "I am very thickly dressed at all times, and I hardly feel the rain." "Oh, I should say you are well dressed," she replied, intending to pay him a compliment which she thought well adapted to flatter him, "for you have money enough to be." "I do not refer to that," said the Marquis. "I mean to say that you need not put yourself out so much, or leave your patients for me. I am very comfortable here, and the life of an old man like me is worth less than that of your young children. Have they been sick long?" "About a fortnight, monsieur, but the worst has passed, thank God. Why don't you come to see me when you have sickness in the house?" "Oh, Nanny, I should never dare to. I should be afraid of vexing you. We peasants are so stupid. We can't talk very well, and we're afraid to ask." "I ought to come and find out about your troubles," said the Marquis with a sigh, "but I see that more active and less selfish hearts do it in my place." Gilberte was sitting at the other side of the room, dumb with fright and not daring to lend her countenance to the carpenter's ruse. She tried to conceal herself behind the coarse serge curtains of the bed in which the youngest child lay. She would have been glad to say nothing at all, and, as she prepared a potion, she kept her face turned to the wall and pulled her little shawl over her shoulders. A scarf of coarse black lace tied under her chin concealed, or at all events dimmed the golden sheen of her hair, which the Marquis might have recognized if he had ever noticed its brilliancy and luxuriance. But Monsieur de Boisguibault had met Gilbert only twice, on her father's arm. He had recognized Monsieur Antoine in the distance and had turned his head away. When he had been obliged to pass them at close quarters, he had shut his eyes to avoid seeing the girl's dreaded features. Therefore, he had no idea of her figure, her face, or her carriage. Jean had lied with so much self-possession, and so aptly, that the Marquis suspected nothing. The features of Sylvain Charasson, who was lying like a cat in the ashes, sound asleep, could not be so unfamiliar to him. For the page of Chateaubriand, a shameless marauder by nature, must have been caught by him many a time clinging to fruit-laden branches along his hedges. But he asked so few questions, and took such painstaking care to avoid seeing or knowing anything of what took place outside his park wall, that he had no idea of the child's name or station in life. Having no feeling of distrust, therefore, and being impelled by the mental and physical agitation he had undergone that evening, to open his heart more than usual, he ventured to follow the charitable lady's movements with his eyes, and even to approach her and ask some questions concerning the invalids. The somewhat shy reserve of this friend of the poor inspired in him profound respect, and it seemed to him worthy of all praise and in the best of taste that, instead of boasting of her good works before him, she seemed disturbed and annoyed to have been taken by surprise in the exercise of her functions as a sister of charity. Gilbert was so afraid of being recognized that she was afraid to let her voice be heard, as if it were not as unfamiliar to the Marquis as her face, and waited for the peasant woman to answer his questions. But Jean, fearing that the old woman would fail to play her part intelligently and would betray Gilbert's incognito by her awkwardness, kept constantly in front of her and edged her toward the fireplace, glaring savagely at her whenever Monsieur de Boisguilbault's back was turned. Mère Malot, trembling from head to foot and having no comprehension of what was taking place in her house, did not know which way to turn, and prayed fervently that the rain might cease and she be delivered from the presence of these new guests. At last, somewhat encouraged by the Marquis's soft voice and courteous manners, Gilbert made bold to answer him, and as he continued to accuse himself of negligence, she said, "I have heard, monsieur, that your health is very delicate, and that you read a great deal. I can understand that you are unable to attend to so many things as you have on hand. For my part, I have nothing better to do, and I live so near that I deserve no great credit for helping to take care of the sick in the parish." She glanced at the carpenter as she spoke, as if to call his attention to the fact that she was entering into the spirit of her part at last, and Jean hastened to add, in order to give more weight to that pious sentiment, "Besides, it is a necessity and a duty of her position. If the curé's sister didn't look after the poor, who would?" "I should be a little reconciled with my conscience," said the Marquis, "if Madame would kindly apply to me when it happens that I am ignorant or oblivious of my duties. What my zeal leaves undone, my good will can supply, and while Madame reserved for herself the noblest and most difficult task, that of nursing the sick with her own hands, I can increase with my money the limited resources of the priest's charity. Allow me to join you in your good deeds, Madame, I entreat you, or, if you do not choose to do me that honor, send all your poor to me. A simple recommendation from you will make them sacred to me." "I know that they do not need that, Monsieur le Marquis," replied Gilbert, "and that you assist many more than I can hope to do. You see, that is not so, for I have come here entirely by chance, and you are here for the express purpose of doing good." "Oh, no, I did not divine that they needed me," replied Gilbert. "This poor woman came after me. Except for that, I should probably have known no more about it than you." "You try in vain to decry your deserts in order to diminish my culpability. They send for you, and they dare not come near me. That fact alone condemns me and glorifies you." "The deuce! My dear Gilbert," said the carpenter, leading the girl apart. "In my opinion, you are performing miracles, and you could tame the old owl, if you would only have the courage. Ah, but, as Janil says, all goes well, and if you will act and talk like me, I will answer for it that you will reconcile him with your father. Oh, if only I could! But alas, my father has made me promise, yes, swear, that I would never try it. And yet, he would give all that he owns to have you succeed. Look, you, when he made you promise that he thought that was impossible, which is quite possible today. Not tomorrow, perhaps, but this evening, now. We must strike the iron while it's hot, and you can see that there has been a great change already, as he and I came here together, and he talks to me in such a friendly way. How on earth did that miracle come about? It was a cane that performed the miracle on my back. I'll tell you about it later. Meanwhile, you must be very ladylike, a little bold, and have your wits about you. In a word, be like your friend Jean in everything. Listen, I am going to begin." Thereupon, Jean abruptly left Gilbert and went to the old man. "What do you suppose this young lady just whispered in my ear? That she absolutely insists on taking you home in her carriage. Ah, Monsieur de Boisguilbault, you can't refuse a lady. She says that the roads are too badly washed for you to walk, that you are too wet to wait here for your own carriage, that she has a cabriolet with a good horse, a genuine curé's mare that doesn't lose her temper or take fright at anything, and goes fast enough when your arm isn't asleep and there's a lash on the whip. In quarter of an hour you'll be at home, instead of splashing through the mud and stones for an hour." Monsieur de Bois-Guilbeau thanked the lovely widow warmly, but would not accept. But Gilbert herself insisted, with irresistible grace. "I implore you, Monsieur le Marquis," she said, turning upon him her beautiful eyes, still frightened like those of a half-tamed dove, "do not pain me by refusing. My carriage is ugly, shabby, and muddy, and so is my horse, but they are both strong. I know how to drive, and Jean will take me home." "But it will delay you a long while," said the Marquis. "Your folks will be anxious." "No," said Jean. "Here is Monsieur le Curé's page, who serves the mass and rings the bell for him. He's a sure-footed, sharp-eyed rascal, with no more fear of the water than a frog. He has wooden clogs on his feet a little stouter than yours, and he will go to Cousion as straight and fast as a saw will cut a spruce board. He will tell them not to worry, that Madame's in good company, and that old Jean will bring her home. So that's settled. Look you, young wide-awake," he said to Charasson, who yawned as if he would dislocate his jaw and gazed in bewilderment at Monsieur de Bois-Guilbeau. "Just come and let me rouse you a bit in the fresh air and start you on your road." He dragged, almost carried Sylvain to a short distance from the house, and there, putting his leather apron over his shoulders, he said to him, pulling his ears briskly to fix his words in his memory, "Run to Chateaubrun and tell Monsieur Antoine that Gilbert is going to Bois-Guilbeau with me. Tell him to keep quiet, that all goes well in that direction, and that he needn't worry if she passes the night away from home. Do you hear? Do you understand?" "I hear well enough, but I don't understand," replied Sylvain. "Will you let my ears alone, you old villain of a Jean? I'll make them longer than they are if you argue, and if you make a botch of my errand, I'll tear them off tomorrow. I heard you. That's enough. Let me go. And if you stop to play on the road, look out. Pardi, it's fine weather to play, and if you lose my goatskin apron, I'm no such fool. It won't do me any harm." And the child started off at full speed toward the ruins, picking his way in the darkness with the instinct of a cat. "Now," said Jean, leading the old mare and the barrow out from under the shed, "it's our turn, honest lanterne." "Oh, don't get excited, Monsieur Sacripant. It's only me. You came with your young mistress. Good. But Monsieur le Marquis, who doesn't look at people, isn't afraid to look at dogs, as he may know you. Do me the favor to follow your friend Charasson. I am sorry to say you must return home on foot." He cracked the whip at the poor beast and drove him away in the direction Charasson had taken. "Come, Monsieur le Marquis, I am waiting for you." And the Marquis, conquered by Gilbert's persistence, mounted the barrow, where he sat between her and Japelu. The stars in heaven did not witness this strange association, for heavy clouds concealed them, and Mère Marlot, the sole witness of this extraordinary adventure, was not sufficiently clear in her mind to indulge in any extended comments. The Marquis had put his purse in her hand as he crossed the threshold of her house, and she passed the rest of the night counting the shining coins it contained and waiting on her little ones, saying, "Dear young lady, she brings us good luck." The Marquis took the reins, refusing to allow his charming companion to have the trouble of driving. Jean armed himself with the whip to stimulate poor Lanterne's courage with a sturdy arm. Gilbert, whom Janille, anticipating the storm, had provided with a large umbrella and her father's old cloak when she allowed her to depart on her errand of mercy, gave her attention to sheltering her companions, and as the wind fought for the cloak with her, she held it over Monsieur de Bois-Guilbeau's shoulders with one hand, while she exerted all her strength to hold the umbrella over the old man's head with the other hand, with filial solicitude. The Marquis was so touched by these affectionate attentions that he lost all his bashfulness and expressed his gratitude in the warmest terms that his respect would permit. Gilbert trembled at the thought that this sympathetic feeling might change to wrath at any moment, and old Jean laughed in his beard, relying on Providence. Although it was only 9 o'clock, everybody at the chateau of Bois-Guilbeau had retired when our travelers arrived. No one, except old Martin, ever paid any attention to the master after sunset, and on this evening, Martin had closed the park after seeing the Marquis enter his chalet, and had no suspicion that he had gone abroad and was traveling around the country in the rain and thunder with an old carpenter and a young woman. Jean was not particularly anxious to go into the courtyard with Gilbert, for living so near Chateaubriand as they did, it was impossible that some, if not all, of the servants should not be familiar with the lovely girl's face, and the first exclamation would betray her. But the rain was still falling, and there was no plausible excuse for making the Marquis or Gilbert alight at the outer gate, especially as Monsieur de Bois-Guilbeau absolutely insisted that his companions should come in and wait by the fire until the rain, which was quite cold and continuous, had ceased. Jean, meanwhile, was dying with longing to seize this pretext for prolonging the interview, but Gilbert refused in dismay to enter the dreadful manor house of Bois-Guilbeau, and it was certain that there was great peril in doing it. Luckily, the Marquis's eccentric habits made it impossible for them to effect an entrance to the chateau. In vain did they ring the bell again and again. The wind roared so fiercely that the sound was carried far away. No servant, male or female, slept in that part of the building, where a gruesome solitude habitually prevailed, and, as for old Martin, the only person who ever ventured there, he was too deaf to hear anything, the bell or the thunder. Monsieur de Bois-Guilbeau was extremely mortified by his inability to show the hospitality which all the circumstances combined to impose upon him as a duty, and he was very angry with himself for having failed to anticipate what had happened. His wrath was on the point of breaking out anew and turning against old Martin, who went to bed with the sun. But at last, suddenly making up his mind what course to pursue, he said, "I see that I must abandon the idea of getting into my own house, for I shall never make anybody hear unless I send for cannon to take the house by assault. But if Madame is not afraid to visit an anchorite's cell, I have another lodging, the key of which never leaves me, where we shall find all that we need to enable us to warm ourselves and rest." As he spoke, he turned the horse's head toward the park, alighted at the gate, opened it himself, and led Lanterne in by the bridle, while Jean squeezed the trembling Gilbert's arm to encourage her to risk the adventure. "God forgive me," he muttered. "He is taking us to his wooden house, where he passes all his nights evoking the devil. Never fear, Gilbert. I am with you, and this is the day we are going to turn Satan out of doors here." Monsieur de Bois-Guilbeau, having closed the gate behind him, bade the carpenter take the reins and follow him at a foot-pace to a sort of gardener's shed, where Emile often hitched Corbeau when he came late or expected to stay late, and while Jean busied himself, putting poor Lanterne and Monsieur Antoine's barrow under cover, the Marquis offered Gilbert his arm, saying, "I am distressed to ask you to walk a few steps on the gravel, but you will not have time to wet your feet, for my hermitage is right here behind these rocks." Gilbert shuddered from head to foot as she entered the chalet, alone with that strange old man, whom she had always believed to be a little mad, and who now led the way into the darkness. She was somewhat relieved when he opened a second door, and she saw the corridor lighted by a lamp, which stood in a niche decorated with flowers. That retreat, so luxurious and comfortable despite its rustic exterior, pleased her exceedingly, and in her youthful imagination, enamored of poetic simplicity, she fancied that she had found the sort of palace of which she had often dreamed. Since Emile had been admitted to the mysterious chalet, notable improvements had been made there. He had impressed upon the old man that the stoical habits by which he undertook to protest against his own wealth were beginning to be too severe for a man of his years, and although Monsieur de Bois-Guilbeau was not as yet attacked by any serious infirmity, he admitted that he had suffered much from the cold there during the winter. Emile had himself brought from the chateau carpets, hangings, thick curtains, and suitable furniture. He had frequently lighted a fire in the huge stove for protection against the dampness on rainy nights, and the Marquis had yielded to the pleasant sensation of being cared for, a sensation entirely mental to him, in which he saw the proof of a zealous and delicate affection. The young man had also rearranged and beautified the room in which he and the old man often took their evening meal. He had made it into a sort of salon, and Gilbert was delighted to place her little feet, for the first time in her life, on superb bearskin rugs, and to gaze in admiration at the beautiful vases of old Sèvres filled with the rarest flowers, standing on a marble console. The fireplace, filled with very dry pine cones, blazed up as if by enchantment when the Marquis tossed in a piece of burning paper, and the candles, reflected in a mirror, the oaken frame of which was curiously carved and twisted, soon filled the room with a brilliant light, dazzling to the eyes of a girl accustomed to the poor little lamp to which Genil supplied oil with a sparing hand, after the example of the woman in the Bible. Monsieur de Bois-Guilbeau, for the first time in his life, exerted himself with a sort of coquetry to do the honors of his chalet to such a charming guest. He took an artless pleasure in watching her examine and admire his flowers, and promised her that on the very next day she should have all the grafts and all the seeds to replenish the vicarage garden. Resuming momentarily the animation of youth, he ran hither and thither to find the little curiosities he had brought back from his trip to Switzerland, and offered them to her with ingenious joy. And when she blushingly refused to accept anything, he took the little basket in which she had taken syrups and sweetmeats to her sick protégés, and filled it with pretty bits of woodwork carved at Fribourg, specimens of rock crystal, agates and cornelians set in seals and rings, and lastly, with all the flowers in the vases, of which he made an enormous bouquet as deftly as he could. The touching grace with which Gilbert, in her confusion, thanked the old man, her artless questions concerning his travels in Switzerland, of which Monsieur de Bois-Guilbeau retained most enthusiastic recollections, expressed in terms that were far from classic, the interest with which she listened to him, her intelligent comments when she succeeded in recovering her self-possession, the fascinating tones of her voice, the distinction of her simple, natural manners, her absence of coquetry, and the mixture of alarm and enthusiasm in her bearing and her features, which made her beauty even more impressive than usual, her glowing cheeks, her eyes moist with emotion and fatigue, her bosom oppressed by unfamiliar agitation, and her angelic smile, which seemed to implore mercy or protection, all combined to produce such a profound impression on the Marquis, and took possession of him so rapidly, that he suddenly felt that he loved her with all his heart, with a holy love, be it understood, not the base desire of an old man for youth and beauty, but the love of a father for the pure and adorable child. And when the carpenter joined them, himself dazzled and overjoyed to find himself in such a light, warm room, he thought that he was dreaming when he heard Monsieur de Bois-Guilbeau say to Gilbert, "Put your feet to the fire, my dear child. I am terribly afraid you have caught cold tonight, and if you have, I shall never forgive myself so long as I live." Thereupon, the Marquis, impelled by an extraordinary outburst of expansiveness, turned to the carpenter and held out his hand, saying, "Come and sit down by the fire with us. Poor Jean, you are thinly clad, and you are wet to the bone. I am the cause of that, too. If you hadn't insisted on accompanying me, you would have gone to the farmhouse, and you would be there now. You are hungry, too, and you would have had your supper. How am I to give you anything to eat here? And I am sure that you are dying of hunger." "Faith, Monsieur de Bois-Guilbeau," said the carpenter with a smile, thrusting his clogs into the hot ashes, "I snap my fingers at the rain, but not at hunger. Your wooden house has become deuced fine since I put my hand to it. But if there was a piece of bread in one of these closets in which I once put shelves, I should think them still prettier. From noon till night I chopped like a deaf man, and I am weaker than a rat at this moment." "Bless my soul!" cried Monsieur de Bois-Guilbeau. "Now I think of it, I haven't supped either. I had entirely forgotten it, and I am sure that there is something here. I don't know where. Come, Jean, let us look, and we shall find it." "Knock, and it shall be opened unto you," said the carpenter, gaily, shaking the door at the end of the room. "Not there, Jean," said the Marquis hastily. "There's nothing but books there." "Ah, this is the door that doesn't shut tight," said Jean. "You see, I put my hand right on it. I'll fix it tomorrow. It's simply a matter of taking a little off the top so that the bolt will slide. Isn't your old Martin smart enough to fix that? He was always clumsy and awkward, that fellow." Jean, who was stronger than the two old men at Bois-Guilbeau together, closed the door without a suspicion of curiosity, and the Marquis was grateful to him for his indifference, having watched him closely and with evident uneasiness so long as he held the knob in his hand. "There is ordinarily a small table here with my supper all served," said Monsieur de Bois-Guilbeau. "I can't imagine what has become of it, unless Martin forgot me tonight." "Oh, unless you forgot to wind him up, the old clock in his brain has not stopped," said the carpenter, who recalled with pleasure all the details of the Marquis's home life with which he was once so familiar. "What is there behind this screen? Aha! This has a very appetizing and substantial look." And he folded the screen, revealing a table laden with a galantine, a loaf of bread, a plate of strawberries, and a bottle of Bordeaux. "That's a dainty little supper to offer a lady, Monsieur de Bois-Guilbeau." "Oh, if I thought that Madame would deign to accept it," said the Marquis, rolling the table towards Gilbert. "Why not?" laughed Jean. "I'll wager that the dear soul thought of other people before thinking about the care of her own body. Come, if she will eat just a few strawberries, and you the meat, Monsieur de Bois-Guilbeau, I'll take care of the bread and a glass of black wine." "We will eat as all men should eat," replied the Marquis, "each according to his appetite, and the experiment will prove, I am sure, that the most solid portion intended for one person only will be enough for several. Oh, I beg you, madame, to let me have the pleasure of waiting on you." "I am not at all hungry," said Gilbert, who had been for several days past too much distressed and excited not to have lost her appetite. "But to induce you two to eat, I will go through the motions." Monsieur de Bois-Guilbeau sat beside her and waited upon her with great zeal. Jean declared that he was too dirty to sit with them, and when the Marquis insisted, he confessed that he should be very ill at ease in such soft, deep chairs. He took a wooden stool, a relic of the former rustic furniture of the chalet, and, planting himself under the mantel, where he could dry himself from head to foot, began to eat with great zest. His portion was amply sufficient, for Gilbert simply nibbled at the strawberries, and the Marquis was a phenomenally small eater. Moreover, even if he had more appetite than usual, he would gladly have stinted himself for the man he had struck 2 hours earlier, and who had forgiven him so frankly. The peasant eats slowly and in silence. To him, it is not the gratification of a capricious and fugitive craving, but a sort of solemn function. For on a working day, the meal hour is at the same time an hour of rest and reflection. Japlut became very grave, therefore, as he methodically cut his bread into small pieces and watched the cones blazing on the hearth. Monsieur de Bois-Guilbeau, having gradually exhausted all that one can say to a person one does not know, relapsed into his usual taciturnity, and Gilbert, overdone by several nights of sleeplessness and weeping, felt an insurmountable drowsiness creep over her, the effect of the heat from the fire following the cold and dampness of the storm. She fought against it as long as she could, but the poor child was little more accustomed than her friend the carpenter to luxurious armchairs, fur rugs, and candlelight. As she tried to smile and to answer the more and more infrequent remarks of the Marquis, she felt as if she were magnetized. Her lovely head gradually sank on the back of the chair, her pretty foot slipped nearer to the fire, and her strong, regular breathing suddenly betrayed the victory of sleep over her willpower. Monsieur de Bois-Guilbeau, seeing that the carpenter was lost in thought, began to scrutinize Gilbert's features more closely than he had as yet dared to do, and a sort of shudder passed over him when he saw, beneath the black lace which had partly fallen from her head, the luxuriant, dazzling masses of golden hair. But he was roused from his contemplation by the carpenter, who said to him in an undertone, "Monsieur de Bois-Guilbeau, I'll bet that you haven't a suspicion of what I am going to tell you. Look carefully at this pretty little lady, and then I will tell you who she is." Monsieur de Bois-Guilbeau turned pale and gazed at the carpenter with a dismayed expression. End of section 7.
Section 8 of The Sin of Monsieur Antoine, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Christine Rottger. The Sin of Monsieur Antoine, Volume 2, by George Sand, translated by George Burnham Ives. Chapter 31. Uncertainty. Well, Monsieur de Bougival, have you looked at her enough? Continued the carpenter with a mischievous, self-satisfied air. And you cannot yourself guess what should interest you most in her. The Marquis rose and at once fell back in his chair. A ray of light had passed through his mind at last, and his penetration, so long at fault, suddenly went farther than Jean desired. He thought that he had guessed, and he cried in a tone of intense indignation, "She shall not stay here an instant longer." Gilbert, awakened with a start and terrified beyond words, saw before her the Marquise's angry face. She thought that she was lost, and reflecting with despair that, instead of bringing her father and Monsieur de Bougival together, she would be the cause of embittering their enmity, she had no other thought than to take all the blame upon herself and to seek pardon for Monsieur Antoine. Falling on her knees, with the grace of a flower bending before the tempest, she seized the Marquis's trembling hand, and too agitated to speak, bowed her lovely head and leaned her pallid brow on the old man's arm. "Well, well," said the carpenter, seizing the Marquis's other arm and shaking it violently. "What are you thinking about, Monsieur de Bougival, to frighten this child so? Is your mania taking hold of you again? And shall I have to lose my temper with you after all?"
"Who is she?"
rejoined the Marquis, trying to push Gilbert away, but too nervous to be able to do it.
"Tell me who she is. I insist upon knowing."
"You do know, as I have already told you," said Jean with a shrug. "She is the sister of a country curé, with no money and no name. Is that why you speak so roughly to her? Do you want her to know what I know about you? Try not to let her see you in one of your attacks, Monsieur de Bougival. You see that your savage airs make her sick with fright, and it's a devil of a way of entertaining her and doing the honors of your house. She could hardly expect this after being so polite to you, and the worst of it is that I can't tell her what the matter is with you, because I haven't any idea myself."
"I don't know whether you are making sport of me," said the Marquis, deeply distressed. "But what did you mean just now?"
"Something that would have given you pleasure, but which I won't tell you now, as you are out of your head."
"Speak, Jean. Explain yourself. I can't stand this uncertainty."
"I can't stand it either," said Gilbert, bursting into tears. "I don't know, Jean, what you have said or tried to say about me. I don't know what my position is here, but it is unendurable to me. Let us go." "No," said the Marquis, beset by irresolution and shame. "It is still raining. The weather is horrible, and I don't want you to go." "Well, then, why did you want to turn her out just now?" retorted Jean with contemptuous tranquillity. "Who can understand your whims? For my part, I give it up, and I am going." "I will not stay here without you," cried Gilbert, rising and running after the carpenter as he walked toward the door.
"Mademoiselle or madame,"
said Monsieur de Bougival, stopping her and detaining the carpenter also,
"please listen to me, and if you know nothing of the strange thoughts that assail me at this moment, forgive an agitation which must seem very absurd to you, but which is very painful to me, I assure you. I owe you an explanation of it. However, Jean just gave me to understand that you were not the person I supposed, but another person, whom I do not wish to see or to know. Mon Dieu! I don't know how to tell you. Either you understand me too well, or you cannot understand me at all."
"Ah, I understand you at last," said the crafty carpenter, "and I will tell Madame what you cannot succeed in explaining to her." Madame rose, he continued, turning to Gilbert and resolutely giving her the name of the curé of Cousion's sister. You know Mademoiselle Gilbert de Chateaubriand, your young neighbor? Well, Monsieur le Marquis has a great grudge against her, so it seems. We must believe that she has offended him shamefully, and just as I was going to tell him something about you and Emile— What did you say? Cried the Marquis. Emile? This does not concern you, retorted Jean. I shall tell you nothing more. I am speaking to Madame Rose. Yes, Madame Rose, Monsieur de Boisguibault detests Mademoiselle Gilbert. He has taken it into his head that you might be she. That is why he wanted to put you out by the window in preference to the door. Gilbert felt a mortal distaste for continuing this extraordinary and audacious mystification. For some minutes past she had been conscious of such a warm feeling of sympathy for the Marquis that she reproached herself for abusing his error and subjecting him to emotions which seemed to make him suffer as keenly as she herself suffered. She determined to disabuse him gradually and to be bolder than her facetious companion in daring to face the results of Monsieur de Boisguibault's wrath. There is at least one enigma for me in what you tell me, she said with dignified assurance. I cannot understand how Gilbert de Chateaubriand can be an object of reprobation on the part of a man so just and so worthy of respect as Monsieur de Boisguibault. As I know nothing of her which can justify such detestation, and as it is important that I should know what to think about her, I beg Monsieur le Marquis to tell me all the evil that he knows of her, so that she may at least have an opportunity to exculpate herself in the minds of honorable people who know her. I should have preferred, said the Marquis with a profound sigh, that the name of Chateaubriand should not be mentioned before me. Is it a name upon which there is any stain, I pray to know? Demanded Gilbert with an irresistible outburst of pride. No, I never said that, replied the Marquis, whose wrath subsided as quickly as it blazed up. I accuse nobody. I make no reproach against anybody. I am on unfriendly terms with the person mentioned. I do not wish anyone to speak of her to me, nor do I speak of her myself, so why ask me useless questions? Useless questions, echoed Gilbert. You cannot deem them such, Monsieur le Marquis. It is very strange that a man like you should be on bad terms with a mere girl, whom he does not know, whom perhaps he has never seen. Surely she must have been guilty of some detestable action or have said some hateful thing about him, and that is what I want to know. That is what I entreat you to tell me, so that, if Gilbert de Chateaubriand deserves neither esteem nor confidence, I may avoid the society of so dangerous a person. That's what I call talking, cried Jean, clapping his hands. Say on. I too should be very glad to know what to think about her, for this Gilbert has been very good to me. She has given me food and drink when I was hungry and thirsty. She has spun her wool to make clothes for me when I was cold. To my eyes she has always been charitable, gentle, devoted to her parents, and a good girl if ever there was one. Now, if she has committed some shameful sin, I shall be ashamed to be her debtor, and I will never owe her anything more. It was your absurd explanation that caused all this useless discussion, said the Marquis to the carpenter. Where did you pick up all these foolish ideas that you attribute to me? It is the young woman's father with whom I am on bad terms, on account of a quarrel of many years' standing, and not with a child whom I don't know, and against whom I have nothing to say, absolutely nothing. And whom you would have turned out of your house nevertheless, if she had dared to appear here, said Gilbert, looking closely at the Marquis, whose embarrassment was beginning to encourage her materially. Turned out? No, I turn no one out, he replied. I simply should have considered it a little cruel, a little strange, that she should think of coming here." "Well, she has thought of it many times nonetheless," said Gilbert. "I know it, for I know her thoughts, and I am going to tell you what she has said to me." "What is the use?" said the Marquis, turning his head away. "Why spend so much time over an impulsive phrase that escaped me without reflection? I should be distressed beyond words to cause an unkind thought against the girl in anybody's mind. I say again, I do not know her, and I can in no way reproach her. The only thing that I desire is that my words may not be repeated, tortured, exaggerated. Do you hear, Jean? You take it upon yourself to interpret the exclamations that escape me, and you do it very badly. I beg you, if you have any affection for me," added the Marquis with a painful effort, "never to utter my name at Chateaubriand, and not to discuss me in any way. I also request Madame to protect me from any indirect contact, any roundabout explanation. In a word, from every sort of relation with that family, and if, to make sure that my repose shall still be respected in that regard, I must give the lie to what I said without reflection in my excitement, I am ready to protest against anything which could possibly impair the reputation and character of Mademoiselle de Chateaubriand in my mind." The Marquis spoke with a measured coldness, which restored to his manner all its customary propriety and dignity. Gilbert would have preferred a fresh outbreak of wrath, which would have led her to expect a reaction marked by weakness and emotion. She no longer felt the courage to insist, and understanding from the sudden frigidity of the Marquise's manner that she was half divined, and that an unconquerable distrust had taken possession of him, she felt so ill at ease that she wished to go away at once, but Jean was not at all satisfied with the result of this explanation, and he determined to strike the last blow. "Well," he said, "it must be as Monsieur de Bougibeau pleases. He is kind and just at the bottom of his heart, Madame Rose. Let us go and cause him no more pain. But first I would like to have a sort of understanding between you two. Come, let us open our hearts a little. You will blush, scold me, perhaps you will cry, but I know what I am doing. I know that this is an opportunity that may never come again, and that we must be willing to submit to a little trouble to assist and comfort those we love. You look at me in surprise. Don't you know that Monsieur de Bougibeau is our Emile's best friend, that he has his whole confidence, and that he is perfectly well acquainted with all his troubles and yours, although he doesn't know that you are the one? Yes, Monsieur de Bougibeau, Madame Rose here is the lady. You understand me, don't you? So speak to her, encourage her, tell her that Emile has done right, and she too in refusing to yield to Père Gardonet's malice. That is what I intended to say to you when you interrupted me with an outcry about Mademoiselle de Chateaubriand, when God knows if I was thinking of her." Gilbert became so confused that Monsieur de Bougibeau, who was beginning to regard her with mingled interest and uneasiness, was touched by her plight and strove to reassure her. He took her hand and said, leading her back to her chair, "Don't be embarrassed before me. I am an old man, and it is another old man who betrays your secrets. Undoubtedly, he has a very bold and unusual way of acting, but as his intentions are good and his exceptional character endears him to the person in whom you and I are more interested than in anybody else in the world, let us try to overcome our mutual embarrassment and, as he says, to make the most of the opportunity." But Gilbert, confounded by the carpenter's determination, and terrified to see her heart's secrets in the hands of a man who still inspired more terror than confidence, put both her hands over her face and did not answer. "Well, well," said the carpenter, whom nothing in the world could deter in his undertakings, whether it was a matter of overcoming a scruple or of felling a forest. "Here she is all covered with mortification, and I shall be scolded for my indiscretion. But if Emile was here, he wouldn't disavow me. He would be very glad to have Monsieur de Boisgibaud see with his own eyes whether he has placed his affections wisely, and he will feel more than a little proud tomorrow when Monsieur de Boisgibaud says to him, 'I have seen her, I know her, and I am not surprised any longer.' Isn't it true that you'll say that, Monsieur de Boisgibaud?" Monsieur de Boisgibaud did not reply. He was still gazing at Gilbert, struggling between a powerful attraction and a horrible suspicion. He walked several turns up and down the room to overcome a terrible feeling of oppression, and after many sighs and internal conflicts, he returned to Gilbert and took both her hands. "Whoever you may be," he said, "you have in your hands the destiny of the noblest boy that I, in my old age, have ever dared to dream of for my staff and my consolation. I shall die before long, and I shall leave this earth without having known an instant's joy if I do not leave Emile at peace with himself. Oh, I implore you, you are destined to exercise so great an influence for good or evil over his whole future. Retain on the side of truth that heart which is so worthy to be its sanctuary. You are very young. You do not know yet what a woman's love is in the life of a man like him. You do not know, perhaps, that it depends upon you to make him a hero or a dastard, a coward or an apostate. Alas! You probably do not understand the bearing of what I am saying to you now. No, you are too young. The more I look at you, the more like a child you seem to me. Poor young thing. Without experience, without strength, you are to determine the future of a noble heart, to break it or ennoble it. Forgive me for saying this. I am deeply moved, and I cannot find fitting words. I have no desire either to distress you or to cause you embarrassment, but I am depressed and alarmed, and the more fully I realize your innocence, the more I feel that Emile no longer belongs to me. Forgive me, Monsieur le Marquis, said Gilbert, wiping away her tears. I understand you very well, and although I am in truth very young, I am conscious of my responsibility in God's sight. But I am not in question now. It is not myself whom I wish to defend and justify, but Emile, that noble heart whom you seem to doubt. Oh, have no fear. Emile will lie neither to you, nor his father, nor himself, nor other men. I don't know if I fully understand the importance of his ideas and the depth of yours, but I adore the truth. I am no philosopher. I am too ignorant. But I am pious. I was brought up in the precepts of the gospel, and I cannot interpret them in a different sense from that Emile gives to them. I understand that his father, who also invokes the gospel, by the way, when the fancy strikes him, wishes him to be false to the faith of the gospel. And if I believed that Emile was capable of consenting, I should blush for having been so grossly misled as to love a man without intelligence and conscience. But I am not so unfortunate as that. Emile would be equal to renouncing me if need be, rather than renounce his own manhood. And as for myself, I shall know how to be brave if at times his courage seems to waver. But I am not afraid of it. I know that he suffers, and I suffer too, but I will be worthy of his affection, as he is worthy of yours, and God will help us to bear everything, for he does not abandon those who suffer for love of him and for the glory of his name. "Well said," exclaimed the carpenter. "I wish I could talk like that. But no matter, I think as she does, and the good Lord gives me as much credit." "Yes, you are right," said Monsieur de Bourguibaud, impressed by the depth of conviction revealed by the carpenter's earnest tone. "I did not know, Jean, that you would be as devoted a friend to Emile as myself, and perhaps a more useful one." "I don't say that, Monsieur de Bourguibaud. I know that Emile looks upon you as his real father, in place of the unchristian father that fate gave him. But I am something of a friend to him, and last night I flatter myself that I cheered him up, as I cheered up some other people this morning. As for her," he said, pointing to Gilbert, "she didn't need any cheering up. I didn't expect she would. From the first moment her mind was made up, and in my opinion it's a fine thing for a girl of her age to be so strong as that, although you don't seem to think very much of it." The Marquis hesitated and continued to pace the floor without speaking. Then he stopped at the window, opened it, returned to Gilbert, and said, "The rain has stopped, and I am afraid your people will be anxious about you. I don't want to keep you any longer tonight, but we will see each other again, and I shall be better prepared to talk with you, for I have many things to say to you." "No, Monsieur le Marquis," replied Gilbert, rising, "we shall never meet again, for in that case I must continue to deceive you, and that would be impossible to me. Chance has thrown us together, and I thought that I was only fulfilling a bounden duty in offering you some trivial attentions which my heart bade me offer. Thus far I was not blameworthy. I leave it to you to judge, for in order to induce you to accept them, it was necessary to tell you a falsehood. And furthermore, my father had made me swear I would never annoy you with his grief, with his repentance for an injury he did you long ago, of which I know nothing, with his affection for you, which has remained like a painful wound in the depths of his heart. In my dreams as a child, I often formed a plan of coming and throwing myself at your feet and saying to you, 'My father suffers. He is unhappy on your account. If he has injured you, accept my tears, my humiliation, my enthusiasm, my life, if you will, in expiation of his fault. Give him your hand and trample me under your feet, and I will bless you if you remove from my father's heart the grief that preys upon him and pursues him even in his sleep.' Yes, that is the dream I used to cherish long ago, but I abandoned it because my father ordered me to, thinking that I should simply add to your anger, and I abandon it more completely than ever tonight, seeing the coldness and aversion which my name inspires in you. So I take my leave without imploring you in his behalf, distressed by a very painful certainty that my father is the victim of a great injustice on your part. But I will put forth all my energies to distract his thoughts and comfort him. And as for you, Monsieur le Marquis, I leave you the means of punishing me for the innocent stratagem to which I gave my assent this evening in order to save the health, and perhaps the life, of the man whom my father once loved so dearly. I leave you my secret, which has been disclosed to you against my will, but which I no longer blush to know is in your hands, for it is the secret of a proud heart, and of a love that God has blessed by inspiring it. Have no fear of seeing me again, Monsieur le Marquis, for I have no fear that Jean, our imprudent but generous friend, who has exposed himself to your anger by trying to reconcile us, will ever annoy you by reminding you of us. I shall find a way to make him abandon the task. I have been honored by your hospitality this evening, Monsieur le Marquis, and you will allow me never to forget it. You will have no reason to repent of it, for you will not have been the victim of a lie, and if it will be a consolation to your hatred, you still have an opportunity to drive Antoine de Chateaubron's daughter from your presence with insulting touch. I would like to see him do it, cried Jean Japelou, taking his stand beside her and putting her arm through his. I, who have done all the harm and told all the lies against her wish. I, who got it into my head that she would succeed in putting her hand in yours. You are obstinate, Monsieur de Boisguibault, but by all the devils, you shall not insult my Gilbert, for if you did, I should remember that I cut your cane in two tonight. You talk like a fool, Jean, replied Monsieur de Boisguibault coldly. Mademoiselle, he said to Gilbert, will you allow me to offer you my arm to return to your carriage? Gilbert accepted tremblingly, but she felt that the Marquis's arm trembled even more. He assisted her into the carriage without speaking, then noticing that it was still quite cold, although the sky was clear, he said, You have come from a very warm room, and you are not dressed warmly enough. I will go and get something more for you. Gilbert thanked him and reminded him that she had her father's cloak. But that is damp. It is worse than nothing, said the Marquis, and he returned to the chalet. The devil take the old fool, growled Jean, lashing the mare angrily. I have had enough of him. I am out of temper with him. I have had no sort of success, and I long to get out of his den. I'll never put my feet inside it again. The man's glance gives me a cold in the head. Let's be off and not wait for him. Nay, we must wait for him, and not make him run after us, said Gilbert. Bah! Do you suppose he cares whether you take cold or not? Indeed, he's forgotten all about it. You'll see if he comes back. Let us go. But when they reached the gate, they found that it was locked, that Monsieur de Boisguibault had kept the key, and that they must either wait for him or go back and ask him for it. Jean was cursing loudly when the Marquis suddenly appeared, carrying a package which he placed on Gilbert's knees, saying, I kept you waiting a little. I had some difficulty in finding what I wanted. I beg you to keep it for your own use, as well as these little things which you left with your basket. Don't get down, Japelou. I will open the gate for you. I shall expect you tomorrow, my dear fellow, he added when the gate was opened, and he offered the carpenter his hand, which the latter hesitated to take, understanding nothing of the inconsequent impulses of so uncertain and perturbed a mind. Mademoiselle de Chateaubriand, the Marquis then said in an almost inaudible tone of voice, will you also shake hands with me before we part? Gilbert leaped lightly to the ground, removed her glove, and took the old man's hand, which trembled terribly. With an impulsive outburst of respectful compassion, she put it to her lips, saying, You will not forgive Antoine. Do at least forgive Gilbert. A profound groan issued from the old man's breast. He made a movement as if to put his lips to Gilbert's brow, but recoiled in dismay. Then he took her head in both hands, squeezed it a moment as if he would crush it, and finally kissed her hair, which he moistened with a tear as cold as the drop of water that drips from the glacier. Then he suddenly pushed her away with all his strength and fled, hiding his face in his handkerchief. Gilbert fancied that she heard a sob die away in the distance with the sound of his uncertain footsteps on the gravel and the whispering of the breeze among the aspens. End of section 8.
Section 9 of The Sin of Monsieur Antoine, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Sin of Monsieur Antoine, Volume 2 by George Sand, translated by George Burnham Ives. Chapter 32. A Wedding Present. There was something at once ghastly and heartrending in Monsieur de Boisguibault's strange leave-taking, and Gilberte was so affected by it that she began to weep again herself. "Well, what's the matter?" said Jean when they were on the road to Chateaubrun. "Are you going to lose your eyes this evening? You're about as mad as yonder old man, my Gilberte. For sometimes you're reasonable and talk pure gold, and then suddenly you're as weak and whining as a baby. Let me tell you this. Monsieur de Boisguibault has a kind heart, but for all Emile and your father may say, he's a little crack-brained, that's sure. There's no relying on him, but just the same we need never despair of him. It may be that you will never hear of him again, and it may just as well be that he'll jump on your father's neck some fine day, if he happens to meet him at the right moment. It will depend on the moon." "I don't know what to think of him," said Gilberte, "for I really believe I should go mad if I lived with him. He frightens me horribly, and yet I have moments of irresistible affection for him. It's the same feeling that Emile had for him from the beginning. Emile has ended by loving him and losing his fear of him, so that his kindness of heart finally carries the day over the caprice of disease." "I will tell you more about that later," replied the carpenter, "for I really must go there again and study him." "But you knew him so well years ago. Wasn't he the same then?" "Oh, he's grown much worse. He was habitually sad and silent, and sometimes a little hot-headed, but it didn't last long, and he was better after it. The same thing is true now, but it seems to me that it happens once or twice a day, where it used to happen once or twice a year, and that he is at the same time uglier and gentler." "How unhappy he seems," said Gilberte, whose heart ached as she recalled the sobs she heard, which still echoed in her ears. Chanil and Antoine were waiting Gilberte's return with feverish impatience. Charasson's report had stricken them dumb, and thinking that he was daft, or that he was lying to conceal some accident that had happened to Gilberte, they had hurried to Mère Marlot's to ease their minds. Her story reassured them, but gave them no light. Chanil was angry with the carpenter, and augured no good from this crazy enterprise. Antoine shared her fears at first, and then, in conformity with his hopeful nature, abandoned himself to pleasant illusions and built innumerable castles in Spain. "Chanil," he said, "our child and our good old Jean can perform miracles between them. What would you say if you should see Boisguibault come home with them?" "Ah, that's like your crazy head," retorted Chanil. "You forget that is impossible, and that the old fox is more capable of wringing our daughter's neck than of listening to sound arguments. And then how can people who know nothing at all make use of pretexts?" "That is just my point. All that Boisguibault fears is that we have taken our people into our confidence, for it is a wounded pride, quite as much as betrayed friendship, alas, that makes him so timid and so unhappy. Poor Boisguibault! Perhaps our child's innocence and Jean's loyalty will touch him. May he find it possible to forgive me of what I can never forget." "How can you complain when you have a treasure like Gilberte? But don't expect her to tame him. He will no more come to Chateaubrun than Cardonnet's handsome son will, and our ruins will never see either of them again. Emile will return with his father's consent, or not at all, Chanil. I have promised you, but meanwhile his conduct is worthy of all praise. Jean proved it to us this morning." "That is to say that you didn't understand anything about it any more than I did, but because you're weak you pretended to be persuaded. You never do anything different, and you don't see that, by praising that young man's noble conduct, you inflame your daughter's mind. You would do better to disgust her with him by proving to her that he's mad, or that he doesn't care for her." Their discussion was interrupted by the sound of Lanterne's hoofs, which produced a familiar cadence as she trotted over the smooth rock. They ran to meet Gilberte, and when they had almost dragged her into the pavilion, amid the hurried questions on one side and the broken replies on the other, the package which the Marquis had handed Gilberte, and which she had not thought of opening, caught Chanil's eye. "What's all this?" she cried, unfolding a superb Indian cashmere, sky blue, embroidered with gold thread. "Why, it's a cloak fit for a queen." "Ah, great heaven!" cried Monsieur Antoine, touching the shawl with a trembling hand, and turning pale as death. "I recognize this." "And what is this box?" said Chanil, opening a jewel case which fell from the shawl. "Those are mineral specimens, I believe," replied Gilberte suddenly. "Crystals from Mont Blanc, which he picked up himself." "No, no, you are mistaken. These shine much brighter. Just look at them." and Gilberte, to her unbounded amazement, saw that it was a necklace of huge diamonds of dazzling brilliancy. Mon Dieu! Mon Dieu! I recognize that too, stammered Monsieur de Chateaubriand, overwhelmed by intense emotion. Hush, monsieur, said Jeanne, nudging him with her elbow. You know diamonds and cashmere shawls when you see them, that's likely enough. You've been rich enough to have plenty of them. Is that any reason why you should talk so loud and prevent us from looking at them? Diantre! My girl, you didn't waste your time. They may be worth enough to rebuild our chateau, and Monsieur de Boisguibault is no such skinflint as I thought. Gilberte, who had seen very few diamonds in her life, persisted in believing that the necklace was a rock crystal cut like diamonds, but Monsieur de Chateaubriand, having examined the stones and the clasp, replaced them in the box, saying with a sort of pensive melancholy, "Those diamonds are worth more than 100,000 francs. Monsieur de Boisguibault has given you a marriage portion, my child." 100,000 francs, cried Jeanne. 100,000 francs? Think of what you're saying, monsieur. Is it possible? Those glistening little stones worth so much money? Exclaimed Japelou in artless amazement, entirely free from covetousness. And they are kept like that in a little box and not used for anything? People wear them, said Jeanne, putting the necklace round Gilberte's neck, and they make a woman look lovely, I should say. Put the shawl over your shoulders, my girl. Not like that. I've seen ladies wearing them in Paris, but I'm blessed if I can remember how they fixed them. They're very fine, but very uncomfortable, said Gilberte, and it seems to me as if I were disguised with this shawl and these jewels. Come, let us fold the shawl and put the stones in the box to send back to Monsieur de Boisguibault. He must have felt about in the dark and made a mistake. He meant to give me some trifle, and he's given me the wedding presents he gave his wife. Yes, said the carpenter, he made a mistake for sure, for a man doesn't give his dead wife's things to a stranger. He was so excited, poor man. You're not the only man whose wits go wool-gathering, Monsieur Antoine. No, he made no mistake, said Monsieur Antoine. He knows what he's doing, and Gilberte can keep these presents. Yes, of course, cried Jeanne. They are hers, aren't they, Monsieur Antoine? They all belong to her rightfully, since Monsieur de Boisguibault gives them to her. But it's out of the question, father. I don't want them, said Gilberte. What should I do with them? I should cut a ridiculous figure going out to drive in our barrow in my calico dress, covered with diamonds and a cashmere shawl. Damn, you would rather make people laugh, said the carpenter. The ladies of the province would burst with envy, and then, too, all the moths would come and flutter about your diamonds, for they plunge like idiots at everything that shines. In that they are like men. If Monsieur de Boisguibault chooses to give you a dot to show that he's reconciled to Monsieur Antoine, he would do much better to give you one of his small farms with a half-interest in 8 oxen. That is all very fine, said Jeanne, but with the little shining stones we raise money and make the pavilion larger. We redeem estates, we obtain an income of 2,000 or 3,000 francs, and we find a husband who brings us as much more. Then we are in comfortable circumstances for the rest of our days, and we snap our fingers at Messieurs Cardonnet, father and son. True enough, said Monsieur Antoine. With these your future is assured, my child. Ah, how nobly Monsieur de Boisguibault revenges himself. I knew what I was saying when I stood up for him against you, Jeanne. Will you still claim that he's a cruel, unforgiving man? Nenni, monsieur, nenni. He has a good heart, I agree. Come, tell us how it all came about, you two. They talked until midnight, recalling the most trivial details, indulging in innumerable conjectures concerning the Marquis's conduct toward Antoine in the future. As it was too late for Jean Japelou to return to his village, he slept in Chateaubriand. Monsieur Antoine fell asleep to dream of happiness, Jeanne of wealth. She had forgotten Emile and her recent disappointment. That will all pass by, she said, and the 100,000 francs will remain. We shall have no more to do with your Galuchets when we're possessed of a tidy little fortune in the country. And she ran over in her mind all the young rustics in the neighbourhood who might aspire to Gilberte's hand. If a mere plebeian offers himself, she thought, he must have at least 200,000 francs worth of land, and she placed under her bolster the key to the cupboard in which she had locked Gilberte's pot au lait. Gilberte, yielding to extreme fatigue, fell asleep at last after forming a momentous resolution. The next morning she talked a long while with her father without Janil's knowledge, then asked the latter to allow her to carry Monsieur de Boisguibault's presents to her own room, so that she could look at them at her leisure. The good woman handed them to her unsuspectingly, for Gilberte felt obliged on this occasion to resort to dissimulation with her obstinate governess. Then she wrote a letter which she showed to her father. "What you're doing is all right, my child," he said with a profound sigh, "but look out for Janil when she finds it out." "Don't you be afraid, dear father," was the reply. "We won't tell her that I took you into my confidence, and all her anger will fall on me alone." "Now," said Monsieur Antoine, "we must wait for our friend Jean, for we can't trust things of such value to a harebrained chap like Master Charasson." Gilberte awaited the carpenter's return with the more impatience because she expected to receive news of Emile from him. She had no idea that Emile was ill, but at the very thought of his mental suffering she was so beset by anxiety that she could not think of herself, and these days of separation, which she had thought that she could endure so courageously, seemed to her so long and so depressing that she asked herself in dismay how Emile could endure them. She flattered herself that he would find a way to write to her, though she would not authorize him to do it, or at least that the carpenter would repeat their conversation to her to the most unimportant words. But the carpenter did not appear, and evening came without bringing any relief to the girl's painful anxiety. Her secret grief was augmented by a real annoyance. Monsieur Antoine showed signs of weakening in regard to the resolution Gilberte had formed, and which he had at first approved, to refuse Monsieur de Boisguibault's gifts. He threatened again and again to consult Janil, without whose advice he had taken no important step for 20 years, and Gilberte trembled lest her old nurse's imperative veto should block the proposed restitution. Jean did not come on the following day either. Doubtless he was working for Monsieur de Boisguibault, and Gilberte was surprised that, being within so short a distance, he did not divine her longing to talk with him, were it only for a moment. A vague uneasiness guided her in that direction. She set out for Mère Malot's hut, and as usual put in her basket the modest delicacies which she took from her own dinner for her invalids. But fearing that Monsieur de Chateaubriand would open his heart to Janil in her absence, and that the governess's seal would be affixed to the jewel case, she wrapped it up in the shawl and placed the whole at the bottom of her basket, determined not to part with them again, except to despatch them to their destination. Living in the country in more than modest circumstances, Gilberte was accustomed to go about alone in the neighbourhood of her home. Poverty dispenses with etiquette, and it would seem that the virtue of wealthy maidens is more fragile or more precious than that of the poorer sisters, as the former are never allowed to take a step without an escort. Gilberte went about alone on foot with as much security as a young peasant girl, and she was in reality even less exposed, for she was known, loved, and respected by all whom she was likely to meet. She was neither afraid of dogs, nor cows, nor snakes, nor of a loose colt. Children brought up in the country know how to protect themselves from those trifling dangers, which a little presence of mind and coolness are sufficient to avert, so she did not take her rustic page, nor use the family vehicle, except when the weather was threatening or she was in a hurry. On this afternoon the sun was still shining in a clear sky, and she started off with a light foot on the path across the fields. Mère Malot's hut was almost equidistant from Chateaubriand and Boisguibault. The poor woman's children were fairly convalescent, and Gilberte did not stay long with them. Mère Malot told her that Monsieur de Boisguibault had left her 100 francs on the day of their meeting in her hovel, and that Jean Japelou was working at the wooden house in the park. She had seen him pass in the morning carrying various tools. Gilberte thereupon thought that she might hope to meet the carpenter as he returned to Gargilles, and she determined to go to wait for him on the road. But fearing that she might be seen and recognized loitering about the park, she borrowed a fustian cape from Mère Malot on the pretext that the air was a little cool and that she felt slightly indisposed. She put the hood over her fair hair, and thus enveloped walked in a straight line, gliding through the bushes like a fawn, to the park gate opening on the Gargilles road. There she hid beneath the willows on the bank of the stream, not far from the spot where it ran along the edge of the park. She noticed that the gate was still open, a proof that Monsieur de Boisguibault was not yet in the park, for as soon as he stepped inside all the gates were carefully closed and locked. This uncivilized custom of the châtelaine was well known throughout the neighbourhood. This circumstance emboldened her, and she walked as far as the gate to try to see Jean Japelou. The roof of the chalet caught her eye. It was very near. The path was in shadow and deserted. Stealing cautiously forward, Gilberte, who was as light as a bird, could fly in time, and, disguised as she was, need not fear being recognized. Jean would be there, of course, and if she found him alone, she would beckon to him and satisfy her frantic impatience to have news of Émile. The chalet was open. There was no one inside. Carpenter's tools were lying about on the floor. Profound silence reigned everywhere. Gilberte walked forward on tiptoe and placed on the table the package and the letter she had brought. Then, as she reflected that objects of value might be too much exposed in a place so ill guarded, she looked about, placed her hand on a door which seemed to open into a closet, and noticing that the lock was removed, said to herself justly enough that Jean was probably repairing it and would doubtless come and replace it, and that there was nothing better for her to do than to place her treasure in the hands of the most faithful of friends. But as she opened the supposed closet to put the package inside, she found herself on the threshold of a study wherein everything was in disorder, facing a large portrait of a woman. Gilberte did not need to look long at the portrait to recognize the original of a miniature which she had seen in her father's hands, and had always supposed to be that of the unknown mother who had brought her into the world. If the resemblance had not been most striking at the first glance because of the difference in size of the two portraits, yet the attitude, the costume, the very blue shawl which Gilberte had in her hand at that moment would have convinced her that the miniature had been made at the same time as the large portrait, or rather that it was a reproduced copy of it. She stifled a cry of surprise, and as her chaste imagination refused to grasp the possibility of an adulterous connection, she persuaded herself that, as the result of a secret marriage, of the sort we read about in novels, she was perhaps a near kinswoman, the niece or grandniece of Monsieur de Boisguibault. At that moment she thought that she heard footsteps on the floor above, and terror-stricken she threw the package on the mantel and fled with the swiftness of an arrow. End of section 9. Read by Sandra near Montreal, 2023. Section 10 of The Sin of Monsieur Antoine, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Sin of Monsieur Antoine, Volume 2, by George Sand, translated by George Burnham Ives. Chapter 33. The Story of One, Told by the Other. A few moments after Gilberte's flight, Jean returned to replace the lock of the study, followed by Monsieur de Boisguibault, who awaited his departure to order the park to be closed. The carpenter had noticed the Marquis's uneasiness, and how closely he watched all his movements while he was at work at that door. Annoyed by his employer's evident distrust of his curiosity, he raised his head and said with his accustomed outspokenness, "Pardieu, Monsieur de Boisguibault, you are terribly afraid that I will look at what you have hidden in there. Just remember that I might have looked at it an hour ago if I'd chosen, but I care nothing about it, and I should prefer to have you say, 'Shut your eyes,' instead of watching me as you do." Monsieur de Boisguibault's expression changed, and he frowned. He glanced into the study and saw that the wind had blown down a piece of green cloth with which he had covered the portrait awkwardly enough, and that Jean must have seen it unless he was blind. Thereupon he formed a sudden resolution, threw the door wide open, and said with forced calmness, "I am hiding nothing here. You can look if you choose." "Oh, I'm not at all curious to see your big books," laughed the carpenter. "I know nothing about them, and I can't understand why it was necessary to write so many words just to know how to do what's right. But there's the portrait of your deceased wife. I recognize her. It is her, sure enough. How came you to put it here? In my time it was in the chateau." "I had it put here so that I could see it all the time," said the Marquis sadly, "and since it has been here I've hardly looked at it. I come into this study as little as I can, and if I dreaded to have you see it, It was because I dreaded to see it myself. It makes me ill. Close that door if you don't need to have it open any longer. And then you're afraid that someone will speak of your sorrow, eh? I can understand that. And after what you've just said, I'll wager that you've never got over your wife's death. Well, it's the same way with me, and you needn't be ashamed of it before me, Monsieur de Boisguibault. For old as I am, I tell you something seems to cut my heart in two when I think that I am alone in the world. And yet I'm naturally of a cheerful disposition, and I wasn't always happy in my home. But what difference does it make? My feelings are stronger than I am, for I loved that woman. The devil couldn't have prevented me from loving her. My friend, said Monsieur de Boisguibault, visibly touched and making a painful effort to restrain his emotion, she loved you, so do not complain too bitterly. And then you were a father. What became of your son? Where is he? He's underground with my wife, Monsieur de Boisguibault. I didn't know it. I knew only that you were a widower. Poor Jean, forgive me for reminding you of your sorrows. Oh, I pity you from the bottom of my heart, to have a child and lose it. The Marquis placed his hand on the carpenter's shoulder as he leaned over his work, and all his kindness of heart appeared on his face. Jean dropped his tools and said impulsively, with one knee on the floor, Do you know, Monsieur de Boisguibault, I have been unhappier than you. You can't imagine half of what I've suffered. Tell me about it. If it's a relief to you, I shall understand it. Well, I will tell you, for you're a man of learning and judge things in this world better than anyone I know when your mind is calm. I will tell you something that many people in my village know, but that I have never been willing to talk about with anybody. My life has been a strange one, I tell you. I was loved, and I wasn't. I had a son, and I wasn't sure that I was his father. What do you say? No, don't say that. You must never tell about such things, said the Marquis in sore distress. You are right, while the thing is going on. But at our ages a man can talk of anything, and you're not like the idiots who can see nothing but a cause for laughter in the greatest misfortune with which their neighbour can be afflicted. You are neither sneering nor unkind, and I want you to tell me whether I behaved badly, whether I acted like a man or a brute, in short, whether you would have done as I did, for everybody blamed me, more or less at the time, and if I had not had a strong arm and a sharp tongue at the end of it, everybody would have laughed in my face. You're to judge. My wife, my poor Nanny, loved one of my friends, a handsome fellow, yes, and a good fellow, and yet she loved me too. I don't know how the devil it came about, but I discovered one fine morning that my son looked more like Pierre than like Jean. Anybody could see it, monsieur, and there were times when I longed to beat Nanny, to strangle the child and knock out Pierre's brains. And then I said nothing at all. I wept and prayed. Oh, how I suffered! I beat my wife on the pretext that she didn't keep the house in order. I pulled the little one's ears on the pretext that he made too much noise in mine, and I picked a quarrel with Pierre over a game of 10-pins, and I nearly broke both his legs with the ball. And then, when everybody else wept, I wept too, and looked on myself as a villain. I brought up the child, and I wept for him. I buried my wife, and I still weep for her. I kept the friend, and I still love him. And that's how matters ended with me. What do you say to it? Monsieur de Boisguibault did not reply. He was pacing the room and making the floor creak under his feet. You think me a great coward and a great fool, I'll be bound, said the carpenter, rising. But, at all events, you see that your troubles are nothing like mine. The Marquis dropped into a chair and said nothing. Tears rolled slowly down his cheeks. Well, well, Monsieur de Boisguibault, why are you weeping? Continued Jean with artless candour. Are you trying to make me weep too? You can't do it, I promise you. I shed so many tears of anger and grief in those days that there wasn't a single one left in my body, I'll be bound. Come, come, think of your past with patience and offer your present to God, for there are people more badly treated than you, as you see. You had for your wife a beautiful woman, virtuous, well-educated, and quiet. Perhaps she didn't give you quite so many kisses and caresses as I received from mine, but at all events she didn't deceive you, and you proved that you had no fears of her by letting her go to Paris without you whenever she wanted to. You were not jealous, and had no reason to be, while I had 1,000 devils in my brain every hour of the day and night. I watched, I played the spy, I hid because I was jealous. I blushed for it, but I suffered martyrdom, and the more I watched, the more I was convinced that she was very cunning about deceiving me. I never was able to take her by surprise. Nanny was shrewder than I was, and when I had wasted my time watching her, she would make a scene because I suspected her. When the child was old enough to resemble anybody, and I saw that I wasn't the one, what could you expect? I thought that I should go mad. But I got accustomed to loving him, petting him, working to support him, trembling when he bumped his head, seeing him caper round my bench, ride horseback on my timber, and amuse himself dulling my tools. I had only that one. I had thought he was mine, no others came, and I couldn't get along without a child, you see. And he loved me so dearly, the little rascal. He was so bright, and when I scolded him he wept as if his heart would break. At last I set about forgetting my suspicions, and I succeeded so well in persuading myself that I was his father, that when he was shot in the war, I longed to shoot myself. He was handsome and brave, a good workman and as good a soldier, and it wasn't his fault if he wasn't my son. He would have made my life happy. He would have helped me with my work, and I shouldn't have had to grow old all alone. I should have had someone to keep me company, to talk with me in the evening after my day's work, to take care of me when I'm sick, to put me to bed when I'm tipsy, to talk to me about his mother, whom I never dare to mention to anybody, because everybody except him knew all about my unhappiness. I tell you, Monsieur de Boisguibault, you haven't had so much to bear. You didn't have a contraband air given you, and if you haven't had the pleasure, neither have you had the shame. And I should not have had the courage you had, said the Marquis. Open that door again, Jean. Let me look at the Marchioness's portrait. You have given me courage. I was insane the day I turned you out of my house. You would have saved me from becoming weak and mad. I thought that I was getting rid of an enemy, and I deprived myself of a friend. But why in the devil did you take me for your enemy? Have you no idea? Replied the Marquis, fixing his eyes upon him in a piercing glance. Not the least, said the carpenter emphatically. On your honor? Asked Monsieur de Boisguibault, wringing his hand fiercely. On my everlasting salvation, replied Jean, raising his hand above his head with dignity. I hope that you are going to tell me at last. The Marquis seemed not to hear this direct and sincere appeal. He felt that Jean told the truth, and he had resumed his seat. Turning his chair toward the study door which Jean had opened, he gazed with profound sadness at his wife's features. I can understand that you continued to love your wife, that you forgave the innocent child, he said, but how you could endure and continue to meet the friend who betrayed you, that is what passes my comprehension. Ah, Monsieur de Boisguibault, that was in fact the most difficult thing of all, especially as it was not my duty, and everybody would have applauded me if I'd broken every bone in his body. But I tell you what disarmed me. I saw that he was terribly remorseful and really unhappy. So long as the fever of love had hold of him, he would have walked over my body to join his mistress. She was as lovely as a rose in May. I don't know whether you ever saw her or remember her, but I know that Nanny was as beautiful in her way as Madame de Boisguibault. I was mad over her, and so was he. He would have turned heathen for her, and I turned idiot. But when the youthful ardor began to die away, I saw well enough that they no longer loved each other, and that they were ashamed of their sin. My wife began to love me again, seeing that I was kind and generous to her, and as for him, his sin was so heavy on his heart that when we drank together he always wanted to confess to me, but I wouldn't have it, and sometimes when he was drunk he would kneel at my feet yelling, "Kill me, Jean, kill me, I deserve it, and I shall be satisfied." When he was sober he forgot about that, but he would have let himself be chopped to pieces for me, and at this moment he's my best friend next to Monsieur Antoine. The subject of our suffering no longer exists, and our friendship has endured. It was on his account that I had my trouble with the excise people and became a vagabond for a while. Well, he worked for my customers so as to keep them for me. He brought me money, and when I was free again gave my customers back to me. He has nothing that doesn't belong to me, and as he is younger than I am, I trust that he will close my eyes. He owes me that much. But after all, it seems to me that I love him on account of the injury he did me, and the courage it required to forgive him." "Alas, alas," said Monsieur de Bourguibaud, "we are sublime when we're not afraid of being ridiculous." He closed the study door gently and walked back toward the fireplace, when his eye fell at last on the package and a letter addressed to him. "Monsieur le Marquis, I promised you that you should hear no more of me, but you yourself compel me to remind you that I exist, and I am going to do it for the last time. Either you made a mistake in handing me certain objects of great value, or you intended to bestow alms on me. I should not blush to accept your charity if I were reduced to the necessity of imploring it, but you are mistaken, Monsieur le Marquis, if you think I am in want. Our circumstances are comfortable, considering our necessities and tastes, which are modest and simple. You are rich and generous. I should be blameworthy to accept benefactions which you might bestow on so many others. It would be robbing the poor. The one thing which it would have been very sweet to me to carry away from your house, and which I would have given all my blood to obtain, is a word of forgiveness, a friendly word for my father. Ah, monsieur, you cannot conceive what a child's heart suffers when she sees her father unjustly accused and knows not how to set him right. You did not furnish me with the means to do so, for you persisted in keeping silent as to the cause of your resentment. But how could you fail to understand that under the present circumstances I could not accept your gifts and take advantage of your kindness? I retain, however, a small cornelian ring which you placed on my finger when I entered your house under an assumed name. It is an object of trifling value, you told me, a souvenir of your travels. It is very precious to me, although it was not as a pledge of reconciliation that you chose to give it to me, but it will remind me of a very sweet and yet very painful moment, when I felt all my heart go out toward you with vain hopes that vanished instantly. I ought to hate you, for you hate a father whom I adore. I know not how it is I esteem your gifts with no feeling of wounded pride, and that I renounce your friendship with profound grief. Accept, Monsieur le Marquis, the deep respect of Gilberte de Chateaubriand. End of section 10. Read by Sandra, near Montreal, 2023.
Section 11 of The Sin of Monsieur Antoine, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Melissa Marie. The Sin of Monsieur Antoine, Volume 2 by George Sand. Translated by George Burnham Ives. Chapter 34. Resurrection. Was it you who brought this package and letter, Jean? Queried Monsieur de Boisgobau. No, monsieur, I brought nothing at all, and I don't know what they are, replied the carpenter with the accent of truth. How am I to believe you, rejoined the Marquis, when you lied to me so coolly the day before yesterday, when you introduced one person to me under the name of another? The day before yesterday I lied, but I wouldn't have sworn to what I said. Today, I swear that I saw no one come in, and I do not know who brought those things. But as you choose to mention what happened the day before yesterday, let me tell you something that I wouldn't have dared to speak of otherwise. That the poor child cried all the way home, thinking of you, and that— I beg you, Jean, don't talk to me about that young woman or her father. I promised you that I would mention them when it was necessary, and on that condition you agreed not to torment me. Wait till I question you. All right, but suppose you keep me waiting too long, and I lose patience. Perhaps I shall never mention them to you, and you will hold your tongue forever, said the Marquis in a tone of very marked ill humor. The deuce you say, retorted the carpenter. That wasn't our agreement. Off with you, said Monsieur de Boisgobau tartly. Your day's work is finished.
You refuse to take supper here, and no doubt Emile is waiting for you impatiently. Tell him to have courage, and that I will come and see him soon, tomorrow perhaps. If you treat him as you do me, if you refuse to talk to him or let him talk about Gilberte, what good do you suppose a visit from you will do him? That's not the kind of thing that will cure him. Jean, you wear out my patience. You make me ill. Be off, I say. Oh-ho, the wind has changed, thought the carpenter. I must wait till the sun comes out again. He put on his jacket and walked across the park. Monsieur de Boisguebau accompanied him to close the gate after him. It was still light. The Marquis noticed on the recently raked gravel the prints of a woman's tiny foot going to and coming from the chalet. He did not call the attention of the carpenter, who failed to notice the marks. Meanwhile, Gilberte had waited longer than she intended. The sun had set 10 minutes before, and the time seemed mortally long to her. As the approach of night and the fear of meeting someone from the chateau who might recognize her increased her uneasiness and impatience, she ventured to leave the place where she was hiding and go down a little way toward the stream, so that she would still be near enough to recognize the carpenter. But she had not taken 3 steps in the open when she heard footsteps behind her, and turning hurriedly, she saw Constant Galuchet armed with his fishing pole going toward Garhilesse. She pulled her hood over her face, but not so quickly that the angler for gudgeons did not see a lock of golden hair, a blue eye, and a rosy cheek. Moreover, it would have been very difficult for Gilberte to deceive anyone who was following her so closely. There was nothing of the peasant in her carriage, and the fustian cape was not long enough to hide the hem of a light dress and a pretty foot encased in a shapely and tight-fitting little gaiter. Constant Galuchet's curiosity was keenly aroused by this meeting. He had too much contempt for the peasant girls to make love to them on his excursions, but the sight of a young lady in disguise gave a fillip to his aristocratic curiosity, and a vague, instinctive feeling that those golden locks so difficult of concealment were Gilberte's induced him to follow her and frighten her. So he plodded along in her wake, sometimes walking immediately behind her, sometimes beside her, moderating or quickening his pace to defeat the little ruses to which she resorted to let him pass her and to fall behind. Stopping when she stopped, leaning toward her as he brushed by, and darting inquisitive and insolent glances under her hood. Gilberte, terrified beyond measure, looked about for some house in which she could take refuge, and seeing none, she kept on in the direction of Garhilesse, hoping that the carpenter would overtake her and rid her of her troublesome escort. But hearing no footsteps, and unable to endure being followed thus, she stopped as if to look in her basket to make her tormentor think that she had forgotten or lost something. Then turned back toward the park, thinking that Galuchet, having no excuse for following her in that direction, would not have the audacity to do it. It was too late. Constant had recognized her, and an impulse of base vindictiveness took possession of him. "Oho, my fair villager," he said, darting to her side. "What are you looking for with so much mystery? Can't I help you to find it?" "You don't answer." "I understand. You have a nice little assignation hereabout, and I interfere with it. So much the worse for girls who wander about the country, alone, at night. They run the risk of meeting one gallant instead of another, and the absent are always in the wrong. Come, come, don't look at me so hard. All cats are gray in the dark. So take my arm. If we don't find the man you want, we must try to fill his place so that you won't miss him too much." Gilberte, alarmed by this coarse talk, began to run. Being more adroit and more slender than Galuchet, she plunged in among the trees where they were thickest, and soon thought herself out of danger. But a sort of frenzy had taken possession of him when he saw her escape him so easily. In 3 bounds, after bumping and scratching himself a little among the branches, he was by her side once more, opposite the gate of Bois-Guebau Park. Thereupon he seized her cape, saying, "I propose to see if you are worth the trouble of chasing you in this way. If you are ugly, you have no need to run, my love, for I shall not run myself into a perspiration for you. But if you are young and pretty, you'll find yourself in difficulty, my dear." Gilberte struggled bravely, striking Galuchet's face and breast with her basket, but the battle was too one-sided. At the risk of wounding her with the buckle of her cape, he fiercely tore off her hood. At this moment, 2 men appeared at the park gate, and Gilberte, tearing herself free with a desperate effort, rushed toward them and sought protection from the one who was nearest to her. She was received in Monsieur de Bois-Guebau's arms. As she was almost fainting with fear and indignation, she hid her face on the old man's breast, and neither he nor the carpenter had time to recognize her. But when he saw Galuchet running away, all Jean's rancor against him awoke, and he rushed after him. Monsieur Cardinet's clerk was short and stout, and Jean, despite his age, had the advantage in build and activity. Seeing that he was on the point of being overtaken, Galuchet turned to meet him, relying on his strength. Thereupon a struggle took place between them, and Galuchet, who was a sturdy fellow, sustained the first attack not unsuccessfully. But Jean was an athlete, and he soon brought him to the ground on the bank of the stream. "Ah, so you are not content to play the trade of spy," he said, putting his knees on his chest and clutching his throat so tight that the poor devil was forced to relax his hold. "But you needs must insult women, you miserable cur. I ought to crush such a venomous beast as you are, but you are such a coward that you would prosecute me for it. Well, you shan't have that pleasure. You shall leave my hands without a scratch that you can show. I will content myself with a shave that's just fit for you." Whereupon the carpenter picked up a handful of black mud on the bank of the stream and rubbed Galuchet's face and shirt and cravat with it. Then he let him go and said, standing in front of him, "Just try to touch me and see if I won't make you eat some of it." Galuchet had had altogether too rough a demonstration of the power of the carpenter's arm to expose himself to it again. He longed to throw a stone at his head when he calmly turned his back on him. But it occurred to him that it might turn out a serious matter, and that he would have to pay dear for it if he failed to lay him low at the first blow. So he beat a retreat, not without pouring forth insults and threats against him and the hussy who had claimed his protection. But he dared not mention Gilberte's name or let it be known that he had recognized her. He was not perfectly sure that she would not eventually become his employer's daughter-in-law, for Monsieur Cardinet had seemed terribly anxious and irresolute since Emile had become sick. Gilberte and the Marquis did not witness this scene. The girl was suffocating with excitement and, hardly conscious of her surroundings, allowed herself to be led toward the chalet. Monsieur de Bois-Guebau, sorely embarrassed by the adventure, but resolved to lend his aid like a loyal gentleman to an insulted female, dared not speak to her or let her know that he had recognized her. His distrust returned. He wondered if this scene had not been prearranged to throw the fluttering dove into his bosom. But when she fell fainting at the door of the chalet, and he saw her pallor, her glazed eyes, and purple lips, he was seized with affectionate sympathy and with fierce indignation against the man who was capable of insulting a defenseless woman. Thereupon, he said to himself that the noble girl had incurred that danger in order to prove to him her pride and disinterestedness. He lifted her, carried her to a chair, and said as he rubbed her icy hands, "Have courage, Mademoiselle de Chateaubrun. Be calm, I implore you. You are safe here, and you are welcome." "Gilberte!" cried the carpenter as he entered the room and recognized Monsieur Antoine's daughter. "My Gilberte! God in heaven, is it possible? Ah, if I had known this, I wouldn't have spared the villain. But he isn't far away, and I must catch him and kill him." Frantic with rage, he was about to go in pursuit of Galuchet, but the Marquis and Gilberte, who had partly recovered consciousness, detained him. They had some difficulty, for Jean was beside himself. At last, the Marquis made him understand that in the interest of Mademoiselle de Chateaubrun's reputation, he should pursue his vengeance no farther. Meanwhile, the Marquis continued to be exceedingly embarrassed in Gilberte's presence. She wished to go. He longed in his heart to have her stay, but he could not make up his mind to tell her so, except by insisting upon the necessity of her taking a little time to rest and recover from her emotion. But Gilberte was afraid of making her father and Janil anxious again, and declared that she felt quite strong enough to go. The Marquis offered her his carriage. He offered ether. He looked for a file and could not find it. He hovered about her. He tried to think of something to say to her in reply to her action and her letter, and although he lacked neither good manners nor ease of manner when his mind was once made up, he was more awkward and embarrassed than a young student making his debut in society when he was struggling with the pitiful irresolution of his character. Finally, as Gilberte rose to take her leave with Jean, who was to escort her to Chateaubrun, he also rose, took his hat, and grasped his new cane with a determined air which made the carpenter smile. "You will allow me to accompany you too?" he said. "That scoundrel may be in ambush somewhere, and 2 champions are better than 1. "Let him come," Jean whispered to Gilberte, who was on the point of declining his offer. They left the park, and at first the Marquis walked some distance behind or in front, as if to act as a guard. At last he found himself beside Gilberte, and, observing that she seemed prostrated, and could hardly walk, he decided to offer her his arm. Little by little, he fell into conversation with her, and gradually felt more at ease. He talked at first on general subjects, then of herself more particularly. He questioned her concerning her tastes, her occupations, her reading, and although she was very modest and reserved, he soon discovered that she was endowed with superior intelligence, and that she had a very solid foundation of useful knowledge. Impressed by this discovery, he sought to ascertain where and how she had learned so many serious things, and she admitted that she had derived the larger part of her knowledge from the library at Bois-Guilbert. "I am proud and delighted to hear it," said the Marquis, "and I place all my books at your disposal. I trust that you will send and ask for what you want, unless you will consent to trust me to select for you and to send you a parcel every week. Jean will consent to be our messenger until Emile can take his place again." Gilberte sighed. She could hardly believe, in view of Emile's alarming silence, that happy time would ever come. "Pray, lean on my arm," said the Marquis. "You seem ill, and you are not willing that I should assist you." When they reached the foot of the hill of Chateaubrun, Monsieur de Bois-Guilbert, who seemed to have forgotten his whereabouts, began to show signs of excitement, like a restive horse. Suddenly, he stopped and gently withdrew Gilberte's arm from his and placed it in the carpenter's. "I leave you at your door with a devoted friend," he said. "You have no further need of me, but I carry away your promise to make use of my books." "If only I could carry you farther with me," said Gilberte in a supplicating tone. "I would agree never to open a book in my life, although it would be a great deprivation to me." "Unfortunately, it is impossible," he replied with a sigh. "But time and chance bring about unexpected meetings. I hope, mademoiselle, that I do not say adieu to you forever, for that thought would be very painful to me." He bowed and returned to his chalet, where he locked himself in and passed a portion of the night writing, arranging papers, and gazing at the Marchioness's portrait. The next day, at noon, Monsieur de Bois-Guilbert donned his green coat cut in the style of the Empire, his lightest wig, doe-skin breeches, gloves, and half-boots armed with short swan's neck silver spurs. A servant, in the full dress livery of an esquire, brought him the finest horse in his stables, and mounting himself a beast almost as perfect, followed him at a slow trot along the Gare Hilles road, carrying a small casket slung over his arm by a strap. Great was the surprise of the village folk when they saw the Marquis ride within their walls, erect and stiff on his white horse, like a teacher of horsemanship of the olden time, in ceremonious costume, with gold spectacles and a gold-headed hunting crop, which he carried somewhat like a taper. It was at least 10 years since Monsieur de Boisguebau had entered a town or a village. The children followed him, dazzled by the magnificence of his equipment. The women rushed to their doorsteps, and the men carrying burdens halted in stupefaction in the middle of the street. He rode slowly up the precipitous thoroughfare and down on the other side to Monsieur Cardinet's factory. Being too good a horseman to indulge in imprudent antics, and resuming the trot à la Française as he rode into the factory yard, he regulated his horse's gait so perfectly that his hoof-beats sounded like the ticking of a clock in perfect order. Certainly he still made a gallant appearance, and the women said, "You see that he is a sorcerer, for he hasn't grown a day older in the 10 years since we last saw him here." He asked for Monsieur Emile Cardinet, and found the young man in his bedroom, sitting on a sofa, with his father at his right and the doctor at his left. Madame Cardinet was sitting opposite him, gazing anxiously into his face. Emile was very pale, but his condition was in no wise alarming. He rose and went to meet Monsieur de Boisguebau, who, after embracing him affectionately, bowed low to Madame Cardinet, and with less warmth to Monsieur Cardinet. For a few moments there was no talk of aught save the invalid's health. He had had a sharp attack of fever, and had been bled the night before. He had passed a comfortable night, and in the morning the fever had entirely disappeared. They were urging him to go for a drive in the cabriolet, and he was contemplating making a call upon Monsieur de Boisguebau when that gentleman entered. The Marquis had learned all the details of his illness from the carpenter, who had carefully concealed them from Gilberte. There was no longer any ground for fear. The doctor observed that his patient needed a good dinner, and took his leave with the remark that he should come the next day only to satisfy his conscience. Monsieur de Boisguebau, meanwhile, kept a close watch on Monsieur Cardinet's face. He detected there an expression of triumph rather than of joy. Doubtless, the manufacturer had trembled at the idea of losing his son, but that fear being dissipated, the victory was won. Emile could endure grief. For his part, Monsieur Cardinet examined the Marquis's strange figure and considered it supremely ridiculous. His gravity and his moderation in speaking were the more annoying to him because Monsieur de Boisguebau, being in reality more embarrassed than he chose to appear, simply made commonplace remarks in a most sententious tone. The manufacturer, after a few moments, bowed to him again and left the room to return to his business. Thereupon, Madame Cardinet, divining from Emile's restlessness that he desired to talk with his old friend in private, left them together, after urging her son not to talk too much. "Well," said Emile when they were alone, "you can bring me the martyr's crown. I have passed through the ordeal of fire, but God protects those who call upon him, and I have come out of it with clean hands and with no apparent burns. A little used up, to be sure, but calm and full of faith in the future. This morning, in full possession of my reasoning power and in perfect tranquillity of mind, I told my father what I had told him in the excitement, perhaps the delirium of fever. He knows now that I shall never renounce my opinions, and that no fooling with my passion can procure him that triumph. He seems quite satisfied, for he thinks that he has succeeded in disgusting me with a marriage which he dreaded more than the fervor of my principles. He talked this morning about distracting my thoughts, sending me abroad to Italy. I told him that I did not wish to leave France, nor this neighborhood even, unless he turned me out of his house. He smiled and would not contradict me, because I was bled yesterday. But tomorrow he will talk to me in the character of the stern friend, the day after tomorrow as the irritated father, and the next day as the imperious master. Don't be alarmed about me, my friend. I shall be brave, calm, and patient. Whether he condemns me to exile or keeps me with him to torture me, I will show him that love is very strong when it is inspired by enthusiasm for the true and sustained by the ideal. Emile, said the Marquis, I know through your friend Jean all that has taken place between your father and yourself, also the great victory that your heart has won. My mind was at rest before I came here. I knew, my friend, that you had become reconciled with that simple-hearted but admirable man. He told me that you were coming to see me. I was expecting you. Did he tell you nothing more? Said the Marquis, gazing intently at Emile. No, nothing more, I assure you, Emile replied with the emphasis of perfect sincerity. He did well to keep his promise, rejoined Monsieur de Boisgobau. You were too much excited by fever to endure fresh emotion. I have undergone violent emotions myself since we last met, but I am satisfied with the result, and I will tell you what it is. But not yet, Emile. You are too pale, and I am not sure enough of myself as yet. Don't come and see me today. I have other places to go, and perhaps I will see you again when I return this way tonight. Will you promise me to eat some dinner and take care of yourself? In a word, to get well. I promise, my friend. If I only could send word to the woman I love that, on resuming the free exercise of my life and my faculties, I find my love more ardent and more absolute than ever in the depths of my heart. Very well, Emile. Write a few lines, not enough to tire you. I will come again tonight, and if she doesn't live too far away, I will undertake to send your letter to her. Alas, my friend, I cannot tell you her name, but if the carpenter would take charge of it, now that I have recovered my strength and am no longer watched every moment, I could write. Write, then. Seal your letter, and do not address it. The carpenter is working for me, and he shall have the letter before night. While the young man was writing, Monsieur de Boisgobau left the room and asked to speak with Monsieur Cardinet. He was told that he had just driven away in his cabriolet. Do you know where I can find him? Asked the Marquis, half convinced by this hurried departure. He had not said where he was going, but they thought to Châteaubrun, as he had taken that road, and as he had been there the week before. Upon receiving this reply, Monsieur de Boisgobau displayed surprising activity. He returned to Emile's room, took the letter, felt his pulse, found that he was a little excited, mounted his horse, and rode out of the village quietly as he had come. But he urged his horse to a gallop as soon as he was on level ground. End of section 11. Section 12 of The Sin of Monsieur Antoine, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Melissa Marie. The Sin of Antoine, Volume 2 by George Sand. Translated by George Burnham Ives. Chapter 35. Absolution. Meanwhile, Monsieur Cardinet had arrived at Châteaubrun and was in presence of Gilberte, her father, and Janille. Monsieur de Châteaubrun, he said, taking a seat with perfect self-possession amid those three persons who were filled with consternation by a visit which boded fresh unhappiness. You know, doubtless, all that has taken place between my son and myself with regard to Mademoiselle, your daughter. My son has had the good taste and the good sense to choose her for his wife. Mademoiselle and you, monsieur, have had the extreme kindness to accept his attentions, without any very definite knowledge as to whether I approve them. At this point, Janille made an angry gesture. Gilberte lowered her eyes and turned pale.
And Monsieur Antoine flushed and opened his mouth to interrupt Monsieur Cardanet. But he, giving him no time to do so, continued thus. I did not approve of this union at first, I agree, but I came here, I saw mademoiselle, and I yielded, on very mild and simple conditions. My son is ultra-democratic in his notions, and I am a moderate conservative. I foresaw that his exaggerated opinions would ruin his intellect and his credit. I demanded that he should abandon them and return to judicious and decent ideas. I thought that I could easily obtain that sacrifice. I rejoiced over it in anticipation. I announced it to you as indubitable in a letter addressed to mademoiselle. But, to my great surprise, Emile persists in his madness and sacrifices to it a love which I believe to be deeper and more devoted. I am forced, therefore, to tell you that he renounced mademoiselle's hand irrevocably this morning, and I thought it my duty to inform you immediately, in order that, being fully aware of his intentions and my own, you should have no ground for accusing me of irresolution and imprudence. Whether it seems fitting to you now to authorize his love and to permit his attentions is for you to say. I wash my hands of it. Monsieur Cardanet, said Antoine, who had risen, I know all this, and I know also that you never lack fine phrases to make sport of us. But I say that, if you are so well informed, it is because you sent spies into our house and lackeys to insult us by revolting offers for my daughter's hand. You have already caused us much distress by your diplomacy, and we request you without ceremony to stop where you are. We are not simple enough not to understand that you do not propose to unite your wealth with our poverty at any price. We have not been deceived by your devious maneuvers, and when you invented the extraordinary scheme of placing your son between a moral submission, which is impossible so far as his opinions are concerned, and a marriage to which you would not have consented, even if he had been willing to descend to falsehood, we swore that we would have no falsehood and no dissimulation between him and you and ourselves. Allow me to tell you, therefore, that we know very well what it befits us to do, that I am quite as well able to protect my daughter's honor and dignity as you are to protect your son's wealth, and that I have no occasion for advice or lessons from anybody in that regard. Having spoken thus with a firmness which Monsieur Cardanet was far from expecting on the part of the old sot of Chateaubrun, Monsieur Antoine resumed his seat and looked the manufacturer in the eye. Gilberte felt as if she were dying, but she thought it her duty to support with her pride the just pride of her father. She, too, looked Monsieur Cardanet in the face, and her glance seemed to confirm all that Monsieur Antoine had said. Janille, unable to contain herself any longer, deemed it her duty to speak. "Never fear, monsieur," she said. "We can get along very well without your name. We have one which is quite as good, and as for the matter of money, we had more glory in losing what we had than you in making what you didn't have." "I know, Mademoiselle Janille," retorted Monsieur Cardanet with the artificial calmness of profound contempt, "that you are very proud of the name Monsieur de Chateaubrun has bestowed on your daughter. For my own part, I would not have been so proud, and would have closed my eyes to certain irregularities of birth. But I can imagine that the fortune of a plebeian, acquired by hard labor, may seem contemptible to a person born, as you apparently were, in the splendors of idleness. It only remains for me to wish you all much joy, and to ask Mademoiselle's pardon for having caused her some slight grief. My wrongdoing was unintentional, but I think that I can atone for it by a bit of sound advice. Remember that young people who venture to make free with the wishes of their parents are sometimes intoxicated by an ephemeral caprice rather than inspired by an enduring passion. Emile's conduct with regard to her proves what I say, I think, and I am a little ashamed for him." "Enough, Monsieur Cardanet, enough, do you hear?" exclaimed Monsieur Antoine, really angry for the first time in his life. "I should blush to have so much wit as you, if I made so unworthy a use of it as to insult a young girl and outrage her father in her presence.
I trust that you understand me, and that—" "Monsieur Antoine! Mademoiselle Janille!" cried Sylvain Charasson, rushing into the room. "Here's Monsieur de Boisgobau coming to see you. As true as the sun's shining, it's Monsieur de Boisgobau. I saw his white horse and his yellow spectacles." This unexpected news excited Monsieur de Chateaubrun so that he forgot all his anger, and overwhelmed by a sort of childish delight mingled with terror, he went out with faltering step to meet his old friend. But as he was about to throw himself into his arms, he was petrified with dread, and as it were, paralyzed by the Marquis's impassive face and his courteous but sad salute. Trembling and heartbroken, Monsieur Antoine seized his daughter's arm in a convulsive grasp, uncertain whether he should push her toward Monsieur de Boisgobau as a pledge of reconciliation, or send her away as a crushing proof of his sin. Janille, completely bewildered, curtsied again and again to the Marquis, who glanced absent-mindedly in her direction and bowed almost imperceptibly to her. "Monsieur Cardanet," he said as he stood in the door of the square pavilion face to face with the manufacturer, who came out last, "I fancy that you are going away, and I came here expressly to meet you. You left your house just as I went to look for you, and I hurried after you. I beg you, therefore, to remain a little while, and to be good enough to give me your attention for a few moments." "We will talk somewhere else, Monsieur le Marquis," replied Cardanet, "for I cannot stay here any longer. Suppose we go down to the foot of the mountain." "No, monsieur, no. Permit me to insist. What I have to say is of some importance, and everybody here must hear it. It seems clear to me that I have not arrived soon enough to prevent some unpleasant explanations, but you are a man of affairs, Monsieur Cardanet, and you know that it is the custom to summon a family council upon matters of serious importance, at which momentous interests are discussed coolly, even when the participants bring to the council some little passion in the depths of their hearts. Monsieur le Comte de Chateaubrun, I beg you to detain Monsieur Cardanet. It is quite essential. I am old and ill. I may not have the strength to come here again to take such a journey. You are young men compared with me. I ask you therefore to be calm and considerate, and to spare me much fatigue. Will you refuse me?" The Marquis spoke this time with an ease and grace which made him an entirely different man from him whom Monsieur Cardanet had seen an hour earlier. He was conscious of a feeling of curiosity, not unmixed with a prudent regard for his own interests. Monsieur de Chateaubrun requested him to remain, and they all returned to the pavilion, with the exception of Janille, to whom Monsieur Antoine made a sign, and who took her place behind the kitchen door to listen. Gilberte was uncertain whether she ought to go in or remain outside, but Monsieur de Boisgobau offered her his hand with much courtesy, and, leading her to a chair, sat down near her, at some distance from her father and Emile's. "To proceed in order, and in accordance with the respect due to ladies," he began, "I will first address myself to Mademoiselle de Chateaubrun. Mademoiselle, I made my will last night, and I have come here to inform you as to its provisions and conditions. But I should be glad not to be refused this time, and I shall not have the courage to read you this scrawl unless you will promise not to be angry. You also laid down certain conditions in a letter which I have here and which caused me much pain. However, I consider them just, and I understand your unwillingness to accept the most trivial gift from a man whom you consider your father's enemy. In order to prevail upon you, therefore, it is necessary that this hostility should come to an end, and that Monsieur, your father, should forgive me for whatever wrong I may have done him. Monsieur de Chateaubrun," he said, rising with heroic courage, "you injured me many years ago. I retaliated by withdrawing my friendship from you without any explanation. We should either have fought or forgiven each other. We did not fight, but for 20 years we have been strangers, which is a more serious matter to two men who have been much attached to each other. I forgive you the wrong you did me. Will you forgive me?" "Oh, Marquis!" cried Monsieur Antoine, rushing to him and bending his knee before him. You never wronged me in any way. You were my best friend. You were like a father to me, and I insulted you mortally. I would have offered my bare breast to you if you would have run me through with your sword, and I would never have raised my hand against you. You did not choose to take my life, but you punished me much more cruelly by withdrawing your friendship from me. And now you offer me your forgiveness. I receive it on my knees, in presence of my friends and my enemies, since this humiliation is the only reparation I can offer you. You, Monsieur Cardinet, he said, rising and eyeing the manufacturer from head to foot, are at liberty to sneer at what you cannot understand, but I do not offer my bare breast and my arm without a weapon to everybody, as you will soon know. Monsieur Cardinet also had risen, darting threatening glances at Monsieur Antoine. The Marquis placed himself between them and said to Antoine, Monsieur le Comte, I do not know what has taken place between Monsieur Cardinet and you, but you have offered me a reparation which I reject. I choose to believe that there was wrong on both sides, and I wish to see you not at my feet, but in my arms. But since you consider that you owe me an act of submission which my age justifies, I require you, before I embrace you, to be reconciled to Monsieur Cardinet, and to take the first step in that direction. Impossible! Cried Antoine, convulsively pressing the Marquis's arm, half in joy, half in anger. Monsieur has just spoken to my daughter in a most insulting way. No, that cannot be, said the Marquis. There has been a misunderstanding. I am acquainted with Monsieur Cardinet's sentiments. His character is inconsistent with an act of cowardice. Monsieur Cardinet, I am certain that you are as familiar with the point of honor as any nobleman, and you have just seen two noblemen who had cruelly wounded each other become reconciled before your eyes without blushing for their mutual concessions. Be generous and prove to us that it is not the name that makes nobility. I bring you words of peace and means of reconciliation. Permit me to put your hand in Monsieur de Chateaubrun's. Come, you won't refuse an old man on the verge of the grave. Mademoiselle Gilberte, come to my aid. Say a word to your father. The phrase, means of reconciliation, had echoed loudly in Monsieur Cardinet's ear. His penetrating mind had already guessed a part of the truth. He thought that he would be obliged to yield, and that it would be better to carry off the honors of war than to undergo the necessity of capitulation. My intentions were very different from what Monsieur de Chateaubrun supposes, he said, and there has always been in my thoughts so much respect and esteem for Mademoiselle his daughter, that I do not hesitate to disavow any words of mine that can possibly be interpreted otherwise. I beg Mademoiselle Gilberte to be convinced of my sincerity, and I offer her father my hand as a pledge of the oath I take. Enough, monsieur, let us say no more about it, said Monsieur Antoine, taking his hand. Let us part without hard feelings. Antoine de Chateaubrun has never known what it is to lie. That is true, thought Monsieur de Boisgobau. If he had been more cunning, I should have been blind, and happy like so many others. I thank you, Antoine, he said aloud in a trembling voice. Now come and embrace me. The Count's embrace was passionate and enthusiastic, the Marquis calm and constrained. He was playing a part beyond his strength. He turned pale, trembled, and was forced to sit down. Antoine sat beside him, his breast shaken with sobs. Gilberte knelt in front of the Marquis and covered his hands with kisses, weeping with joy and gratitude. All this display and emotion disgusted the manufacturer, who looked on with a cold, supercilious eye, awaiting the means of reconciliation. At last, Monsieur de Boisgobau drew them from his pocket and read them in a clear, distinct voice. He set forth in a few clear, concise words that he possessed about 4.5 million francs, that he gave by contract 2 millions to Mademoiselle Gilberte de Chateaubrun on condition that she married Monsieur Emile Cardinet, and 2 millions to Monsieur Emile Cardinet on condition that he married Mademoiselle Gilberte de Chateaubrun, both of said gifts to take effect at Monsieur de Boisguebaud's death, but to be void unless the marriage should be celebrated within 6 months. Monsieur de Boisguebaud reserved the usufruct of these 4 millions during his own life, but he gave 500,000 francs outright to the future husband and wife, said gift to be effectual on their wedding day. The said last-named sum, however, was to be given to Mademoiselle de Chateaubrun for her own use if she did not marry Monsieur Emile Cardinet. A feeble cry was heard behind the door. It was Janille, fainting with joy in Sylvain Charasson's arms. End of section 12. Section 13 of The Sin of Monsieur Antoine, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Melissa Marie. The Sin of Monsieur Antoine, Volume 2 by George Sand, translated by George Burnham Ives. Chapter 36. Reconciliation. Gilberte had no comprehension of what was happening to her. She had no idea of what a fortune of 4 millions was, and the thought of such a burden imposed upon a life so simple and happy as hers would have caused her more fear than joy. But she realized that her union with Emile had become a possibility once more, and, being unable to speak, she pressed Monsieur de Boisguebaud's hand convulsively in her own. Antoine was completely bewildered to find his daughter so rich. His joy was no greater than hers, but he saw in the Marquis's conduct such an overwhelming proof of his forgiveness that he believed that he must be dreaming and could find nothing to say to him. Cardinet was the only person present who really understood what it was to have 4 millions and a half fall into the laps of his future grandchildren. However, he did not lose his head, but listened impassively to the reading of the will, and, not choosing to appear to humble himself before the power of gold, he said coldly, "I see that Monsieur de Boisguebaud is determined that the father's will shall bow before that of the friend, but Mademoiselle de Chateaubrun's poverty has never seemed to me a serious obstacle to this marriage. There is another which is much more repugnant to me, namely, that she is a natural child, and that there is every reason to believe that her mother, I will not call her by name, occupies an inferior position in society." "You are in error, Monsieur Cardinet," rejoined Monsieur de Boisguebaud firmly. "Mademoiselle Janille's morals have always been beyond reproach, and, in my opinion, you do wrong to despise a person so loyal and devoted to the objects of her affection. But the truth demands that I set you right in this respect. I solemnly assure you, monsieur, that Mademoiselle de Chateaubrun is of unmixed noble blood, if that fact will give you any pleasure. I will even say that I knew her mother intimately, and that she was of as good a family as my own. Now, Monsieur Cardinet, have you any other objection to make? Do you think that Mademoiselle de Chateaubrun's character can possibly inspire repugnance or suspicion in anyone?" "Most assuredly not, Monsieur le Marquis," Cardinet replied, "and yet I hesitate still. It seems to me that the paternal authority and dignity are impaired by such a contract, that my consent seems to be purchased for a money consideration, and while I had but one ambition for my son, to see him acquire wealth by his labor and his talent, I see that you raise him to the very apex of fortune, with a life of inaction and idleness before him." "I hope that it will not be so," said Monsieur de Boisguebaud. "My reason for choosing Emile for my heir is that I am confident that he will not resemble me in any way, and that he will be able to make a better use of wealth than I have done." Cardinet simply desired an excuse for yielding. He said to himself that, by refusing, he should alienate his son forever, and that, by consenting with a good grace, he might recover enough influence over him to teach him to use his wealth according to his, the father's, ideas. That is to say, he reckoned that with 4 millions in hand, he might some day have 40, and he was convinced that no man, even a saint, can suddenly find himself the possessor of 4 millions without taking a liking to wealth. He will make a fool of himself at first, he thought, and will throw away part of his treasure. And when he sees that it is growing less, he will be so frightened that he will try to make up the deficit. And then, as appetite comes to those who consent to eat, he will want to multiply it by 2, by 10, by 100. With my help, he and I may be the kings of the financial world some day. I have no right, he said at last, to refuse the fortune offered to my son. I would do it if I could, because the whole transaction is contrary to my opinions and my ideas. But the right of property is a sacred law. As soon as my son receives such a gift, he is a property holder. I should rob him by refusing my assent to the conditions laid down. I am bound, therefore, to hold my peace forever concerning all that offends my convictions in this extraordinary arrangement. And, since I am compelled to yield, I desire, at all events, to do it gracefully, especially as Mademoiselle Gilbert's beauty, intellect, and noble character flatter my egotism by promising happiness to my family. As we are all agreed, said Monsieur de Boisgobau, rising and making a signal through the window, I will beg Mademoiselle Gilbert, who has, like myself, a fondness for flowers, to accept the betrothal bouquet. The Marquis's groom entered and put down the little casket he had brought. Monsieur de Boisgobau took from it a bouquet of the rarest and most fragrant flowers. Old Martin had spent more than an hour in arranging it artistically, but, by way of ribbon, the bouquet was tied with the necklace of diamonds which Gilbert had returned, and, to take the place of the shawl, which the Marquis had not deemed it advisable to produce again, he had put 2 rows instead of 1 in the necklace. Oh-ho! 2 or 3,000 francs in addition to what the contract calls for, thought Monsieur Cardanet, pretending to look at the diamonds with indifference. Now, said Monsieur de Boisgobau to Gilbert, you can refuse me nothing, as I have done what you wished. I suggest that you and your father take your carriage, the same barrow that was so useful to me and that procured me the happiness of your acquaintance. We will go to Garhilles. I fancy that Monsieur Cardanet desires to present his daughter-in-law to his wife, and for my part, I am most anxious that my heiress should win her heart. Monsieur Cardanet welcomed the suggestion eagerly, and they were about to start when Emile appeared. He had learned that his father had gone to Chateaubrun. He dreaded some new plot against his happiness and Gilbert's peace of mind. He had leaped upon his horse, and forgetting his loss of blood, his fever, and his promises to the Marquis, he arrived at the ruins, trembling, breathless, and oppressed by the gloomiest forebodings. "Well, Emile, here is your wife already dressed for the wedding," said Monsieur Cardanet, divining the explanation of his imprudence. And he pointed to Gilbert, covered with flowers and diamonds, on Monsieur de Boisgobau's arm. Emile, whose nerves were terribly tense and agitated, was like one thunderstruck amid all the miracles that burst upon him at once. He tried to speak, staggered, and fell fainting in Monsieur Antoine's arms. Happiness rarely kills. Emile soon returned to life and bliss. Janil rubbed his temples with vinegar. Gilbert held his hand in hers, and, that nothing might be lacking in his joy, his mother, too, was there when he opened his eyes. Made acquainted very recently by Emile's delirium with his passion for Gilbert, she had made Galuchet tell her the whole story, and learning that her husband had gone to Chateaubrun, and that her son had ridden thither notwithstanding his condition, and foreseeing some terrible storm, she had driven at full speed to the ruins, defying for the first time her husband's wrath, and the bad roads, to which she paid no heed. She fell in love with Gilbert at the first words they exchanged, and if the young girl felt some alarm at the thought of entering a family of which Cardanet was the head, she was sure that she should find some compensation in his wife's loving heart and gentle nature. "As we are all together," said Monsieur de Boisgobau, with a grace of which no one would have believed him capable,
We must pass the rest of the day together and dine somewhere. There are too many of us not to cause Mademoiselle Janille some embarrassment here, and if we should return to Garhilles, we might take Monsieur Cardinet's butler unawares. If you will all do me the honor to come to Bois-Guilbau, which, by the way, is much nearer, we shall find there the materials for dining, I think. Perhaps Monsieur Cardinet will take some interest in becoming acquainted with his children's property. We will draw up their marriage contract there and appoint a day for the wedding." This new evidence of the Marquis's complete conversion was received with great warmth. Janille asked but 5 minutes to make Mademoiselle's toilette, for she thought that she should be ceremoniously attired for the occasion. But Gilberte greeted with a hearty kiss what she called a joke on the part of her fond mother. Meanwhile, the Cardinet family inspected the ruins, and Monsieur de Bois-Guilbau retired with Antoine to the pavilion to rest. No one heard their conversation. Neither of them ever divulged its subject. Did they exchange delicate and seemingly impossible explanations? It is hardly probable. Did they agree never thereafter to make the slightest allusion to their long feud, and to take up their friendship just where they had dropped it? It is certain that, from that moment, they talked together of the past without bitterness, and referred to former years with pleasure, sometimes blended with emotion and with merriment. But it was noticeable that these reminiscences never went beyond a certain date, that of Monsieur de Bois-Guilbau's marriage, and that the name of the Marchioness was never mentioned between them. It was as if she had never existed. When Gilberte returned, dressed as handsomely as she was able or wished to be, Emile was overjoyed to see that she had put on the lilac dress, which one more washing by Janille had made almost pink, and which, owing to the miracles of her economy and skill, still seemed fresh. She had braided her long hair, which reached to the ground, and in that superb abandon reminded her happy lover of the scorching day at Crozant. Of Monsieur de Bois-Guilbau's gifts, she had retained only the bouquet and the cornelian ring, which she showed to the Marquis with an affectionate smile. She was coquettish with him, coquettish with the heart, if we may so express it, and while the deference and consideration which she manifested toward Monsieur Cardinet were somewhat forced, she yielded ingenuously to the inclination to treat the Marquis, in her manner and in her thoughts, as if he were Emile's father. As they were about to start, Monsieur de Bois-Guilbau took Janille's hand and invited her to drive with him, as courteously as if she had been Gilberte's mother. He was so far from being offended by hearing them call each other mother and my girl, that close attachment had suddenly inspired in him a great esteem and secret gratitude for the old woman who had submitted to so much slander and vulgar jesting rather than reveal to anybody on earth, even friend Japeloup, whom the Marquis had for so long a time believed to be Antoine's confidant and messenger, the secret of Gilberte's birth. Monsieur Cardinet could not restrain a disdainful smile at this invitation. "Monsieur Cardinet," said Monsieur de Bois-Guilbau in an undertone, remarking that smile, "you will know and appreciate that woman when you see how she brings up your grandchildren." The park of Bois-Guilbau was thrown open for the first time in its history to a party invited by the owner. The chalet, too, was thrown open, with the exception of the study, the door of which was securely fastened, thanks to Japeloup. The imposing melancholy of the chateau, the curious beauty of the furniture, the magnificence of the park, and the noticeable air of good breeding in the service caused Monsieur Cardinet some vexation. He had done his utmost at Garhilles to exclude parvenu manners from his household, and amid the ruins of Chateaubrun, where he had felt that he was a personage of consequence, he had not been very ill at ease. But he seemed very small indeed amid the mixture of opulence and severe simplicity that characterized Bois-Guilbau. He tried, by liberal reflections, to prevent the Marquis from thinking that he was dazzled by his old-fashioned splendor. Monsieur de Bois-Guilbau, who did not lack cunning beneath his awkwardness, and who had waited until that moment to put before him the most distasteful of his demands, answered him calmly and coincided with his opinions. Cardanet expressed great surprise, for, in common with everybody else, he supposed that the Marquis had retained all the pride of his caste and clung to the absurd principles of the Restoration. As he could not refrain from expressing his astonishment, Monsieur de Boisgobau said to him gently, "You do not know me, Monsieur Cardanet. I am as much opposed to distinctions and privileges as yourself. I believe that all men are equal in rights and in worth, when they are honorable and virtuous." At that moment dinner was announced, and as they were about to take their places, Master Jean Japeloup, cleanly shaved and in his Sunday clothes, came out of the chalet and, playfully pushing Emile aside, took Gilberte's hand to lead her to the table. "It is my right," he said. "You know I promised to be your witness and your best man, Emile." Everybody welcomed the carpenter joyfully, except Monsieur Cardanet, who dared not, however, display less liberality under the circumstances than the old Marquis. So he contented himself with a satirical smile as he saw him take his place at the family banquet. He submitted to everything, promising himself that he would change his tone when the marriage was consummated. The dinner, served under the old trees in the park, was magnificent with flowers, and exquisite in respect to the dishes, and old Martin, whom his master had forewarned early in the morning, surpassed himself in superintending the service. Sylvain Charasson was admitted to the honor of working under his orders that day, and he will talk about it all his life. The first moments were rather constrained, but little by little the faction of the contented and happy triumphed over that of the discontented, which consisted of Monsieur Cardanet alone, and he was half reconciled. The table became more animated, and at dessert Monsieur Cardanet said to Emile with a smile, "We marquises—" Shall we speak of the happiness of Emile and Gilberte? Happiness cannot be described, and even lovers themselves lack words with which to depict it. When it was night, Monsieur and Madame de Cardanet took their leave, graciously authorizing Emile to escort his fiancée to Châteaubrun, on condition that he should keep his father's cabriolet and not ride again that day. Monsieur Antoine, absorbed in a joyful conversation with his friend Jean, wandered about the park, and Janelle, beginning to tire of playing the lady, satisfied her craving for action by assisting Martin to put everything in order. Thereupon, Monsieur de Boisgobau took Emile's arm and Gilberte's and led them to the cliff where he had first opened his heart to his young friend. "My children," he said to them, "I have made you rich, because it was necessary to do it in order to overcome the obstacles that separated you, and because it was the only means of making you happy. My will was made a long while ago, but last night I rewrote it. My purpose remains what it was. I believe that Emile knows it and that Gilberte will respect it. I have determined that, in the future, this great estate shall be used to found a commune, and in my first will I tried to provide a plan for it and to lay its foundations. But the plan might well be defective and the foundations unsubstantial. I do not regret my work, because I have always felt that it was weak, and that I am of all men on earth the man least capable of planning and carrying out. Providence came to my aid by sending Emile to me to take my place in realizing my plans, and I had recently made him my sole trustee and the executor of my will. But such a disposition of my property would have made it impossible to obtain Monsieur Cardanet's consent, and I destroyed it when I determined that you two should marry. Official documents have not the value commonly attributed to them, and the law has never found the means of fettering the conscience. That is why I am much more tranquil in my mind when I simply tell you what I wish and receive your promise, than I should be if I bound you by chains so fragile as those of the provisions of a will. Do not answer, my children. I know your thoughts, I know your hearts. You have been subjected to the harshest of all tests, that of abandoning the idea of being united, or of abjuring your opinions. You have come out of it triumphantly. I rely absolutely upon you, and I leave the future in your hands. It is your intention to put your opinions in practice, Emile, and I furnish you with the instruments. But that does not mean that you have the ability as yet. For that you need knowledge of social science, and that is the result of long-continued labor to which you will apply yourself with the aid of the forces which your generation, not mine, will develop more or less successfully as God wills. It may be that you will not see my plans come to maturity, my children. Perhaps your children will. But in bequeathing you my wealth, I bequeath you my heart and my faith. You will bequeath it to others. If you have to pass through a phase in the existence of mankind which makes it impractical for you to found the establishment advantageously. But Emile once said something that impressed me. One day when I asked him what he would do with an estate like mine, he answered, "I would try." Let him try then, and after careful reflection, after a careful study of reality, may he who has always dreamed of the salvation of mankind in the organization and development of agricultural science find the means of transition which will prevent a deplorable break in the chain between the past and the future. I trust to his intelligence because it has its source in the heart. May God give you genius, Emile, and may he give it to the men of your time, for the genius of one man is almost nothing. For my part, I have nothing more to do but to fall asleep peacefully in my grave. If I am privileged to live a few days with you two, I shall have begun to live on the eve of my death. But I shall not have lived in vain, indolent, disheartened, and useless as I have been, if I have found the man who can and will act in my place. Keep the secret of my opinions and our plans until after your marriage, and even until after the new and thorough education which Emile must make it his duty to acquire. I aspire to see you free and powerful, in order that I may die at peace. And after all, my children, whatever course you may take, whatever errors you may commit, whatever success may crown your efforts, I confess that it is impossible for me to be anxious concerning the future of the world. In vain will the tempest rage over the generations now born or to be born. In vain will error and falsehood labor to perpetuate the horrible confusion which certain minds call today, in derision apparently, social order. In vain will wickedness wage war on earth. Eternal truth will have its day at last. And if my spirit is able to return, a few centuries hence, to visit this immense heritage and glide beneath the venerable trees that my hand planted, it will see men free, happy, equal, united, that is to say, just and wise. These shaded paths where I have walked so often, oppressed by ennui and sorrow, whither I have fled in horror from the presence of the men of today, will shelter then, like the arched roof of a divine temple, a numerous family kneeling to pray and bless the author of nature and the father of mankind. This will be the garden of the commune, that is to say, its gymnasium, its festal and banqueting hall, its theater and its church. For speak not to me of the cramped spaces where stone and cement pen up men and thought, nor of your superb colonnades and magnificent squares, in comparison with this natural architecture, of which the Supreme Creator bears all the expense. I have expressed in the trees and flowers, in the brooks, in the cliffs and fields all the poetry of my thoughts. Do not rob the old planter of his illusion, if illusion it be. He still believes in the adage that God is in everything, and that nature is his temple. End of section 13. End of The Sin of Monsieur Antoine, Volume 2 by George Sand, translated by George Burnham Ives.